Hello, how you doing? I don't know if I how this am I coming through clear? Hello, how you doing? I don't know if I how this am I coming through clear? I had to turn my phone off. Uh, all right, everybody. I show that I'm pinned up there, so if anybody wants to join me, you're welcome to join me. Hello, Tim. Hello, Jerry. How you guys doing? I have a fan going, so if it's too loud, let me know. I'll see what I can do about that. Uh, I'm trying a different phone. Usually I use this phone, but that's the one I get phone calls on. So I'm going to use this one instead. We'll see how that works. We got the thing pinned. It works like the other one. It's a little slow. Today I was busy working around. Hello, Larice. How you doing? Welcome. If you want, come on up. Anybody can come up that wants to. Just remember, always be respectful. Like I said, it's just it was a day I didn't do much today. I just put a couple end tables together and set them up and watched a couple movies. Kind of a lazy day today. I don't plan on doing a whole lot tomorrow either, but I'll probably get out and move around a little more tomorrow. Even though today was the nicer day, supposedly, of the two. But I want to get those two end tables put together. I've been putting it off. And I'm glad to hear that you're okay, Larice. And I'm jealous. Jerry's getting coffee. And Tim's getting coffee. Wait a minute. Oh, I got it. I see it now. I'm going to say I'd be jealous. Hello, Marianne. How you doing? Welcome to the channel. Lazy days are needed once in a while, yeah, but that's why my name is Lazy. I like more of them than some people. Like I said, I did do some work around the apartment. I've had I got two sets of end tables, and one set wasn't full yet, and I had to wait for it to come in. So I was using one of them in my bedroom that actually belonged in the living room. So I got the new end table this week, and I finally put it together today. And I took my one out of the bedroom, put it back in the living room where it belongs. And I got those put together, and I ordered a new table for something else. And I put it together and got it in the living room as well. It goes in a different spot. It doesn't match the other two, but it doesn't have to because it's not sitting over by them. And I wanted something I could set some pictures and some other things on in my living room without having to put a lot of nails in my walls. Because like I said, anybody that's an apartment dweller knows that if you put nails in the wall, your landlord may want to keep some of the money you give them for a deposit. Now, I don't plan on moving anywhere. Matter of fact, I was just offered another year here at the same rate I had last year, which I'm going to go ahead and take. I just hadn't put the paperwork back in yet. But so I was happy with that. There's no raise in my rent. Now, for those of you in the Philippines, a lot of times your rent goes up every year here in the States. Not always. Depends on where you live. Some places have what they call rent control, and your rent doesn't go up. My rent went up after my first year. This is my second year, but it's not going up after the second year. It's going to stay the same. So I'm glad with that. So we'll go ahead and stay. I don't plan on moving, even if they raise the rent next year, as long as they don't get crazy about it. I kind of like my apartment. I like my apartment complex. And like I said, right now it's not outrageous. It's a little higher than I'd like to find something, but I'm not going to look. I'd like to find something cheaper, but I'm in a really good location. I really like the place. So even though I'd like to have it for less money, I'm not going to look. I'm just I'm satisfied. Like I said, now if they raise the rent too much, I'll start looking. But I'm like 2 miles from my best friend. By car, maybe 15 to 20 minutes to work, depending on traffic. So that's not too bad. For those that in the countries that don't drive a lot, for us Americans, driving 15, 20 minutes to work is nothing. I know people that drove a couple hours. I've never driven that far. I've driven over a half hour. I've driven about 40 minutes before. But I moved closer to work. I'm not the kind of person that likes to drive that far. Like I said, 15, 20 minutes, that's no big whoop. We can handle that even during the winter. That's the main reason I don't want the 40-minute drive. It's during the winter. That 40-minute can be 2 hours, depending on how bad the weather is. Now, my 20 minutes can be an hour if the weather's bad enough. But where I live now, it doesn't get as bad at least as often as when I lived up by Rochester. You got a lot of lake effect snow up there. And so it's good to have Mary Ann here. I don't remember her being here before. She was in Dan's last night, I believe. I follow her, so it's good to see her here. Now, Larissa, she's a sweetheart. She's here all the time. I met Larissa through Dan, and I met Tim through Dan, and Jerry I met through Chris and Sabu. I met Dan through Chris and Sabu. These are all people that do live streaming, and you interact with each other. And Dan had an interesting thought last night. He was talking about, are your Facebook friends really your friends? Well, I'm wondering, how about your YouTube friends, the people that you interact with? Now, we watch each other's videos, or we watch somebody's videos. Not everybody puts out a video. I used not to. And you get to know them somewhat. But unless they're watching you and following you, it's a one-way street. Excuse me. But those of us that follow each other and get to know each other. Yeah, I know, Jerry, you're down there. Now, see, if I moved from here and stay in the States, one of the places I would think about would be Texas, probably a little farther inland than you are, but only because you guys don't get anywhere near the snow and the bad weather, cold weather, I should say, that we get. You guys do get a lot of rain when the hurricanes come. Some of your areas get pretty bad. That's why I said I wouldn't be quite down on the coast. You're a little closer to the coast than I would want to be. Hey, Dumpster Fireman, welcome back. Good to see you here, sir. Like I said, anybody that wants to come up, the link's up there. You just got to click on the link. Oh, no, that's the wrong thing. Hang on. That's not the right link. Let me see here. I did it wrong. Does that surprise anybody? Hey, Sammy. Hey, Robert. I got to get the invite up there here in a minute. And that's not it. I don't know why I always mess this up. I always have trouble with it. For some reason, I always have trouble with this. Somebody shoot me. I don't know why I always have trouble with this. I'm just a crazy old man, I guess. Yeah, today I am wearing the same outfit, BJ. Yes. Okay. Now I'm trying to get it up. There we go. All right. Like I said, I don't know why I always take. I'm sorry, folks. When it comes to being an amateur, that is me. And what do you mean? Who's not live anymore? No, Dumpster Fire. I did not know that, but then again, I've never gone to JLB's channel. I have no desire to go and check him out. Hello, Zambil. I hope I'm saying that right. And if I'm making too much noise, I'm sorry, people. But anybody that wants to come up, you're more than welcome to come up. I finally got that up there. So Sammy, Robert, Jerry, Dumpster Fire, Larice, Mary, anybody want to come up? Come on up. I gotta take my sandals off. Sit here barefoot. Hey Erica, how you doing? If you want to come up, Erica, come on up. Like I said, anybody that wants to come up and talk is more than welcome. Like I said, I come live every Saturday. Hey Jerry, that is a good statement. I happen to agree with it completely. And like I said, I never could understand going checking somebody out that's going to make you mad. You know, why do it? And so I've never gone. And so anyway, folks, we'll be here for a while. We got Sammy and Robert and Jerry and Erica and Larice and Dumpster Fire, Zambil, Marianne. Am I missing anybody else? Oh, Tim's here. Almost forgot about Tim. And let's see. I don't see anybody else. But anybody that wants to come up is more than welcome to come up. We'll just have a good old talk. Now, for those of you that don't know, just type in, it's 3L's JLB. Listen to me. JGBK. You put three L's in, and my Nightbot will drop your channel. Doesn't matter if they're caps or lower or a mixture. It doesn't matter. It will drop your link. Anybody that wants to, just like I said, LLL is all you got to put in, and your channel will be dropped. And welcome from Pakistan. You're welcome, sir. Okay. All right, Erica, that's fine. I mean, if we're on in the background, we're on the background. Like I say, anybody that wants to come up can come up. I'm just kicking back and relaxing. Like I said earlier, one of the things I did was today I put a couple of end tables together. And so I rearranged the furniture in the living room a little bit, the furniture here in my bedroom a little bit. Nothing too drastic. But like I said, I put it together. I still got to get my TV stand together. And once I get that together, maybe I'll show you guys my living room. Right now it's a mess. It will be a mess till I get that together because there's a big old box sitting there, and so I can't put everything up. Hello, Mr. Poppycock, my friend. How you doing, sir? And Mr. Poppycock, my friend, if you have a channel, we got Mac Daddy coming up. So, but anybody that's got a channel, if you want, just drop LLL, and it'll drop your channel. And tell everybody hi. Anybody else that wants to come up can come up. Mac Daddy's got his beard and sitting up straight today. Sometimes he's laying back, but he's sitting up straight today. So how you doing, Mac Daddy?
My brother, how you doing? Glad to be here.
We got a couple of the JLBs here. In case you didn't notice it, we got Mr. Dumpster Fire, and we got JLB. Mr. Poppycock's my friend, and JLB's my enemy. I always called him my friend, my enemy.
There you go.
And then we got Jerry here. And then, the Robert's here. Sammy's here. Erica, who's Jesmar. She's here. And then we got Tim. And we got Zambil Vlog, who's from Pakistan. He's here. JGVK's here. He comes in once in a while. Most of these people I know through either Dan or through Chris and Cebu.
Well, somebody to be here from Pakistan, 25% of their country was wiped out the other month in a flood.
Now, I don't know if it was that high, but I mean, there was a flood there. But yeah, we got a guy here says Jambil Vlog. He's from Pakistan, he says. So he's more than welcome. And Zambil, just put in LLL and it'll drop your link for you. And like I said, we try to keep things going and smooth. It's pinned up to the top. And Mac Daddy joined us. So how's Junior doing, Mac Daddy?
He's doing good. He's out playing Xbox.
Well, that figures. He's probably playing with Brady.
I don't think so this week. Brady got a different kind of electronic system. His mommy got him, and who knows?
All right. Well,
They were talking all weekend back and forth, though,
Yeah. Now, Larissa, that's fine if you're in the background. But like I said, if you go ahead and drop in 3L so it can drop your link for you. And if you want to come up later, come on up or just stay in the background. That's fine. Now, I do ask the guys that are here, if you haven't done it already, go ahead and hit a thumbs up. It will help. And Jerry, I got no interest in JLB or Barry Jordan. I don't know. I do miss Chris and Cebu, especially when he was doing his walking videos.
I've been emailing Chris.
Huh?
I've been sending Chris an email here and there, and he doesn't even return my email.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I know his daughter went to college, or was going to college, and who knows? Maybe they're sick. I mean, we're not hearing anything.
I don't know. That would be sad, but yeah.
Yeah. It could be, or it could be that they're on vacation somewhere. His wife may have got transferred. Maybe doesn't get the internet as well as he used to. One doesn't know. I mean, there's all kinds of things that happen. We wish, we could hear to see how he's doing, but until he reaches out to somebody that can let us know, we're not going to know.
He grew roots and bought a condo. I doubt if they moved or anything.
Well, they were talking about later on buying a house somewhere too. See, just because you have a condo, if you buy a house, you can rent the condo out.
Oh, sure.
See, so I mean, it's just he bought the condo probably because he was tired of paying rent. And for well, if we're going to be here for a while, might as well get a condo. And then later on, maybe because they were talking about getting a house. Now I don't know how long that's going to be. Like I said, one never knows for sure. It's like if I saw all of a sudden stop doing the internet, nobody's going to know what happened to me because nobody here lives near me, so they could never check on me.
I'd jump in my car and drive like a man. I'd be on you in 8 hours.
Yeah. Or less. It should be less, but 8 hours would be about the most it would be.
I got to hunt you down too.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I mean, one never really knows what's going on. And
that's the truth.
So I mean, like you take it in the Philippines right now, it's almost 8:30 in the Sunday morning. So
I left him a note that you were coming on tonight, that maybe he could even stop by.
I would love it if he stopped in. I mean,
I know.
Tell everybody how he's doing, and I mean,
he could be on the other side for a change. I think you froze, Larry.
No, I'm not frozen. I'm trying to read something. My friend, my enemy, says he's not sick. I heard Bebop's vendetta confronted him and scared him from coming on again. I told Bebop, if you ever see him, I'm going to confront him. Bullies pissed me off a lot. Well, I hope you're not. I hope that's wrong. I mean, but I mean, hey, if you're worried, Chris is not that big of a guy. I don't know how big Bebop's vendetta is. But, I got to remember now, Chris has also got a wife and a kid. So, you got to worry about them too. We don't know what that guy said or did or threatened.
We got to get the Ed Posse on this one.
Yeah. I miss Ed Denoy comes on once in a while. Now, haven't seen Ed Lippert at all. But, yeah, Jerry, I know. That's what I said. They were talking about getting a house or building a house. They looked at buying one at one time, and some of his videos. If you go back, you'll see where they went and to the new complexes where there was houses being built. And checked some of them out, but they went with a condo there out in that reclaimed property there in Cebu. What is that? Southside Properties, I think they call it. And
well, condos make a lot of sense.
Yeah. Well, like I said, especially if you want to move into a home later, a house, like I said, you can always either resell the condo or rent it out, have a little extra money. Jerry, I don't know if there was any pre-teen, but he did a lot of teen girls from, if that's the Bebops they're talking about. He got in trouble, and if that's the same guy, he's part Filipino. So, that's really, I think it was really bad. If that's who we're talking about. But, JG, Chris doesn't work. He's in the Philippines, remember? As an American, as a non-Filipino citizen, you don't make much money unless you get a job that a Filipino citizen can't do. Now, his wife's working in the Philippines, but she's Filipina. And his daughter just graduated from high school, my understanding, getting ready to start college. So she won't be working until she gets done with college. My friend, my enemy, said he's okay. He returned one of my messages. All right. Now, did he say what's going on, my friend, my enemy? How is Chris doing? Outside of being okay. Did he say why he's not doing any live streams? Hey, Val Miraz, how you doing? I just seen you pop up. Sorry I didn't spot you early if you'd been here longer. But yeah, it just okay. He didn't say what's going on. All right, well, that's all right. I mean, he's entitled to his privacy.
Doing a live stream every day can become a drag too. Let's face it.
Oh yeah, and sometimes you need a break.
Don't we all?
That's true. My friend, my enemy, he might have told one of the other JLBs or somebody else, but we're not hearing. So, what can we say? Like I said, I do miss going to these live streams because there's a lot of people in there I got along with and I like to talk with. Now we talk by chat. We didn't talk like I am now, but that was fine. I mean,
how's everything in South Texas?
We got another JLB here. Hello, Conspiracy Nut Bar. How you doing, sir? JLB is a freak of the Conspiracy Nut Bar. So, like I said, we got my friend, my enemy. We got Dumpster Fire. Now we got Conspiracy Nut Bar. Welcome, guys. And I hope everybody's doing well. Now, Conspiracy Nut Bar, if you have a link to a channel, you're more than welcome to drop it. Just type in LLL, 3 L's, and my Nightbot will drop your channel. If one of you guys want to come up and talk, come on up. Hey, Tim. A lot of work to do. Good live streams all the time. Yeah, you're right, Tim. It is a lot of work to do for good live streams. That's why I don't do them all the time because I'm nowhere near as good as Chris. And I think Dan's better than I am as well.
I seen some of your vacation videos that you put up for your.
Oh yeah. I went home for a week or about a week and I find the covered bridges very fascinating. I mean, some of those bridges are built back in the 1860s or 1870s, I think it was, 1880s and 1870s. Now, the newest one was built in 2006.
I got one up the road from me.
Yeah. Well, there's 31 covered bridges in that county. And a lot of them, if not most of them, are still in use.
Yeah, the one up the road from me is still in use. It's a tiny one, but it's there. Goes over Benny's Creek, if anybody's looking.
Yeah. But
Pennsylvania.
Yeah, but the one that was built in 2006 was built to replace a bridge that was burned down by an arsonist, and it wasn't in use. And so the new one's not in use either. But it's just so you can go walk out on it. You can see how they're done, how they're made. It takes you out over the creek, and you can look down at the creek and all that good happy stuff. And it's very nice. I mean, now it's well constructed. Like I said, some of these bridges, even though they're not in use, I walked on some of those that are over the creek, and they're very sturdy still. Just they decided to build a newer bridge so it probably could hold more weight, because some of those bridges only hold like 3 tons.
Living in Bucks County, we had iron. They call them chain link bridges. It's like an iron bar with a hole for a pin at either end, and they put them together. They're pretty neat. But they're so rusted they can't even rate them.
Yeah. Now, Conspiracy Nut Bar, I'm not sure, but I thought I seen the Village Idiot. Maybe it was Dan's live stream, but I was thinking I seen him. But I could be wrong. But I was thinking I saw him at Dan's, I believe. When I said, "There's Dan." How you doing, Dan? Now, Dan, was the Multi-Village Idiot in one of your live streams here recently? And Dan, you're always just on time, buddy. Just in time. I mean, you know. Hey, Ann, how you doing? Crystal Adventures, Ann. How you doing, Ed? Don't forget to put the L's in there, Crystal, so people can see your channel and check it out. And Crystal's she's a Filipina and she has some good videos. I enjoy her channel. And oh, you're eating breakfast, huh? Yeah. I ate my breakfast late today too. I didn't eat my breakfast till about 8, maybe right around 8. Now I sat right here and ate my breakfast. I got my coffee right here behind me. I don't know if you can see it there or not. And I got one of those Keurig machines. So on my days off, I'll sit here and drink my coffee and eat my breakfast and play on the computer. Now, the days I work, I make a pot of coffee and take it with me to work. Conspiracy Nut Bar, Mac Daddy's asking how Junior's doing. He wasn't here earlier.
Oh, Junior's doing well. He's in playing on his Xbox with his friend.
Whoa, I'm sorry. I think that was me, Mac Daddy. That
I'm
was
back.
me. That was me that took you off. That by accident. I moved my phone and I hit the button. And
I got the boot.
yeah, you got the boot. So,
I'm
but
back.
like I said, we got you back. I mean, and so we're just trying to. Well, I'm going to tell you the truth, Tim. My breakfast wasn't that good. I had a couple cookies and some bread and butter with cinnamon and honey. Now, I put the bread and butter and the cinnamon in the microwave, got it nice and warm, then added the honey and it tastes like French toast. So I had that as well. And like I said, nothing any good for me, but it tasted good.
I got a trick for French toast. I put vanilla in the batter and I sprinkle cinnamon sugar on it when you fry it.
Well, I use regular cinnamon. I mean, I don't like I said, I'm diabetic, so the less sugar I have, the better off I am.
Sure.
And the bread I use today is like 19 grams of carbohydrates for 2 slices, not per slice, for 2. Hey, President Xi, how you doing, sir? And JLB is even hated by President Xi and all of YouTube. I haven't seen him in a while. He's another one from Chris and Samu. And so she's having a typical Filipino breakfast, rice and fried fish. Well, the rice is pretty much every meal with the Filipinos, which is fine. I mean, Americans, we have potatoes a lot with every meal. You'll have your hash browns, you'll have your French fries, and you have fried taters, boiled potatoes, all kinds of potatoes. I hate it because I can't really eat that many. Now, they say boiled potatoes is the healthiest for me. That would be the best. The fried are not good for me. So I've been thinking about getting I got to see if I can find my slow cooker. And one of these days, if I can find it, or I'll have to buy another one, I'm going to fix myself some a beef stew with potatoes and carrots and just do it slow cook so I can put it on when I go for work and it'll be done when I come home. And or either that or do it on a day off. I'm thinking about doing it on a day off. That way I can actually have it for supper instead of getting home around 4 and thinking about eating. I can eat at 5 or 6. But, then you could have the leftovers for, and warm them up and go with that. And, hey, Marky, how you doing, sir? I'm sorry to hear you're having a bad day, sir. Mark Shoemate, Marky Shoemate is he's living out on the West Coast. He lived in the Philippines. His wife's still in the Philippines, but they came down with colon cancer, so he's here in the States getting treated. He's going through chemotherapy and stuff, and so it's good to see him. He was here last week for a short period of time. I told him anytime he wants to come up, he can more than welcome to come up. But he said another horrible day, so there's a chance he may not come up. But now, Marky, just drop in LLL, 3 L's, and I'll put your channel into the my Nightbot will drop your channel. So all you got to do is just type 3 L's. Small or capital, doesn't matter. Just 3 L's. Nightbot recognizes all of it.
Everybody wants to know where you're at on Larry's channel, son.
I'm right here.
We hear you, Eddie, but we don't see you.
Yeah.
I'm in the room.
I'll have to get you to drop in for a cameo.
But now, how's everything going with Agnes there, Marky? Is she doing okay? I know she's upset that you're there and she's not. Yes, I brought a fresh one out before we started.
I'm going back on.
Here, pop in for a cameo.
Not here. Hey, Ryan.
Hey, how you doing, Junior?
Good. I'm playing Xbox.
That's what your dad told us. You were playing Xbox, but a few of the other guys, some of the JLBs were asking about you, and so was Jerry.
He's worried about his hair. They don't care.
Hey, you got hair, okay?
Yeah, you got hair to worry about. Look at it that way. All right,
I'll take that.
smile big. Bye, gang.
Goodbye. I'm going to get back on Xbox.
All right.
Hey, have fun, man.
Yep.
Enjoy yourself.
Hi.
Junior says hi to everybody.
All right, we appreciate that.
I had to coax him into a cameo.
Oh, good, Marky. I'm glad to hear that. He said his wife just got her passport book, so hopefully she'll be able to come over soon. I know she wants to come over and help him.
Wait for money.
They've been married. What is it, Marky? You guys been married what? 5 years? 5 or 7, something like that. Like I said, he's over. They met shortly after he got off the boat there in Cebu. Him and his wife. They've been together for a long time, and he was building a house there. Is that Himalato, however you pronounce that, and they got the house. They got the land and stuff, but they're not quite done with it. But anyway. Oh wow, Dan! Sorry to hear that. Brownout. At least you got that backup generator. That helps a lot. I mean, there's some people that don't have that. Himalato, yeah, Himalato. Negros Oriental. That's where they're at. And he did a lot of videos in that area. Now they started off. They were in Cebu, and he did a lot of videos there. They were renting a house there. Then they bought the property out there in the Himalato area, and started doing a lot of videos out there. And they were there when that big storm went through and knocked out a lot of people's places. A lot of people were staying with them. Now, they had some damage, but nothing like a lot of their neighbors.
I'm wondering why they don't build concrete domes to live in the Philippines.
Well, his house is concrete, but a lot of the houses aren't. You got to remember, not everybody's got the money for that.
They could build out of aircrete.
Yeah, but that's not really there. And you got to remember now, a lot of the Filipinos are broke.
I get that part, but aircrete is it's basically shaving cream and concrete.
Yeah, but the thing is it available there?
Yes.
All right, but now you got to say, but how affordable is it?
It's the most affordable building material other than mud.
Well, trying to get
because the whole Philippines, most of it's an island. Sand is very reasonable and cheap.
Oh yeah, but I'm just saying though, it's just how available, how you got to remember, just because it's not that expensive to us, it's actually it wouldn't be the cheapest thing there because you got bamboo, which is everywhere. And there's people that live in bamboo houses.
Oh, sure. They live in the Macatan houses. I see them.
Yeah. All
But
right. Well, that's cheaper than what you're talking about.
not by a whole lot.
Well, I couldn't tell you. I won't, because I don't know. So I can't go into that. But
See,
I'm just saying.
Aircrete is shaving cream and cement. And basically you take like Dawn dish liquid,
Yeah, but
hook
now
it up
Tim.
to an air compressor, and mix it with cement and sand.
Yeah, but hold on a minute. Now Tim lives over in the Philippines. Tim Duzak. And he says cement right now is very expensive over there. So it's very expensive.
Well, that's the beauty of Aircrete. It makes your cement way far because it's all air.
Yeah,
when you get done casting these blocks, Larry, they float. Yeah. That's how little cement they have in them.
Yeah, but how good would that be in a storm?
Excellent.
I'm not so sure, but
it's also highly insulated and fireproof too.
Okay.
You'd have to know about it. It's an amazing product. It's very similar to volcanic rock, which is pumice.
Yeah,
it would pumice. It floats. You got to look it up on YouTube. It's Aircrete. It's an amazing product.
Yeah, I'm reading Dan. He goes, Crystal, the big storm has moved northeast of us to Samar. Then he goes, bad. I have fat fingers. I understand that, especially if you're on a cell phone trying to type. Yeah, and autocorrect, that sucks too. But
yeah. I wound up where I lived, Larry, to avoid climate change. I was living over in the I-95 corridor and all the storms and everything rolling through. After Hurricane Sandy, I left.
All right. Now, according to Marky Shoemate, he says it's over $5 for a sack of cement. It's 285 pesos. That's a little over, or right at $5 a bag. That's a bag of cement. Sure. So, how many bags do you take, even to make the Aircrete? How many bags is it going to take? Especially for these people that live, paycheck to paycheck or month to month, however you want to look at it. It's, every penny, every peso, every centavo counts.
Well, it depends on how big they'd want their house. I get that, but
also that will depend on how big your family is.
Right.
I mean, you don't want just one. You don't want just one room. You want at least 2 rooms.
The beautiful thing with Aircrete, Larry, is you can always add on and keep building.
Well, yeah, you can do that with concrete too. You can always add more later.
Yeah, but the thing with concrete is high density. Aircrete is low density.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, you can always add on. You can do that with almost any structure. We can do that here in the States with our regular homes. Now, it doesn't always look the best if you go with brick. You got to make sure you get the right brick to match it, but you can add another room or 2.
Well, Aircrete's just an amazing product.
Oh yeah, from what I understand, I know what you're talking about. I think I've seen that before. But
Hijjar Gibran of the Gibran Center is kind of like the innovator and inventor of Aircrete, and it's just an amazing product.
Yeah. Now, Mark Shoemate, he has a small house. I think it's 2 rooms, and it's 1,000 bags of cement in it. Now, his is all concrete. All right. So, say the Aircrete, it'd probably still be 400 or 500 bags.
No.
It would be a lot more than probably what you're thinking.
It'd be a lot less than what you think, actually.
Well, it's a lot less than what he used. I cut it by more than half. But,
if you 1,000 bags, you could do a home. I could do a dome probably for less than 100 bags.
Yeah, well, like I said, he's got not a dome; he's got a house.
Well, they build these dome homes. See, the dome also lends itself because you don't need any roofing material. You need a lot less structure material. and it survives the typhoon like nothing else because the typhoon just blows around it. It's a dome. You'd have to think about it. It's just
Yeah, yeah.
a whole different concept.
Now, Leonard, how you doing, sir? You're more than welcome to come up, Leonard, if you want. And now Crystal agrees with me. She goes, we love to have a good house to live, but sometimes, as Sir Larry words, we don't have the ability to build it. So, low budget, mostly Filipinos are. And they are. I mean, a lot of times, like I said, they just don't have the money.
Well, they can pick stone.
No. You got to understand. Sometimes they don't have the money.
I get that.
No. I mean, sometimes they build a home with whatever they can find.
I understand.
And
well, sand and rocks. I mean, God, you could go to the beach and get a bucket of sand.
yeah, but you still got to have the money to buy the other stuff. Sometimes they don't have that money.
I get.
A lot of Filipinos only have enough money to buy the food, pay their bills, and that's it.
Oh, I know. I support a Filipino family, Larry.
That's what I'm saying, though. So a lot of people can't get the concrete house or the air creek. They just can't do it. Because you got, unless you start saving money and slowly buying, but you still got to pay the labor. You still got to pay, because nobody's going to build it for free.
Well, that's the beauty of aircrete.
Yeah, but
light. It's like building with styrofoam. Anybody can pick up these giant blocks.
I'm not talking about moving them. I'm talking about building it.
I am too.
Yeah, but you still got to know what you're doing to put them together.
YouTube.
Yeah.
You can get it on.
Not everybody can afford YouTube, buddy. Not everybody can afford the internet.
If they
That's what I'm saying.
If you can get it on your cell phone over there, just like we do here.
Yeah, but you got to have the internet sometimes.
You got to load. I know.
All right. How you doing, Leonard? Now, tell everybody when you're leaving for the Philippines. I know it's coming soon.
Well, my plan is sometime around the 16th of February.
All right. So we got just a little over 2 months.
Yeah. The
So
only thing that'll foul me up is the ticket.
Yeah. But now one of the other couples I followed for years, called Turquoise Sunsets.
I've heard of
They
them.
just went back to the Philippines. They're in Cebu. They're some of the people that refused to get the injection.
Yeah.
They didn't believe in it, so they didn't get it. Now it's a Phil-Am couple, and so they waited till the Philippines opened back up. You no longer have to have the shots to get in.
Right.
So they got there, got tested as soon as they got there. All of them was okay, so they didn't have to quarantine.
That's good.
Yeah, but her family's there in Bohol, but right now they're in Cebu, so I don't know when they're going to Bohol.
Yeah.
Their video, their latest video, just ended with them going to getting the hotel room and arriving at the hotel room for the night.
Yeah, I think I'm going to end up in Cebu.
I'll tell you the truth, Cebu is one of the places I'd love to see. Now, I would like to go to Bye Bye just to see Dan and Vinny.
Definitely. Oh, yeah, definitely. That's one of my trips before I settle.
But, I would love to go to Manila or right outside of Manila to see some of that area. But, like I said, right now, my first place to go, I don't know yet.
Yeah.
Well,
you got time to figure that out.
Oh, yeah.
Right now, I believe it costs me less to fly to Manila, get a room for the night, and then grab a flight to Cebu the next day or two.
Yeah. Now, see, if it depends on how long you go. Let's say I went for a month. All right.
Yeah, I'd go at least a month.
Yeah, I would want to spend about a week in Manila to see everything I want to see there, because I know I don't want to live in Manila. All right?
There's not a whole lot I want to see in Manila. It's just
there's things in that area, like I said, the American Filipino
that's
cemetery.
That's
I want to see that. And then there's a couple like that village. What do they call that? Where they got the Oh, bloody hell. It's the one where they got the water going around. You go around it.
I can't think of what it's called.
Yeah, like Venice. It's the Venice something mall.
Yeah.
And I can't think of the exact name, but I'd like to see that. And then the bay itself, which is down in that area.
Yeah.
So that, you don't really have to stay a week, I guess, but at least 2 or 3 days
Yeah.
to see everything I
Well,
want
yeah,
to
I'm
see.
figuring on staying probably 1 or 2 nights, maybe a third one. Depends. Just depends how everything goes.
You're right. Dan says he loves Samu. He says, "Hey, I should put that on a T-shirt."
Yep.
Now, Tim says Samu can be very expensive. That's what I said.
Compared to what though? Manila's more.
Yeah. And there's Dumagetti.
Yeah, Dumagetti's better cost wise. And
Well,
I've heard Deval was, but I'm not sure.
It depends on what you're looking for. Elo's another area I wouldn't mind checking out sometime. I don't know if I ever will. That's one of the places, if I moved over there or was planning on moving over there, it's one of the places I'd have to think about. Because I love, I follow a couple of vlogs. There's a vlogger over there, Tito Tim, and he does the river walk once in a while. And it's absolutely fascinating, I think. At one time, the river there in Iloilo was really super dirty and polluted. And they really, about 10 years ago, something like that, they decided they were going to clean it up. And they cleaned it up. They built this river walk, and they've kept it clean. They got a bike path, so if you want to go ride bicycles, they got an area where very bike friendly if you want to ride bicycles. The river walk is a nice area to go walking. See, for me, it would be in the cool of the evening or the cool of the morning. It would not be in the heat of the day. But it does look interesting. So I don't think I'd want to live in Iloilo, but I would love to visit the place. Just to see that.
There's a lot of places I want to visit. There's a couple of people in the Manila area that I want to meet. So
yeah, I understand that.
Maybe I'll try to work that into my schedule when I first get there.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, either that or on your way out,
Yeah.
But like I said, I mean.
Well, the nice thing is I'm going to be set up. I can stay as long as I want. So, as long as I got to deal with the visas, but other than that.
Yeah, but see, the thing about the visa, you get there 1 month as soon as you go in.
Right.
All right. And I've heard if you could ask them if you can get longer, but you could definitely get longer before.
Yeah,
don't wait till the end. Go in early. Don't wait till the last day. Go in early.
I think you can extend
I think you can get a 2 month.
Well,
after that,
as I understand, you get the month automatically when you get there, and then you can extend another 29 days.
Yeah, get a 2 month one.
Right. No, it's just 1 month.
No.
And then after that, I think you can get a 6 month.
I heard it was a 1 month, a 2 month, and a 6. Now I could be wrong. That's just whatever. But see, for me now, if I decided I was going to move there, I wouldn't go the tourist visa. I would not go that route.
You wouldn't go the SRV?
Yeah, I'd go the SSRV. Military.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's like, I think you only, because you're military.
You got to be over 55.
Well, yeah, but you qualify.
Oh, yeah. I qualify for both. Yeah, but I mean, it's like.
And I think you only have to put up like $1,500.
Well, it costs like
for me, it's $10,000.
Yeah, it's like $1,400 to apply and $1,500 in the bank.
Right, and for me, it would be $10,000 in the bank because I'm not military.
Yeah, but from my understanding, the $10,000 after can be used to buy a condo or something like that.
I've been told that too. Yeah.
So if that's the truth, I would go that way.
Well, it's a definite possibility.
But now
for
me, that's
just want a condo. Well, might be better for me though.
Well, I'm going to tell you the truth. I don't know if I want a condo either. Because that way you're going to be stuck if you buy a condo. So make sure you really.
Right.
So at first, I don't want a condo. Now maybe after I'm there for a while.
Yeah.
But Tim says they don't do 6-month visas in all places. So it depends on where you're at if they'll do a 6-month visa.
That's probably true.
Yeah.
I mean, he would know because he's there.
Yeah. See, now, Dan can stay for free forever pretty much if he wants. By being married to a Filipino, the only thing he has to do is once a year, him and Minnie go somewhere else, which they like to travel, like Thailand. They go to Thailand for a week or two, come back, and he's got another year for free.
It's something like that, yeah.
No, it is.
I think he has to pay though a fee for it.
I don't think no. He gets.
I'm not sure.
I
Well,
believe
he's
it's
on
free.
here. He can answer.
Is that, Dan, is that true? Dan was asking somebody if they got a Starbucks somewhere. I didn't catch that.
No, I didn't either. I wouldn't be able to answer that either.
Filipino coffee's supposed to be really good
Well,
Which?
because they grow their own.
Which is?
Filipino coffee.
coffee.
I've heard that there are several. They got different brands, but I've heard there are several that are really good.
Well, they grow their own beans, so you
Yeah.
can grow your own beans. You just got to roast them, and you can definitely come up with something.
Oh, come on, JG. You don't need to leave. JG says he's going to go because he can be ignored. I told you, JG, you could come up and join the chat. You're more than welcome to come up and join. But, he says he can be ignored by his cats.
Yeah, but you won't have near as much fun to listen to.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
like
come
I
on up, JG.
yeah, JGBK. He does a live stream every once in a while. I haven't seen him up for a while, but I'm not sure where I met JG. I think Chris, but I could be wrong. I've known JG for quite some time. There's Terrace. I met her through Chris as well. She's not here right now, but
Well, you guys talk about like flying into Cebu and all.
you can fly into Cebu directly.
Yeah,
Right,
you can.
That's a beautiful thing. And then
The thing I have found is that tickets are enough higher flying to Cebu instead of Manila
Yeah.
to make it worth going the other way around.
Well, it depends. It really does. If you got something you want to do there, and also might depend on where you fly from. That's going to make a big difference too.
That could, yeah.
so I would fly into Cebu, but then I want to go to Bohol Island, so I would take the ocean jet.
Yeah. Well, you could probably fly into Manila and take an ocean jet to Bohol.
Yeah,
It
maybe.
just might take you longer, but
Oh,
you
sure.
you just want to look at the cost of everything. See, like I said, I would probably do like Leonard and fly into Manila because, like I said, I want to see that World War II graveyard for the American and the Filipinos.
Yeah,
that fought.
I had forgotten about that.
Well, I want to see that. I've seen that in a couple different vlogs. I really would love to see it. It looks like they do a gorgeous job. They got some really nice monuments in there. They got this. I don't know what you want to call it, but it's an area where you walk around, and they got them by branches they served in. Their names are listed. Everybody that's buried in there. I think everybody that died there. And you can walk around. They got like the Jewish people have the Star of David for their headstone instead of the cross. And they keep the grounds immaculate. If you ever watch Steve, I think his last name is Johnson from Filipino Info Channel, he's been there. Him and his Filipino buddy, they've been there and took some videos of it. And another thing I would like to see, now I don't know how much I'd be willing to go out of my way to see it, is what they call Marker 44. Now, there's a Filipino, it's an American guy, I think, but he's a vlogger in the Philippines, and that's his channel's name is Marker 44. Well, Marker 44 is where Douglas MacArthur landed when he came back to the Philippines, and they got a statue there
Oh, yeah.
with him in the water, and along with some other people. And
I was trying to think of where that was.
but yeah, it's. I think it's somewhere around Manila, but I don't know exactly where. So, like I said, how much out of the way would it be to go see it?
Yeah.
I'm more.
It might be at Subic.
No, because I think I would have heard about it in Subic. I was.
Yeah,
in
that's
Subic
true.
today. Now,
Yeah, that's probably true.
But now another thing that would be interesting to go see, but I don't know how much time it would take and how much it would cost me, is Bataan.
Yeah.
Because some of those tunnels where the Americans were at are probably still available to go see.
I heard something about that seemed like they were.
Yeah. So it'd be kind of interesting to see. But like I said, you got to prioritize. Now, if I lived there, I'd probably see all of it. But now, would I want to stay in Luzon, which is where Manila and all that's at? That's the island of Luzon.
Luzon is by Davao, I think.
No, Davao is that's in Mindanao.
Yeah.
Luzon is the island where Manila and Subic Bay and Clark Air Force Base are Clark.
Maybe
now.
I'm thinking of Lapon.
Lapon might be, but Luzon is not.
I got to figure it out. I got a friend there. I want to go see.
Davao is actually, from what I understand. All right, Marker 44 is in Bataan. Dan's saying. So yeah, that like I said, if I ever go to Bataan, then I definitely got to see Marker 44.
Right.
But like I said, I want to see the graveyard that there in Manila, and I know Marker 4. The guy that does the channel Marker 44, from my understanding, he did a video on it, and according to Steve from Philippine Info Channel, Marker 44 did a better job than what he did, and I thought he did a good job. So I, like I said, something that I would really like to see. And then, like I said, that ball. So I would want to stay at least 3 days, I think, in Manila if I was going to be there in the Philippines for a month.
You're probably going to need at least that, if not a week.
Yeah, like I said, but at least 3 days. And that's only if I'm going to be there for a month. If I'm going for a week or two, it's into someplace else. Because, like I said, Manila is a place I'd love to visit. But if I'm only going to be for a couple of weeks, I want to go check out some places that I might want to live.
Right. Right.
Like I said, Cebu, Dumaguete, outside of Manila. I mean, there's some areas, but those would be later on.
Well, like Steve's in Tracy Marteros, and that's
Cavite.
like 30 minutes or something.
Yeah, the area of Cavite. Cavite I would be willing to check out.
There's Bud Brown. He's always online. He's in Dumaguete.
Yeah,
right.
He's in Dumaguete. Although
very
he's talking
to talk to.
Yeah, but he's also talking about moving back to Mexico. To be closer to his kids and grandkids.
I think the last I heard, which was today, was March. Is when they're thinking about going.
The last video I seen of his, I didn't. He had the Blue Boy. And he was looking at this yellow tricar like his, but it's a different brand, I think.
Yeah.
But on the back of his Blue Boy, it said for sale.
Yeah,
it's up
he
for
actually
sale.
has it sold.
Well, I knew he had it for sold, but why would he have the for sale sign on there?
No. I mean, as of today.
Oh, as of today, okay.
That video was 2-3 days ago.
Yeah, it was. It was 2
as of
days.
today. He was on with Paul Old Dog. They do it a lot of times. They'll meet up on a Friday and do a little thing. And as of today, he said he'd sold it, and the guy has paying payments, but he's retaining possession
until he gets paid. Yeah, I don't blame you.
Yeah, and I guess the guy's got it halfway paid off.
Now every man repeats a story. Now, right now, if I came right now, I'd say no, because I'm not looking for a long distance relationship. That's something I do not want. I will not have until I meet the woman. And then it's going to depend. When I do go, am I going to move to the Philippines or just going for a visit? And I'm not talking about moving when I go. I'm talking about is it a
You're gonna make an
previous,
exploratory,
exploratory
mission.
Yeah, an exploratory visit, knowing that I'm going to move, but just not right now. Let's check out a few places. So when I do decide to come over here to start living, I at least know where I want to start at.
Right. That's
And,
a good idea.
Yeah. And I'm going to tell you the truth. They say don't do it without, going over first. If I decide I want to go over and I can't get over there until about the time I want to actually move, I'll move. I have nothing here that outside of, I got furniture and my car. That's it. I don't own any property. And I could rebuy furniture. Let's be honest about it.
Yeah.
I can rebuy a car.
I don't have any of that stuff anymore.
That's what I said. That's all I got. So, I mean, there's nothing, if I decide to go, there's nothing that's going to keep me from going. Oh, no, that's me. Sorry, I did the same thing to you that I did to Ed earlier. I moved my cell phone and it kicked you off. But at least it didn't turn you off. So
No, that's good.
Just kicked you off the live, put you back in the studio. But like I said, I have no fear of going over and just saying, all right, this is it. Let's see if we can make it. And if that's the way I do it, I'm definitely going to rent a place that's furnished.
Yeah, I think I will.
I wouldn't want to be spending all my money getting a place and furnishing it until I know for sure I'm going to stay.
Right.
And
rent will be a bit higher, but not that much.
Yeah, but I'm going to tell you the truth. Once I decide, if I move over there and decide, all right, I want to live, this is where I want to live in this area, I'm going to get an unfurnished place and furnish it the way I want it.
Right.
But till I have that, I'm not buying furniture, TV,
Wait,
okay.
The resorts are so cheap over there.
What's that?
You can stay in some of them resorts for so little. It's like,
Yeah, well, it depends on what island you're at.
Yeah.
I guess
And
there's
which resorts.
Yeah. Lady Enchantress in Garden and Travel. She's in Sikihor. And there's a place over there that's pretty cheap that she talks about. That looks pretty nice. But I don't know if I wouldn't want to live in Sikihor. I want a bigger island. I want, and anybody that wants a laid back place, that'd be a good place to go. For me, laid back is when I'm on vacation. I mean, I'm laid back enough. I don't need to be in a laid back place. I want to be able to. I want to be able to walk like Dad's got it right now. They could, go down and get a Starbucks or Dunkin' Donuts. Sorry, Dad.
Yeah.
A Dunkin' Donuts coffee. He's got neighbors he can talk with. I don't know if I want to be in a town as small as Dan because I want a better hospital around me. That's why I say Dumaguete or Cebu.
Yeah.
You got Silverman Hospital, I think, which is part of the university. I think that would be pretty good. But Oramat, that's on the same island as Dan.
Yeah, it's not that far from his house.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know what it's like. I wish there was somebody in that area that I could follow to find out.
Yeah.
But
there probably is. I just don't know who it is.
Yeah, really. And but like I said, I mean, you got to find an area that you're comfortable in. Now, for me, I want some other expats around. I don't mind having Filipinos around me all over, but I'd like to have somebody you can go talk to once a week or twice a week.
Yep.
I want a place that I can go get a cup of coffee and sit down and bullshit with, like I said, some other expats.
Yeah.
I want the malls. I want at least one nice mall where you can go see a movie and get it out. If the power goes down, they usually have air conditioning, so you can go somewhere and stay cool. And you also got to look at the cost of stuff. How much is it going to cost to rent? How much is your utilities going to run you? Because sometimes in some areas your utilities can be higher than your rent.
Yeah, utilities in some areas are really high.
Yes,
they're still less than they are here in the Houston area.
Yeah,
but
that cuts into your budget if you don't.
Right.
If you think, I'm going to get by on $100 a month, and it's $200 or $300.
Yeah.
You know,
I haven't heard anybody having that high, but they might.
I've heard 200. I have heard 200.
Yeah, I've heard.
But it
200.
depends on where you're at, and how much do they use air conditioning compared to how much you'll use it.
Right.
You know, because let's be honest about it. During the day, if I'm home, the air conditioning's on. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Yeah, I want to be comfortable.
And so, like I said, that's stuff you got to look at. And then
Well, Tagwarn and Behold has a nice area.
Yeah. Well,
they have them all, and they got everything. They even got Jollibee.
Yeah, that's what I said. You got it. That's why I would want to go and check out. I'll tell you, that's a place that wouldn't cost you as much because of the heat. Now, I don't know what the electricity would actually cost you for your usage, per watt. But if you went to Valencia, it's higher up in the mountains.
Yeah, Valencia, they don't need
the electric's double.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying in Valencia, you don't use as much electricity because there's so much higher. It's cooler. It would be like Baguio City, but I know I don't want to live in Baguio.
Right.
That's up to no, too far up for me. Have you seen the roads it takes to get up there?
Yeah.
So have I. I mean, it's nice and cool up there, but no, it would take you forever to get anywhere. I mean, the roads are really snake-like roads, man.
Yeah. And like you were saying, Valencia's got pretty decent roads in and out.
And Dumaghetti's only like 20 kilometers or so away.
Probably not that much anymore.
As I said,
it's grown.
So it's not that far away.
Keep in mind too, if you can see the ocean can see you in time of typhoon.
Yeah. Well,
that's another good thing about Valencia and Dumaguete. They're somewhat protected from the typhoons
because of the other islands.
Yeah, they don't get hit real hard.
It's like Cebu's pretty well protected too because of it.
Yeah, because they've got mountains all around them.
So that plus they got islands around them. Dumaguete,
yep.
Negros Orioles on one side. There's another island on the other side.
Yep. I've heard Davao is pretty good that way too.
Yeah.
Well, Tampa Behold got blown away.
Yeah. But now the thing about Davao, they got the 911 system there.
Yeah.
Hey, Girlie, how you doing? Girlie from Variety Vlogs is here. Well, I'm sorry, I just now noticed you.
Hey, Girlie.
Now, Girlie, if you feel comfortable enough, if you want, come on up. If not, just drop LLL, and your channel would be dropped by my Nightbot. That's all you got to do is put in LLL, and I'll drop your channel for you. So anyway, like I said, I can't guarantee that I'm going to ever move to the Philippines, but I can guarantee I'm going to go visit again. I've not been there since my Navy days. My job, I was a ship serviceman. I've been in the service-related field all my life. My very first job was in a restaurant. My second job was in a restaurant. Then I went in the Navy, and I was a ship serviceman. I've worked in the service field almost all my life. Worked in a couple factories, hated them. But anyway, my division, which was S3, we were about 1/3 white, about 1/3 black, and about 1/3 Filipino. We were pretty well evenly split. Now, not quite even, but very close to it. So, like I said, I worked with a lot of different people. I got along great with them. And a lot of my bosses, especially my first ship, were Filipinos. They were the first classes in Chiefs, and second classes when I first got on board ship. So now later on, I had a black first class, black second. I had black third classes above me when I first got there. One of them made second class while I was there. So I mean, my bosses, very few were white, but we got along quite well. And so that's the one. Like I said, I learned to get along with people in the Navy because I grew up in almost all white neighborhood. You know, my grandmother was raised on a reservation. She was half Indian, or Native American, excuse me. And she would always tell everybody she was Caucasian. She wore a lot of powder on her face to make her look whiter. And she would never talk about being raised on the reservation, but she was. Now, but like I said, outside of my grandmother and my mom's family, and not all of them were part Native American, just my mom's immediate family and her mother's family. My Uncle Norm, not Norm, my Uncle Malcolm, my Aunt Edith, and a few others. The rest of them were Caucasian, and that's pretty much what I was raised with. I went to school with blacks, but they didn't live in my neighborhood. So outside of interaction with school, wasn't a lot of interaction with somebody of a different race. And I was never prejudiced. I was never around anybody. And that, like I said, so I really learned to get along with, and really learned about other cultures while I was in the Navy. And I found it quite fascinating, and I enjoyed it when I was in college. I went to school with some people from the Middle East, and I enjoyed the conversation and the back and forth and talking about different stuff. So, hey, Eddie, how you doing? We just lost Mac Denny. I don't know where he went. It wasn't me.
I don't know. He sat back in his chair and disappeared.
Yeah. I don't know if he accidentally cut himself off or not, but
I don't know. Hey, Eddie, how are you?
What should be done tonight, Eddie? Eddie says I should be done tonight.
I guess he's painting.
Okay.
That's what Tim said something about him painting.
Tim painting is completed, putting all the hardware on now and cleaning up. All right, that's what he's doing. But
yeah, that sounds good.
yeah, it's something you enjoy. Like I said, I'm going to be honest with you. I can't paint with a darn. Now, Robert, if he's still here, I don't know if he is, but Robert likes to color for relaxation.
Yeah, he did that on one of his lives.
Yeah, I can do that. Sometimes I have trouble staying inside the lines, but I would have a better shot at that than I would painting.
Yeah.
Even to paint my number would be tough for me. But I used to build model cars when I was younger.
I built model cars, airplanes, and ships.
I pretty much only did the model cars.
Yeah.
And, but give me a minute. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to stop my camera.
Okay.
Well, my nose was starting to run a little bit.
Oh, I know how that works.
Like I said, I didn't want to do it on camera.
Right. Hey, Crystal.
So, what did Crystal say here recently? I don't see it.
Oh, she didn't. Somebody said hi to her, and
Oh,
I
okay.
realized. Oh, she said hi to every man,
Okay.
but that's back a ways.
All right. Well, that's fine.
But I just realized I'd forgotten to say hi to her. So
Okay. Well, yeah, say hi. Tim
that
says,
wouldn't have been nice.
Tim says, lines? We don't need stinking lines.
Yep.
But no. Badges. We don't need stinking badges. I wear a badge, though. I do.
Yeah.
I wear a badge.
Oh yeah.
I'm a security guard. What can I say?
Yep.
Badges? I hate my stinking badge. Uh,
Yeah, but you've been wearing one of those for a long time.
many, many years. If I'd known how long I was going to be in a uniform, I'd have never got out of the Navy.
Really?
Believe me, I could have retired from the Navy a long time ago.
Yeah.
You know? And if you ask me, a much nicer uniform.
Yep. Yeah,
And,
I seen those security guard uniforms. Most of them are real classy.
And Denoy, how you doing, sir?
Hey.
So now we got some Eds here. We got Eddie, Ed Denoy. We did have a Big Mac Daddy. He's another Ed.
Yep.
So we had some Eds here.
Yeah, it was the Ed crew.
Yeah. So I don't know where Dan's at, if he's still in the background or if he's shut down and decided to go somewhere. But,
Well, it's a little early for him to go to Duncan. Well, no, maybe not.
No,
It's
remember now,
9:30 over there.
yeah, it's going on 9:30 there.
Yeah.
I
So
think he
maybe
probably. I'm thinking he might have already went before he came on because he came on late. But you're right. He might have just got up late.
I think he usually goes at 10, but I'm not sure.
Badges? We don't need those stinking badges. And Denoy goes, if you're federalities, where are your badges?
Yeah.
But yeah. So anyway, today's nice and quiet, peaceful. Now today was supposed to be the nicer day of the weekend, and I spent all day in the apartment, working around the apartment. And tomorrow I'll probably get out and run around. But there are some things I really wanted to get done. Like
Now, you probably get snowed on.
Yeah, hopefully not too bad. But I got the wipers up. So if we do get snowed, our freezing rain, it won't freeze to the windows. And,
Yeah.
a lot of people don't do that, but it saves your blades if you do it. If you can pop your windshield wipers up off the,
Oh, yeah.
it will save your blades, make them last a lot longer.
Yeah, because they'll get ate up by that ice.
All right, Tim. We'll see you when you get back, sir.
All right, Tim. Be careful.
It's back in a while. But
Yep.
well, we got 8 people here. Or is who is it? Oh, 9. I got another one joined us. Hello, whoever you are, come on in. And like I said, anybody wants to come up, come on up. I know Eddie's busy right now, but Leonard and I can carry on the conversation for a while.
Yeah, we can do all right.
Now, you said you're going to Manila for a couple days, 2 or 3 days.
Yeah.
Then Cebu, then any place else.
I'm definitely planning on going to Bye Bye City.
All right.
Catch up with Dan and Dumagetti. Try to catch up with a couple of those guys.
Yeah. Now, he's not here tonight, but Robert in Mindanao is over in Dumagetti right now. He got a condo over there, so I don't know how long he's staying.
Yeah.
I don't know if because it's her family, I think, is in Mindanao.
Oh, okay.
And so I guess their place in Florida was flooded, so they went back over the Philippines.
Yeah, that sounds like a good move.
And well, there's going to be a few months, or I'm not sure exactly how long you did say, but I don't remember.
Yeah.
Going to be a few months remodeling the whole place, so
Yeah.
nice, you got to go somewhere. Why not there?
Yeah.
And, yeah. Badger's guy was Benito Alfonso Bidaya E. Diaz de Guzman, April 16, 1904 to December 15, 1957, was a Mexican actor who frequently appeared in U.S. films. All right.
Okay. I remember him.
Yeah.
I remember seeing the name. It's so long.
Yeah. He died young though. He's only 53.
Yeah.
But I was
Well,
just
that happens in the Hollywood class.
well, it happened back then. It happened a lot. A lot of people died younger back then, and so
Yeah, that's true.
53 wasn't old back then, but it wasn't young back then either.
No.
Remember when they first started Social Security, the reason why they picked 62, it was a break-even number. Half the people wouldn't live to see 62, if not more.
Right.
So, that's why they picked the age 62. It was like, all right, 62, over half the people won't live to see it, or half the people won't live to see it. So
Right.
they've been paying into it for all these years, and only a few people get the money, and they
Right.
only get it for a short period of time.
Yeah.
Now we're starting to live a lot longer. That's why one of the reasons why they've been raising the age, and they want to raise it more.
Yeah, they're that one side wants to raise it to 70.
Yeah, they do. For instead of 62 to 70, being the youngest you could retire,
Yeah.
I think, or maybe 65 the youngest and 70 is full retirement instead of
Something like
65.
that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But,
Instead of 66, like I was,
I was 66. I took
Yeah.
it at 66. I was
and,
going to take it at 65, but
well, yeah, you'd have been able to take full retirement at 65, wouldn't you?
no.
Oh, still not?
66 is full retirement for me.
Oh, okay. I didn't remember, those older than me when they could.
Yeah. Well, 66, I was one of the first years of 66.
Oh, okay.
But I went in, I was thinking about doing it at 65 because it wasn't a lot of money difference. It really wasn't. And when I went in to talk to them, they said, well, how much are you going to make? And I told them, well, this is what I made last year. I'll make close to the same amount. And they said, well, then you won't get you won't get any money at all for about 5.5 to 6 months. And if you make more than that, you're going to have to pay some of that back. If you make
Right.
less, we'll pay you the difference.
Yeah.
And I thought, I got to wait that long to get the money. I'm going to be close to 66 by that time. So I might as well wait. Because then I could make a lot more money at 66 than I could at 65. And I wouldn't have to give them any money back.
Yeah.
Now, right after I started taking it, that's when COVID hit. We were shorthanded. I know what I'm going to be getting. Yeah. So anyway, if I'd have known COVID was going to hit and how much overtime I was going to work, I'd have waited at least one more year.
Yeah.
I would have waited at least one more year.
Well, my plan was to retire here in October this year.
Yeah.
That's my full retirement age.
Yeah.
But then I had the stroke and I got forced to retire last year.
Yeah. Well, like I said, if I hadn't had the bills I had, I would have waited to 70 because I knew it was going to work that long anyway. I really would have waited till next year to retire.
Yeah.
But my financial situation was like, either I have to go out and get a second job and, or really watch my P's and Q's and not do anything,
Right.
or take my Social Security. So I took to me, it was the lesser of three evils.
Yeah.
I mean, the next lesser of three evils would have been working a second job.
Yep.
And
Hey,
I really
Larice,
did.
how are you?
Larice has been here for a little while. She stepped away, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I
But,
saw her name, and then I got wrapped up and didn't say hi to her. I don't like it when I forget.
Now, you're doing better than me, Ed. I can only get 3-pack. Yeah, I guess you got to do that every year, don't you, Tim? He says he's got to fill out his dead or alive letter for Social Security. Oh, the guys overseas have to do that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got to talk to Paul or somebody and find out if I do move over there, what I need to do to keep everything all in the up and up, so I'll still get my Social Security.
Which Paul you talking about?
Old dog.
Old dog. Okay, yeah, old dog. Another one you can talk to, Steve.
Steve hadn't got his Social Security yet.
Yeah, but
He's
he can
not old
probably
enough.
tell you what you got to do to stay on the up and up.
Yeah, maybe.
switching-
He does
Uh,
have a lot of really good information about stuff. So
you got to remember, some of those people in his group are retired,
yeah,
getting Social Security.
yeah, he's retired, but he's
I
not.
mean, it doesn't hurt to talk to Paul too, old dog.
Yeah.
But I would talk to Steve as well.
Yeah, definitely. Steve's a good resource.
Yeah, I'm just saying though, because the more resources you have to make your decision, the more informed you're going to be. You don't want to
That's
make your
correct.
you don't want to do it off of just one person.
Yep.
And he's got a Filipino lawyer that they deal with.
Yeah.
They got doctors and dentists and
Yeah, he's got
so-
a lot of real good resources.
yeah.
Well, actually, Steve does too. So
Now, Tim said he had to fill out his dead or alive, and Ed asked him, Ed and I, which one are you, Tim? Tim says, I'm not sure. Tim, I have to say it depends on the day of the week.
yeah.
Today I'm alive. Monday I'll probably be dead.
Hey, don't
Back
say
to
that,
work.
Larry.
It's back to work
Yeah.
Monday. That
Yeah,
kills
don't
me.
say that, man. We'll miss you.
Well, I think I've told you guys I'm looking at changing my work days.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to, if it's been approved, I just don't know when it's going to start. I'm going to go to 4 days a week, still be 40 hours, but it'll be 12 hours on Saturday and Sunday and 8 on Thursday and Friday. And I'll get Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday off.
Yeah, I had a job like that. I went in at 9 o'clock on Friday and got off at noon on Saturday. Then 9 o'clock on Saturday. No, it was 12 hours Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And then I worked less hours on Monday
Now,
and had
I-
Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday off.
I used to work before this, back when I was in Terre Haute. I worked 2 12s and 2 8s. And
That wouldn't be bad.
no, it wasn't bad, but sometimes my boss would split them. In other words, I'd work an 8, then a 12, then an 8, then a 12, or a 12,
That
8,
would
12.
suck. That would
Yeah,
kinda suck.
I went in and told my boss, look, I said, I don't mind this, but I don't care if the 12s are the first 2, the last 2, or the middle 2, but you put those 12s together, because the 8 hours were 8 to 4.
Yeah.
The 12s were 6 to 6. So now you're getting up 2 hours earlier to work to 12.
Right.
Now, if it was 8 to 8, it wouldn't bother me,
Right.
because you're
That
getting up
extra
the
2
same
hours-
time. But
That
you get
extra 2 hours in the morning.
up, getting up 2 hours earlier and then go sleeping another 2, then getting up 2 hours early. No. I said, look,
Yeah,
it's
that-
a lot
that
easier
just
to get up
screws
for
you.
that second one.
That screws your body clock up.
I said, it's a lot easier to get up for that second one right after the first one. So put those 2 together. I don't care where you put the 8s, one end or the other, or at the beginning or at the end. I don't care. Just those 2 12s together. So he did that. And then I switched to 4 10s, working the same place. And I like the 4 10s better. Not necessarily because they were 10 over the other, but because I got every Friday, Saturday, Sunday off.
Yeah. Yeah, Tim, I want to keep my I actually want to keep my Texas address because there's no state income tax coming out of the Social Security. So I won't have to pay any income tax on it. Because mine's not quite enough to have to pay federal.
Oh, yeah, really. There's no state income tax, and the federal. They're talking about raising how much you can make on the federal before they start taxing it too.
Well,
They
there's
haven't raised-
actually, yeah,
they
there's a
haven't-
bill. There's a bill trying to be put through Congress, I think, to eliminate all tax on Social Security.
Dan, make me a couple, would you please? Dan says it's time to make the donuts. So he's going
Yeah.
to Dunkin' Donut now.
Yep. I could take a couple too, Dan.
And so he's going to take his departure and leave us here.
Yep.
But now Dan was talking about some of that stuff last night.
Well, he'd be another good resource on that.
Yeah. But like I said, I don't know what the policy is here in New York. See, the nice thing about it.
Yeah, there are some states with state income tax that don't tax Social Security.
Yeah. Well, I know
So I'm not sure.
my home state of Indiana doesn't tax Social Security.
Yeah.
All right. So when I retire, that's going to be my only income.
Right.
Oh, we got Sammy coming up. Hey, Sammy, how you doing?
Hey, Sammy.
Hello! Morning!
Morning.
I just
Evening.
home. I went to town. That's why I'm staying BG earlier. I wasn't leave.
Dan, we appreciate you having donuts in our honor, but
Yes,
can you
we
also
do.
can you also have a cup of coffee for me?
Yes, that
Where
sounds
is,
good.
where is my coffee, Kuya Dan? My God.
It's a little late. It's a little late in the day for me to drink it.
Where is my coffee ko?
Yeah, Dan, I know California and will tax. They're even worse than New York. New York will tax the heck out of you.
Yep.
But Social Security, I don't know if they tax us on Social Security.
Yeah, I heard once, and I think it's like 22 states don't. but-
Indiana didn't tax on Social Security,
Yeah.
but Indiana is a cold state. So
Yes.
if I stay in the States, Indiana's not one of them, okay? No.
No.
California's not one. I'm not nuts enough to move to California.
Hello.
But, hey, Banana.
Oh my God.
Doing a
I would like to
striptease?
see, I would like to take this opportunity, guys. Kuya Dan is here. Kuya Dan, yesterday I don't have Wi-Fi. I know that you are live stream, Kuya Dan. Sorry for that. And then my data, I don't have much data. Yeah, that's why. Sorry, Kuya Dan.
Hey, Robert.
Robert, you can come up as well if you want. Yeah, I know, Dad. That's where your pension's from, so you will pay forever. But like I said,
Kuya Tim.
I wish I had a pension besides Social Security. I really do.
So
it's
do
my
I.
fault. It's my fault. I don't have one.
Yeah, me too.
Well, my youngest sister. Now she was in my last live stream last weekend.
Yeah.
My youngest sister popped in for a little bit. Now she tried to get me to go to work for the welfare department like she worked for. Well, she retired at 55. She's 61 now, and she works part time. Now I could have retired at 55 or kept working. Knowing me, I probably would have kept working and worked beyond that because I wouldn't have started as young as she did. So I would want to work till I got enough years and enough money. So I probably would have worked till at least 62.
Yeah.
And then retired and maybe got a part-time job or just quit altogether. Now my cousin George, he was
Where are you going, Kuya Dan?
he's going to go
Dunkin'
get some
Donuts.
coffee and donuts.
He always goes to Dunkin' Donuts at this
He's got
time.
to go to Dunkin' Donuts and get his coffee and donuts. Bye-bye.
Be
Take
safe,
care,
man.
Kuya Dan.
Take care, Dan. Take care of Minnie, too. Tell her hi from us. But, so like I said, she just works 2 or 3 days a week now. And I don't know when she's planning on taking her Social Security, but like I said, I got 2 sisters that retired at 55. And like I said, my youngest sister still works part-time. My other sister, who's a little older than I am, she quit at 55. She retired at 55 with 35 years in and never worked again. That was it. She was done. No more. And she's in her 70s. So she hadn't worked since she was 55. So she hadn't worked in 26, 27 years. But she bought a house since she's retired. She's doing quite well for herself. My sisters were always better with money than I am. All right, my brothers and myself, we were lousy with money. Our sisters were good with money, and yeah, Tim, Dad's late for his Dunkin' Donuts. Gotta go get his coffee and his donut.
Oh my god. It's already 9.
Yeah, it's almost 9 o'clock, so he's gotta go get his donuts. It's
Yeah.
almost 10 o'clock. Excuse me, almost 9 here.
Oh my god. Because he sleep late. That's why he wake up late.
Yeah, but so anyway,
Oh, he wake up late because he's playing this one. Joke.
but
Oh, I'm so bad.
my sisters all trying to get me to save money. I just never listened to them. So, like I said, I got nobody to blame but myself.
Yeah.
But,
Well, my problem is every time I try to save any, I get laid off.
well, I've been at the same job for a long time. So
Yeah.
that's not my problem.
Yeah.
Well, my problem
worked as
was
a
I
contractor,
did-
so
Well,
I bounced around a lot.
I was offered a 401k. I was with the company maybe first year, about a year or so, when they first offered it. They didn't offer it before that. Then they offered it. And I thought, no, I'm not going to be here that long. I really wasn't. I should have checked into it. If I realized that you could take it with you, I would have
Yeah.
signed up for it. Because I wasn't planning on being with the company as long as I've been with them. And I thought, well, why start one? Then you got to cut it out and do something else. And my battery's going dead.
Plug it in. Plug it in.
I got to see if I got a plug-in I can plug it into. Let's see. I got the wrong clock in here. Oh, heck. All right, you guys, you two carry on the conversation for a moment. I got to go get a plug.
Okay.
Okay.
Kuya Leonard, take care.
You're not leaving, are you?
What?
You're not leaving, are you?
No, I'm not.
Good.
Not yet because yeah, but at the moment I'm hungry. So I need to make my breakfast soon.
Well, it doesn't take very long to scramble some eggs, so. you'll be
Yeah.
okay.
No, I like to do to make omelette hot dog.
Omelets with hot dogs? That wouldn't be bad.
Luis, hello there. Ed, Dinoy, make a love shout out to you, Ed. Who's others? I fell in love, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la. Is Mr. TV not on?
Who?
Is Mr. TV not on?
No, I remember to turn it down. It's on, but I turned it down.
My asawa likes red hot dog in her eggs. That's Filipino way and banana ketchup. Yeah, Kuya Ed. Yeah, indeed. I love red hot dog. With cheese, oh my god, you can say oh la la. Fabulosa.
Are the red ones hot? Spicy?
No, it's yummy.
Oh, they're not spicy?
No, Sami looks so hot tonight. Huh? Really? And then I make a love shout out. I don't know if you can see I am hot. Yeah, Ed, if you can see my Facebook reel upload. I have And by the way, guys, I would like you to know that this coming 14th is our final bikini show. I hope to see you all there, guys. I invite you.
On the 14th is your final what show?
In this coming 14th, in Kuya Sean Tracker with BS, he's going to do live stream, but I'm the one will going to what do you call this one, to arrange everything. I am his co-host, and
Okay.
we are going to show all
That's
the
Wednesday.
participants, all the participant in bikini show competition. Oh my god.
Now, I got a question for you. What time is it?
That is 8 in the evening in my time. I don't know. I'm not really sure. Maybe
It'd be
7
around-
in the morning in your
That'd be
time.
like
Well,
10 a.m. here.
Depends on where you're at. For
Oh,
me, it'd
it'd
be
be
about 7.
6 a.m.
7 for me. So it'd be about 6 for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, if
And
I,
oh my god, I'm excited, but I'm not expecting to win. You know. Oh my god.
It'll just depend on who else is there.
And my Facebook is getting so crowded at the moment, guys. I get a lot of ting 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 ding 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 dong dong. It because I upload there my very very short, very short short clip in that kind of video.
well, like I said, we'll get you.
Oh my god.
Now, I may not be able to get there right at 7 because I'll be at work, but I'll try to get on.
I'll try to get up early enough.
Crazy Moma, hello there.
Hey, Chrissy.
Well, and right now, because of the time change, we're 13 hours behind the Philippines. Now, before the time change, I was only 12 hours behind the Philippines. I like it better when I'm 12.
Yeah.
So hopefully, when we change again this spring, that's the last time we change.
Yeah, they're talking about that.
Well, they're saying it's going to be the last time, but is it in the spring or is it next fall?
As I recall, they
I-
said they're going to put it on daylight savings time, which is spring.
Yeah,
And
that'll make me
leave it
happy as
there.
all get out. Because
Yeah, I think that's what the general consensus of everybody is that's
well, the
what they
thing
want.
is, on this time, and Sammy doesn't know because they don't change their clocks, which is great. I
No, when
wish
they're
we
close
did.
enough to the equator, it don't matter.
It doesn't change much. But here, because of the time change, it is totally dark around 4:30. Now, if that
Yeah.
time hadn't changed, it would be 5:30 before it got dark. That
Yeah,
hour makes a big difference.
you ought to
Well,
try.
doing
Well,
things after you get off work.
You're up north, so you. I was just gonna say you ought to try back home
I'm
where I'm
hungry
from,
now.
but you're that far north already. So
Well,
Kuya Larry, I do apologize, Kuya Leonard, and guys, to all in the chat. I do apologize, guys. I need to step down because I'm so hungry now. My dinosaur inside in my tummy is getting hungry. Where's my food?
all right. Well, you're welcome to come back up later. We're glad to
I
have
will
you back
stay
up.
in the chat, Kuya. In the BG, okay? Because I
Okay.
use my laptop, and then you are in my laptop playing. Yeah,
And
My
you do like
dinosaur
to-
say that where's my food?
well, yeah, you don't want that thing to get away.
And
Yeah.
I did not. No. Life better at 12? No. Life better at 21? Yes. He goes, and
Okay,
says,
guys, I would like to
like
say
life
bye
better
for
when I
now,
was 12.
guys. Tasty
All right,
eggs.
Sammy. See you in a
Bye,
little bit.
Sammy.
Thank you so
Hopefully you'll
much,
come back up
Kuya.
later.
Thank you so much. I'll be
Alright.
there soon. Yeah.
Alright. You'll be in the
If
background.
time
We
I
appreciate
will
it.
finish cooking, I will come back in the chat. Okay. Thank you so much. Bye for now.
Bye.
All right, bye bye.
Glad to see you. But okay, I was gonna say she's gonna stay up, but no.
I thought she was, but
It looked like she was going to for a moment.
yeah,
She just turned her camera off, then went down.
yeah.
But anyway, like I said, I prefer the other time. Like I said, I'm going to drive to work pretty much in the dark anyway.
Yeah.
So And also, I drive east. It's kind of a northeast, but I drive east to work, which means
Yeah.
I'm driving towards the sun.
Yeah, both ways. That sucks.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I meant the nice thing about it is, after a certain time frame, the sun's no longer in your eyes.
Yeah, that's true.
But then they change. Then they change the clocks, and guess what? It's back in your eyes
Back in
again.
your eyes. Yep. Yeah, I've had jobs where I had sun in my eyes both ways.
Yeah. Well, where I worked at before this was that way. When I was up in Rochester, it was that way. But so it's been that way quite a bit for me. But I chose where I lived at in Rochester area because it put me closer to the family. My oldest sister lived in a place called Elba. So anybody from Batavia, Rochester area knows where, not Batavia, but Buffalo, Rochester area knows where Batavia is at. Well, Elba's right outside of Batavia,
Yeah.
closer towards Rochester, but not by much. And I also had a nephew for a while that was living in Batavia. So, and my oldest nephew lived in, him and his wife and 2 kids live in Elba. They got a nice big house out there. They got 110 acres. Now, he's not a farmer. He rents the farmland out. He's a lawyer. But so it put me closer to my family is what I'm saying. So putting up with the sun a couple times, was
Yeah.
because where I lived at, where the sun wasn't in my eyes, it was only like 12 minutes to work. It was like 40 minutes to go see the family,
Yeah.
and
Sure
now
funny.
when I
Sure
moved to
fun.
where I was at, it was about 20 minutes to work, but only 15 minutes to the family.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure funny what we'll put up with.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I went to see my sister and visit with my sister. Hello, Marilyn. How you doing? Madeline?
Hey, Madeline.
Thank you for the thumbs up. You're welcome to come up. If you don't want to come up, put in LLL and my Nightbot will drop your channel. That's all you got to do is put in 3 L's. Sammy says later, background. But yeah, like I said, and last week my youngest sister came by. And that's the first time she's ever visited my channel. She joined my channel when I was back in Terre Haute. Her and her husband both. She was my 300th member. She's the one that put me to 300. Her husband put me at 299. She put me at 3. Now I'm at 410. But that's all right. Ed says Jakarta, Indonesia used to be called Batavia. That could be. I don't know. I know it's the name Batavia has been used in other places.
Yeah, I know it's been Jakarta for quite a while.
But I'm saying no. I think there's a place in Spain. I think has Batavia. I think
Could be.
but I could be wrong there. But
Yeah,
I
I
know
do not know.
it's old country. I know that.
Yeah.
But well, yeah, Tim. 15 hours to visit my sister now. It takes about 4 hours to go up there from where I live now. And to go visit my family back in Indiana, it takes me about 12 hours to get there driving. Because I drive. I don't fly. I can't see it. I'll drive so far, then I'll spend the night at a hotel. And then I'll drive the rest of the way the next day and do the same thing on the way back. And I stopped either. It was a Dutch colony. Okay. That could be. Yeah, like I said, I'm not. There's a lot of Dutch out here, a lot of names from that area.
Yeah.
Cobbles Kill, I believe Kill means river or creek in Dutch, I believe. When you see when they like there's Lysa Kill, which is a creek not too far from where I live, and there's a couple other things known as Kill. And that's what it refers to. I know it refers to a creek, but I think it's Dutch. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm not sure on
I
that.
think it's not Dutch. But yeah, in New York, they've got Skull Kill. There's like I said, there's And that's the way it's spelled. It's Kill. I mean, kill. But they got Elisha Kill, Lish Kill. I don't think there's another A in there. But I never knew that until I came out here. Hopefully you can, Tim. Like I said, I know the people that are going over there on a tourist visa have to leave the country every 3 years for at least one day.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people will go to they'll go to Hong Kong, or they'll go to Singapore, or they'll go to Vietnam or Thailand, somewhere close by, and maybe take a week or a couple of days and visit that place and come back and start the 3 years all over. Now, Tim, I don't know if Tim listened to me. Leonard, I don't know if anybody talked to you. Now, how much time's left on your passport?
Oh, I got a brand new one.
Okay, good.
I got it in July. No,
Yeah,
I was planning. Yeah, I was planning on going in July,
Yeah.
and then I realized my passport had expired in February, so I
Okay.
had to get a new one.
Yeah.
And I got it just in time, but I had already had to cancel that flight. So
Yeah. Because you weren't sure. I understand that.
yeah, well, that and I had some medical things I wanted to make sure of first.
I think mine expires next year.
Yeah, you got to have at least 6 months.
Yeah, mine expires in September. So before I go, I'll have to get a new one, which I will. I'll get a new one anyway.
Yeah,
Long before I'll get a new one next year. And I'm not planning on going next year, but I'll get a new one next year. Because if I want to go up to Mexico, listen to me. If I want to go up to Canada, I got to have a passport.
yeah,
or
you
an
do now.
enhanced license. And why get an enhanced license when I want a passport?
Yeah,
It doesn't make sense. And
Yeah. yeah, I know. we
Kill
get
Bill.
used to-
All right, Ed. But,
Yep. Yeah, I remember when I was younger, we didn't have to have a passport to go to Canada.
Oh no. Last time I
And-
went to Canada, I didn't have to have one.
No, but I had to go. I had to go up there to work a couple of times, and of course, we had to tell them we were going for meetings
Yeah.
because they won't let you come up to work.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a big visa issue,
Yeah. Well,
and yeah, that was back in 2011, I think, and I had to have a passport for that.
I'm trying to remember the last time I went up. Now, I used to go up to Niagara Falls quite a bit, but I've also been to Montreal and Toronto.
Yeah, I went.
But I never had to have a passport for it.
Yeah, I had
Yeah.
to go. I went to Windsor and Sarnia.
Windsor, isn't that don't they have a casino there?
You know, I don't know. I don't remember.
Isn't that right across from Detroit?
Yeah,
All right, then I know somebody that said they've been there gambling, so I think they do.
highly possible. I know that's where they built the Ford's Windsor engine.
Okay. I remember the Windsor engine.
Yep. I like the Cleveland much better, but
Now, Ed, if I could have the little black blue light, I'll take a 6-pack of little bat up there with me.
yeah,
It's been a while since I've had any, but I always did like the blue. But now,
I don't think I've ever tried it.
now you got Molson and you got Labatt. I always drunk Labatt blue. They call it blue because the label is blue.
Right.
But
Yeah, I've seen it, but I've never tried it.
well, living in this area, a lot of people drink. Well, when I lived up in Rochester, I should say, a lot of people up there drink Labatt or Molson, and
Yeah.
I like the Labatt better. But I usually, if I'm beer, I'm usually domestic. Although, like I said, I like Labatt. Yeah, the 351 Cleveland was a great engine too, Tim.
Yep.
But I'm more if I'm drinking just to relax and be mellow, it's usually a rum and coke.
Yep.
But most people I know drink beer, so that's why I always had around my house. And I don't drink anymore because it's not that I don't drink. I just don't drink by myself. Everybody
Yeah.
I know down here where I'm living now, no one drinks. I know no one run around with. So there's no booze here. There's no need for it because I'm not going to drink by
God damn
myself. Hey, Marianne, how you doing? Welcome to the channel. If you like, you're welcome to come up. If not, type in LLL, and my Nightbot will drop your channel.
Hi, Marion.
Yeah, they make Genesee there in Rochester, Tim. That's where they make Genesee. The brewery's right there. They make a cream ale. Oh, come on, Ed. I didn't say elevated. I said L as in lazy. L. You're funny, Ed.
Yeah, I think he did that on purpose.
Oh, he did.
Well,
You gotta know Ed and his humor.
look at his emoji there. Or not emoji, his dang, what do you call it?
His avatar.
Avatar.
I believe that's the correct term.
I think so. That's the one I was looking for anyway.
Well, I know Ed from Chris and Sabu, and
Okay.
now Sammy's laughing at Ed.
I've seen him on some other live streams.
Yeah,
but
I think he's been to Dan's as well. Like I
It
said,
could
we
be Dan's
Dan
or-
and Ed and the GLBs. We all know each other from Chris and Sabu. That's
yeah,
where
I
we all-
never was on there.
Yeah, well, like I said, that's where we all met up, and
Yeah.
I found out Dan was doing some videos, so I checked his videos out, and then he started doing live stream. And if Dan was here, he'd tell you that I mentioned that he was going to do a live stream on Chris's channel because hoping to get a few of the guys to go to Dan's live stream to help him
Yeah.
out. So, because there you go, Tim, the right kind of L's,
Yeah, there you are.
and
See, it worked.
yeah, it works. You can do it in caps too. It doesn't matter. You can do cap, lowercase, cap. It doesn't matter. But there you go, Robert. Robert, you're welcome to come up, brother, if you're feeling better. It's up to you.
Yeah, how you been doing, Robert? Yeah, haven't really talked to you for a while.
He's been on. He's in Sammy's all the time.
Yeah,
And her
I always
live
say
stream.
hi to him, but we never really talked.
Yeah. But now he's doing well. He's got over. You're over 1,000 subscribers now, right, Robert? If I remember right, you're over 1,000. Do you have your watch hours yet? Come on up and talk to us about it. And but anyway, it just like I said, I enjoyed Dan. I found Dan. He hadn't started live streaming yet. He hadn't moved over yet.
Yeah,
I found him not too long before he moved to the Philippines, but long enough that I was able to go back and watch all of his videos
yeah,
and caught up with him before he moved over. They were still living. They'd already, I think they'd already sold the house, or they were selling the house when I caught up with him. And I caught up right around the time they sold the house. I think it was right after, but it could have been right before.
yeah.
And then I've been following him ever since. And I can't do that with everybody anymore. I got too many people I follow. I'm trying to catch up.
Yeah, I got myself subscribed to so many, I can't keep up with all of them.
But what I'm doing right now is I'm going back and watching whoever I'm behind on. I'll go back a week,
Yeah.
2 weeks, depends on how far behind I am, and I'll watch so many, and to get up to date. Now, once I'm
Yeah.
up to date with them, here's Robert. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Robert, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing, dudes. I mean, just lost my sister, so I'm trying to still
Oh
deal
my
with
God, I'm
that.
so sorry to
Oh,
hear.
man, sorry to hear that, man. I know your sister and you were close.
Yeah,
That's
she.
the one that you were close with, right?
Well, I lost one sister a few months back.
Well, I'm
We're
talking
up
about here
full
recently. You were still close with this sister, right?
Oh yeah, this one here I was very, very close with.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, I remember you talking about her.
Yeah, she's a real sweetheart. She really was, and I had a hard time. I'm having a hard time dealing with it, but you know, I have my beautiful Lunga, you know, that helps me through, helps me stay strong,
Yeah.
and I just know that she's in a better place.
Well, yeah, I know when I lost my father, not comparing things. But
Yeah.
when my father had been sick for a long time. All right. He went on total disability at 47, died at 61. So, like I said, he was sick for a very long time. But no one had to tell me he'd passed when I walked into the hospital room because my father had cancer.
Yeah.
And
My father ended up having brain and lung cancer.
well, my dad had colon.
Yeah.
My father never smoked. He never smoked a cigarette a day in his life, so it wasn't lung cancer or anything like that.
Well, they found out that my dad's was service connected.
Yeah. Well,
Because he was on the old ships that had the asbestos and
yeah. Well, my father wasn't in the service. He drove bombs around the country for the service. He was a civilian truck driver, so he did his bit for the war effort during World War II. But he was a truck driver hauling bombs from place to place.
I'm sorry, Leonard. Hi, brother. I apologize.
Hey, Robert, I know you got stuff going on.
Like I said,
I mean, be rude. Come up here and I say hello to you.
and by the way, Dan said,
no, I understand. You got stuff.
Dan's got the praying hands up for you, Robert.
Thank you, brother Dan. Enjoy your coffee and your donuts.
But
His
anyway,
thing's eclairs, isn't it?
I don't know. He'd have to tell you. Mine would be here they call them coffee cakes. Now,
The crumbly.
No. That's what I think of coffee cakes.
Yeah.
We called them cinnamon rolls. The donut cinnamon roll.
Oh, okay.
But I went to a Dunkin' Donut when I was working at the recruitment office for Amazon as a security guard. I've always been a security guard.
Mm-hmm.
There was a Dunkin' Donuts close to the recruitment office, and I stopped in there and I asked for a cinnamon roll. Well, we don't have any cinnamon rolls. We got something. We got a coffee cake. I said, I don't want a coffee cake. So I took, glaze. And then the next time I went in, they had a real long line for the drive-through. So I got out and walked in. And that's when I noticed they had the cinnamon rolls. They just called them coffee cakes. It's like,
they call them cinnamon rolls here.
yeah, well, they called it cinnamon rolls in Rochester.
See, my grandmother used to make homemade, like honey buns and pecan rolls and.
Well, Dan says he's at the Dunkin' Donut enjoying a Boston cream, so he's in the background.
Yeah, so I know he liked the ones that had the filling in them.
Well, I like the filling. I like the chocolate covered with the cream. I'm not sure if it's the Boston cream or the other cream.
You talking about the donut or the eclair?
Yeah, the donut. The Boston cream is a donut.
Yeah, the eclair,
That's what I was thinking of too, Robert.
Yeah, because the eclair had the vanilla in it, I think.
Yeah, well, so does the Boston cream, but there's two styles of cream donuts. One has a whitish, kind of fluffy like cream. The other one's more of a pudding like cream.
Yeah,
I like the one that's more fluffy, the white stuff, not the pudding stuff.
Yeah, like the stuff that's made like from that confectionery sugar where they whip it up really fine. Yeah,
it's whipped up real well and it's thicker. The other one's more runny.
Mm-hmm.
I like the thicker kind. It's almost the same kind of cream that they put in the the cupcakes and stuff.
Yeah.
The Hostess
Oh, yeah.
cupcakes.
Well, I know
That
you.
kinda
I
cream.
know you got the buttercream icing and stuff like that. That's real soft and kind of fluffy like that. But I can't eat that stuff anymore, Larry. I mean,
Well, I'm diabetic. I got to
I mean,
really limit.
I do have my weakness, and my weakness is every now and then I want ice cream and
Actually, mine's cookie.
chocolate and chocolate. I love my Hershey bars, and every now and then I'll get a Hershey bar, and I'll go on a
Hey, sissy mama, welcome. But
hello,
like I
Chrissy
said,
Mama.
like you said, though, I mean, mine. I have a cookie. I love the oatmeal raisin cookies.
Mm-hmm.
When they're
Oh, yeah,
soft,
those are
still when they're
great.
soft,
Yeah.
are the candy cookies. You know, got the M&M candies in it.
Yeah.
I like those too.
Yeah,
But,
I just got to watch what I eat now. I mean, I love all that stuff, but I just got to really watch what I eat.
Yeah.
It's
Well, like I said,
like I said, I'm doing for two reasons: my health, one, and two, I'm trying to keep the weight off of me, so it doesn't put all the pressure on this knee until it gets fixed.
Well, yeah, I understand that. I'm looking at maybe joining a gym
Yeah.
because the weather's starting to turn bad,
Mm-hmm.
and I like to walk. I got an exercise bicycle. I have one in my apartment, but I don't use it. I like walking,
Yeah.
and I got to set up my living room. So once I get my living room set up, I'll put up a video of my living room.
Well, I mean, I have a gym here where I live at. They got I think a treadmill, a couple bikes.
The treadmill's all I need.
Yeah. They have all that over there, and I haven't been over there, but I haven't been over there once.
Yeah.
I think I've been to the swimming pool twice.
I've not been to. We got a swimming pool, we got a tennis court, and we got a basketball court.
Yeah.
Outside of videotaping them, I've not done anything with them.
I mean, we had a volleyball court, and when the new owners took over, they tore it down and they turned it into a what do you call it? Like a dog walking park area.
Yeah, a dog park.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, maybe they figured not enough people were using the volleyball.
Yeah.
You know, if there are not enough people using it, then it makes sense to put something in that somebody will use.
Yeah, well,
videos,
that, and I think people were complaining because they would go walking down the sidewalk or try to cut through the grass and stepping in a pile of dog crap.
Yeah.
So I guess they decided to make an area where.
Yeah, go there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that makes sense. I mean, I love dogs. I like cats, but I love dogs.
Yeah.
But for me, it doesn't make sense to have one.
Oh.
You know, I'm not. Now, a cat wouldn't be so bad, all right?
Yeah.
But you can't declaw a cat in New York. It's against the law.
Really?
But I'm not having a cat that's got claws because they tear up everything.
Yeah, tear up your furniture, tear up your
Well, you got to stay on them. I mean, I had to learn. I had to learn how to do that to clip their claws, and
you got to spray them with water.
And I trained them, like you said. I had a water bottle, full water, squirt bottle.
Yeah, and just squirt them.
And anytime they went near my furniture, I pointed at them, and then they got the idea. You know, they stopped doing it.
Once they got wet a couple times, yeah.
Yeah, once I got them a few times, and they see me pick up that bottle, they said, I don't feel like getting wet, and they leave it. And then finally, it got to the point I didn't have to use the water bottle anymore. They knew. They just stopped doing it.
Yeah, but like I said, though, I'm gone so much, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, cats are independent, brother.
Oh yeah, but you still got to train them. I'm not.
Yeah, they're hard to train too.
Yeah, they're a lot harder to train.
Well, because they think on their own.
Yeah, and also they're very independent cusses.
I mean, you can put a house cat out in the wild, and it's going to survive. You put a dog out that's been raised in a house, it's not going to survive like a cat. A cat's natural instinct will kick in, and it'll survive.
Yeah, well, a cat's an carnivores. So
Well, it's all ingrained in them. They're hunters.
yeah,
Well,
yeah, it's just natural instinct.
Natural instinct.
yeah. A friend of mine had a Malamute, and you take it out in the woods, and it wanted to chase everything,
Yeah, I hadn't.
try to
I
catch
hadn't.
it.
I'm
But,
sorry, Larry.
well, I'm just saying. No, I mean, he sniffed the snow if he's and just try to track him through the snow, and
Yeah, I had a
but,
Nikita.
yeah. But like I said, I love dogs. But
Yeah, I had a Nikita and got him as a pup.
but I'm just thinking
And,
that when you're gone for 8 hours, and nobody to let them out.
Well, see, it's here. I've seen people that I live here that have these big, humongous dogs, like shepherds, bull mastiffs. Somebody's got a Great Dane lives here, and I look at it this way. It's great. It's a beautiful dog. It's not fair to a dog to live in an apartment complex. I mean,
Not
a
a
dog
big dog.
like that,
Not
Not
a
a
big
big
dog.
dog like that.
big dog like that needs a yard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like I said, plus you need to be home more. If you got a wife or kids that are home a lot when
Yeah.
you're not, it's fine.
I mean,
You can take them
I
out and go for. My upstairs neighbor has 2 dogs, and she'll take them out walking all the time. She'll go out for a walk, take the dogs with her. But that's what you got to do.
Yep.
You have to take them out a lot. Well, I'm not home, and then like I said, I'm trying to change my shift where I'm working 2 12s. That's not good for a dog.
no.
And then if you go on vacation, you either got to be able to find a place that'll let you take the dogs with you.
Well, your
Or you gotta
shift,
put 'em-
your shifts are kind of like a nurse or a
Well, right now,
policeman, right? I
Yeah.
mean, do you do like, I think they do like 10 or 11s, like 2 days in a row, and then they're off
Well,
3, and then they,
what I'm doing right now is I'm working 5/8.
yeah,
But I want to switch, and it's been approved. I just don't know when it's going to start. I'm going to work 2 12s and 2 8s. It's going to be Thursday, Fridays. It'll be 7 to 3, and then Saturday and Sunday it'll be 7 to 7. I'll have every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday off.
yeah,
And some people say, "Oh, I don't know. I don't like those 12-hour shifts." It's like for an extra day off, I'd work 3 12s if I could do it and take 4 days
Yeah.
off. I'd gladly do it.
yeah. I know a mutual friend that we all rode to the Philippines. He's been doing 80-hour shifts.
Yeah, he's in the Philippines right now. Danny is.
No, he's supposed to be leaving soon to go.
No, he's there. He's posted videos from there. Yeah, he was going to be there for Christmas. Remember?
Yeah, I knew that he was leaving to go in December. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's already left. I can't remember what day he landed.
Dude, I spoke with
unless
him.
he-
I spoke with him on Messenger the other day when my sister passed, and
Yeah. Well, he put up a short, and he's with his wife, and she's mad about something, and she is just going off.
oh, that because of the Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
They
And
were charging some crazy price for the Wi-Fi.
Yeah. So I told Danny my in the comment section, I said, just be glad it's not you she's mad at. Because she was going off, man. Which I
Well,
don't blame her.
that's how he titled it. The Mad Filipina.
Yeah. I just said, just be glad she's not mad at you.
He's just sitting in the back going, she's angry.
You can tell she was angry, man. No ifs, ands,
I mean,
or buts about it.
me and Sammy and her and Danny and Irene have done a video call together. She's a sweet girl. She really is.
Well, I think that video is from when he first got there.
Yeah,
That's what I'm thinking. That's when they first got there. Now I could be wrong because I know isn't his son and somebody else going with him this time?
Oh, he was taking his mom and his uncle, I think.
Was it his uncle? Okay.
His
I
mom
know he
and
was taking-
and his mother, because he wants his mother and his uncle to meet Irene.
Yeah, I knew he was taking his mother. I couldn't remember who. I knew it was another male relative, but I couldn't remember who.
Yeah,
But I knew his mother was going. And
but I knew. Yeah, his mom. I know for sure. Now the other, I don't know. I might be wrong. I might not. I think it was his uncle.
But Now, Chrissy
Yeah.
Mama, drop in LLL, and my Nightbot will drop your channel.
I mean,
listing.
Danny, just like you and everybody else. I mean, I've developed a great friendship with Danny. He's a good guy.
Well, like I said, from what I can tell, he is. I haven't communicated quite as much as you and
Yeah,
Sammy would.
yeah. Well, like I said, when I was going through all my health stuff, and I mean, he's a nurse,
Yeah,
and
him and his buddy both.
yeah, and I took my blood pressure one day once my sister had passed, and it went through the ceiling.
Yeah.
And I messaged and sent him a picture of it, and he said, "You need to get that under control, brother. That's not good." But like I said, I'm just thankful for the friends that I have, and
Yeah.
the relationship I have with Sammy. I mean, it helps
Oh yeah. Oh
a
yeah.
lot. And at first, yes. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, guys. When I first found out, I mean, it really, really messed me up.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm slowly getting better. It's still on my mind, but see, I'm being a Christian. I'm not trying to talk religion, Larry.
No. That's I was
I mean,
I was raised old fashioned Pentecostal, buddy.
She was before she retired, she was an officer in Salvation Army.
Yeah.
Very, very devout Christian, and
So most of my sisters.
uh,
I said I was
And I-
raised. If you know what old fashioned Pentecostal is, I was raised old fashioned
Yeah.
Pentecostal. They believe in hallelujah, amen, brother, and
Yeah.
speaking in the tongues. That's what I was raised. Now that's not what I am, but that's the way I was raised.
but her and her husband devoted their lives to the Salvation Army, and then they retired, and she lost her husband like 5 months ago, and
Well, they say they've been married a long time.
oh God, they were married for over 50 something years. Yeah.
They say a lot of times when couples have been married for a long time, not always, but a lot of times when a couple's been married a long time, one dies, the other one doesn't die too long afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Her
I've seen that a lot.
her
Well,
husband was a great guy. He was.
My Uncle George and my Aunt Gloria, they'd been married over 50 years.
Yeah, because
Well
he
over
was back.
50.
Yeah,
They were
he was back.
Married
Sorry.
over 60. Like I said, they were married over 60 years. And my Aunt Gloria went first. She sat down and passed away. Then my Uncle George went not too much longer.
Well, when my father died, my mom probably lingered for another 13, 14 years.
Well, my mom's been around a lot longer than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine too.
My mom's been around for over 40 years.
Yeah, but this sister here is the one that I was probably the closest to.
Yeah.
I'm not right, I don't mean to say this to look bad or anything. I just don't have a very close relationship with my siblings.
Yeah.
When my dad died, everybody just kind of went their own directions,
Yeah.
And he was kind of like the glue that held the family together, if you know what I mean. And when he passed, everybody just kind of went their own directions, and that's not the way he raised us. He always raised us to family came first. You stick together.
Well, the one thing about my family and
All right.
I talk about it. I talk about it a little bit in the before I was Lazy Larry. We moved so much that a lot of times the only friends you really could count on was the family.
Mm-hmm.
By the time I was 12, I lived in 18 houses.
I mean, we were Irish,
Yeah.
so you should know what I mean. Irish, very tight knit.
Oh, yeah. But I'm just saying, 18 houses, 6 different elementary schools, and one of them twice. So
Yeah.
you change schools a lot. Who do you got around you? Your brothers and your sisters.
Yeah.
So our dad was the same way, family first. But he was a great believer in friends as well.
Yeah.
But now, like I said, my dad died at 61. My mom would have been 54. She
Yeah.
was 54 because she was 7 years younger than my dad. But she's 96. She'll be 97 next month.
Yeah. Yeah.
So like I said, she's been around a long time after my dad died.
Yeah, my papa died. He passed at 58.
My dad was 61. Well, like I said, when he passed, nobody had to tell me he passed. I walked into his room and he looked peaceful. No pain. I mean, you could tell he wasn't in pain. So nobody had to tell me he was passed because that's the only way he wasn't going to be in pain. Because even when he was sleeping, you could tell he was in pain.
Well, see, that's kind of, if you don't mind, I kind of tell you the story on that, and that's what kind of made my mind up to go in the service. He wanted to die, and once he was diagnosed with the cancer, there was a hospital bed in the living room. He wanted to be around family.
Yeah.
And I'm the one that went out that morning, and I could tell before I even went up to the bed, I knew he was gone. And
Well, my dad was in the hospital.
and I just kind of lost it.
Yeah.
I went out the door. My mother yelled my name. I went out the door, and I disappeared for 2 months. And no one could find me, anything. And that's when I did a lot of soul searching and thinking. And that's when I made the decision to go into the service.
Yeah. Well, see, I wasn't there when my dad passed because, well, this is back in 81. And anyway, the thing was, I think it was 81. It might have been 80. But it was before the cell phones, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And we could tell it was getting close to time. Well, my younger brother wasn't there. So I went looking for my younger brother. And by the time I got my younger brother, we made it back to the hospital room. My father had passed. So like I said, nobody had to tell us because when you walked in, he was laying there completely peaceful, no pain at all. Yeah, it made me cry, but it was like, I didn't want to say, well, no, Dad, you got to stay because I knew you could tell he was at peace. Now, that was totally different with my older brother when he passed because we knew he was sick for maybe, I doubt if it was a month. And,
Well, I could tell, like I said, before I got up to his bed, I knew he was gone. He looked peaceful because toward the end, he was in a lot of pain.
Yeah.
Even with the pain medicine he was giving him.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. You could tell because, like I said, even when he was sleeping, you could see the pain on his face.
Yeah, because they had him on some heavy weight pain medication, and he was still feeling the pain. Having lung cancer and brain cancer.
My older brother had brain cancer, and he didn't smoke either.
My father was a smoker, but they did say that it was service connected to.
Oh yeah,
being on the shift with all the asbestos and being exposed to it. And
I'm going to tell you the truth. It wouldn't surprise me if that turned out what got my brother. My brother was a repairman in the Navy, so it wouldn't be surprised. I
was one of some of the older ships, but I never got into where I was exposed to that.
Yeah. Well, we still had asbestos on ships when I was in. That was back in the 70s.
Well, anything Vietnam War and down probably had asbestos in it.
Yeah, and they replaced a lot of that stuff. But like I said, I was assigned somewhere else to work when it was being replaced. So,
and it's just not that either, Larry. I mean, I was an automotive mechanic.
Yeah, but
so I probably have been exposed to it being a mechanic for as long as I was.
Saying on the ship, if I was, it was a limited exposure for me. All right, because I was a serviceman. I was a ship serviceman.
Unless you're getting into the walls and in the interior of the ship, you're not going to be exposed to it.
The thing is, some of the pipes where I worked at was insulated with that. Yeah. They're insulated. So if some of the insulation had to be replaced. But when they were doing that, everybody that worked in the laundry, which is where I was working at the time, that the pipes had to be re-insulated, we went to another ship to work.
Mm-hmm.
So we might have been exposed a little bit before they did it, but after they done it, we wouldn't have been exposed at all, even if they used because it would have been until it breaks down. It's not dangerous
until you break it down and you get it airborne. Yeah.
Yeah. So, like I said,
I had a friend that was doing that in a remodel on something, and they actually had to wear the suits and the respirator.
Well, back then they didn't do that.
Well, they do that now because
I
it's,
know,
it's
but I'm just saying that
required. So.
back when your dad was in, back in the 60s and 70s, they didn't do that.
Oh God, no! They were exposed to a lot of stuff.
Like I said,
I
my
mean-
brother was into repair, so there's a chance he was exposed to it. I don't know.
I mean, some of the old automotive stuff that I worked on, they coated everything in asbestos to insulate it,
Yeah.
and plus it's heat resistant. So that's the other reason they use it.
Oh yeah. Well, like I said, the steam pipes are
Um,
covered with it. The steam pipes will get up to 450 degrees or hotter.
And you get a car engine. I mean, they want something that's going to be able to take the heat, that's durable, and not going to break down, crumble, and
Hey Timmy, how you doing? Frederica, how you doing?
Hey, Frederica.
Frederica and Timmy.
brother
put
Larry,
an
I'm gonna have to step down, brother. All right.
All right, you come back up if you feel like it later, man.
All right, brother.
You're-
Yeah,
you're
take
all right,
care.
Robert.
Take care of
Take
yourself,
care.
Leonard, and take
And
care of
sorry to hear
everybody
about
in
your
the
sister,
chat.
man. Sorry
Thank
to hear
you
about
so
your
much.
sister.
Thank you so much,
We'll pray for your family, man.
and thank you to everybody in my YouTube family for the prayers and everything.
Yeah.
Y'all have a wonderful day or night.
You too, man.
All right, Robert. Be safe.
Yeah. Now, Timmy and Frederica, if you have, I know Timmy has it. I don't know if Frederica has a YouTube channel, but if you type in LLL, it will put your link up in the chat. My Nightbot will. It does it automatically. All you got to do is type in LLL, and we'll get you up there. I don't do a lot of jackets because I prefer to do it this way. Because that way, if somebody new coming in, I don't know them, they can still do it. We can always put in more jackets as we go along if we need to. I think, Leonard, you got a jacket, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I know Dan's got one. I think Sam and Sammy, I think, has got one. I could be wrong. I should give her one if she did. Robert Simmons and Sammy's both got them. Yeah, I thought so. I think Tim may have one. These are people that come almost every time I have a live. And so, you know, and like I said, oh, by the way, Frederica or Timmy, if you want to come up, you can come up and tell people about yourself or just chat back and forth with me and Leonard. We're both friendly. I don't bite. Well, I would, but you know,
Yeah.
I can't do it through the screen. So
Yeah, I haven't bit anybody for a long time.
no, I'm afraid they'd slap me. And then I'd have to cry and look like a little girl, a
Yeah.
little boy. I mean, come on, that's not manly for a guy my age.
Nope,
And
I agree.
but, so yeah, it just you got to do what you enjoy. And I'm sorry to hear about. Kim says he don't need a sneaking jacket,
He's got one though.
but you got one, Tim. I'm sorry, Tim. You want me to take it back? I don't know how to do it. But no, like I said, I mean, my father passing was a lot easier on me because of how long he'd been sick. Both my brothers are a lot tougher, and my younger brother was a little easier because he was sick longer than my older brother. Like I said, my older brother was about a month or so, and then he was gone. My younger brother was almost 6 months,
Wow.
and we knew that he was passing. And so both my brothers are gone, but all four of my sisters are still alive. I've outlived all the males in my immediate family. Like I said, my grandfather, my great-grandfather, my mom's older brother, they all lived to be about 92. And my great-uncle Orange, which is my grandmother's brother, he lived to be about 96, 97. So there's some longevity on both sides of my mom's family.
My granddad was 96.
Yeah. Like I said, my
And the other one
grandfather
was 89.
Like I said, my grandfather was 92. He lived about 2 days beyond his 92nd birthday. My grandfather was around 92. I don't know exactly how far past his birthday he lived. I don't remember when he passed. If I did, I could tell you. He's the one I'm named after. I missed his birthday by one day. Now his name was Lawrence, but my mom thought that was too stuffy, so my real name is Larry, not Lawrence. Oh, you'd be surprised how many teachers and everybody else tried to tell me my name was Lawrence when I was a kid. I got in a lot of trouble for that because I refused to admit my name was Lawrence. Even cussed out a teacher and a principal one time because they kept calling me Lawrence.
Yeah, they always tried to put an O in my name.
Yeah. But yeah. But like I said, with me,
it's not as not as
they're
rough
just
as-
misspelling your name. I mean, with me, it was
Yeah.
trying to tell me my name. I had a teacher tell me, no, your name's not Larry, it's Lawrence. They just call you Larry. And I don't know how many times I kept trying to tell her my name was Larry. And I finally got tired of it, and I told her, listen, God bless it. My ranking name is Larry, not Lawrence. Hey, Des, how you doing?
Hey, Des, haven't seen you for a while.
She was in Dan's last night.
Hmm.
But
I must have missed her.
yeah, she was there. I don't think she was there for real long, but she was there. But anyway, so they took me to the principal's office, and he did the same thing. Kept trying to tell me my name was Lawrence. So I wouldn't admit my name was Lawrence. So they called my mother, and they said, we're having trouble with your son, Lawrence. And my mother went off. Now, my mom don't cuss, but she let him know what she thought and said his name is Larry. That's the name I gave him. His name is not Lawrence. I do not like the name Lawrence. That's why I named him Larry. And they went, oh, we're dumb. He's not. We're the dummies. So after that, nobody called me Lawrence at that school. I went to that school for 3 years.
Yeah.
So for the first 3 years.
Teachers don't like to be proven wrong.
Oh, no. But they were proven wrong. They weren't as smart as they thought.
Yeah.
But I actually knew a couple other people whose real name was Larry. It was, for my age group, it's not that uncommon.
Yeah, I had a couple of friends I went to school with named Larry.
Yeah. It's just the parents thought Lawrence is too stuffy, and they gave their loved one's nickname to their kids. That's what happened with me. My grandfather, my mom's grandfather, my great-grandfather, his name was Lawrence, but his nickname was Larry, and I was named after him. But I got his nickname. I missed his birthday by one day.
No.
So that's how I got the name Larry. Now the name Lazy, I explained that in a video. If you want to know that one, you can do that. But Des, if you want, you can come up. Dan was in the background. He's at Dunkin' Donuts. I don't know if he's still listening in the background or not, but he was in the
I
background.
don't know. He was commenting.
I know, but like I said, he may be moving now, not able to comment.
Yeah.
So
That's
he
true.
may be listening, but he may have gone offline because your phones
Yeah.
only last for so long without recharging. That's what happened with mine. It's got down to 5%. Now it's up to 21%. I got to remember to change these these clocks around. I got a clock that's I have in my living room that has two charger outlets. And I don't really need it in the living room. So I think I'm going to take the clock I got here at my computer, take it out to my living room and bring that one in here.
Okay.
And so whenever I need to, because the other charger I got, if I use this other charger, it wants to download information to the computer because it's hooked up to the computer. And it takes forever. And I mean forever to get any kind of charge.
They are much slower, yeah.
Yeah, and it will never fully charge it until, it just keeps it from going dead. It's basically all it does.
Yeah.
So I went and got a charger for my nightstand and brought it over here and plugged it in. I'll have to take it back to the nightstand when I'm ready to go to bed to plug my phone in while I'm sleeping to charge it up.
Yeah.
And so we'll do that here in a little bit. But so, like I said, I'm going to go ahead whenever, either later tonight before I go to bed or tomorrow after I get off work. Oh, wait a minute. Tomorrow's Sunday.
Yeah.
Never mind. Sometime tomorrow I'll do it. Oh, that's all right. For some reason on Friday, I was thinking Thursday. And there's this one guy, he comes in, he's a contractor. Because I work in a warehouse, it's a food warehouse, okay? So they set traps all around, you know, because you got food, you want to make sure you get all the mice and stuff, all the
Right.
pests. So he comes in every Friday and checks the traps and resets them if anything had been caught. And he came in, I said, "Oh, you're here to," for some reason, I knew it was Friday, but for some reason I just went blank thinking Thursday. And, but then it's like, oh yeah, today is Friday. Thank God.
Yeah, I have a day like that every now and then.
Man, like I said, you know, let me hit the lotto. Not the millions and millions of dollars. I don't want that. I won't turn it down, but that's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Let me hit the lotto where I can pay off all my bills, put
Yep.
some money back in the bank, and live off what I got coming in, even here in the States.
Yep.
Because, like I said, I'm not going anywhere till my mother passes. I hate to be morbid. My
No,
mom's
but I
not-
mean, it's understandable.
well, like I said, 10 years ago or 20 years ago, it'd been a different ball game.
Right.
You know, back when she was in her 80s or 70s. But she's 96 years old.
Yeah, my mother's 85 now.
You know, like I said, she's getting to the point where, you know, you can go now, but you wait much longer. You know, now if you got the money to come back and forth, if your mom's still in good health, see, my mom's not in good health anymore either.
Mine isn't either. She's in worse shape than I am.
Well, my mom's, we had to put her in a nursing home. She was living with two of my sisters.
Yeah.
And matter of fact, that's the
Yeah.
sisters I was staying with when I went back home. And
Yeah.
but she started falling a lot.
Yeah. No, my mom's wheelchair bound. She can't even use a walker now.
Well, she can, but the thing is, my mom was falling all the time. You know,
Yeah.
I shouldn't say all the time, but quite a bit. And
Once is too much.
yeah, well, I got one sister's got MS, and so she can't help my mom up.
Right.
And my other sister's in worse shape than I am. I'm in better health than she is. They're both in their 70s. Now, my oldest sister, who's 10 years older than I am, she's in better health than they are. She's in really good health. She's almost 80.
Yeah.
But her and her husband both are in pretty good health. And so, you know, sometimes they could help. My one sister could help her up, but they also had neighbors would come over. But a lot of times they couldn't help her up. And when I was home, I went home because I heard she was falling, how much she had fallen here in the last couple of months. So I took some vacation, went home. This is before COVID. I went home, and while I was home, she fell 2 times while I was home. And I was only home for a week.
Yeah.
Now,
That's
the first time she stumbled, and I had an air mattress I was sleeping on. She fell on it, but she was able to get back up because my air mattress set like a regular bed. It's not that high up.
Yeah.
So she just landed on it and got back up. I found out about that later. The next time she fell, she bruised her knee real bad, her legs real bad, big old black eye, bruised face. And I went and picked her up, and she was just in pain. I put her on a chair, and it's like, because I was going to take her to the hospital.
Yeah.
As much pain she was in, it's like, no, we're calling an ambulance. So we called an ambulance, and we took her to the hospital. And I got a hold. My oldest sister came home that day. It was the day I was leaving when this happened. I was leaving that day.
Oh, wow.
No, I was leaving the next day. Excuse me. So we got her in the hospital. Now the next day I'm leaving. My oldest sister's coming home to check things out, and we all got together, all 5 of us, my 4 sisters and myself, and we said, "Hey, look, Ruth Ann, Altie, she can't stay with you anymore. You can't do this, because she continues to fall like this. They're going to accuse you of elder abuse."
Yeah, or she's going to be seriously hurt, break a hip or something.
Well, it's either they're going to say elder abuse either because you're intentionally hurting her or you're intentionally neglect. You know,
Right.
You're just neglecting her needs. Like I said, because they couldn't help her up, and she needed help 24/7. and they couldn't
Yeah.
do that. And my other sisters, like I said, one lived in New York, and the other one worked at that time, still worked. She hadn't retired she retired, but she was still working, and she was married, so she couldn't really do it. And so because of her injury, she had to go to a rehab center anyway.
Yeah.
And they got her in a rehab center that also had a nursing home attached to it. So she was in the rehab, and when they could, they moved her into the nursing home part.
Oh, yeah.
And she's been there since. Matter of fact, the one camera where I say I'm getting ready to leave Terre Haute to go back home, that building, that's where she's at.
Oh, okay.
That's the nursing home. She's at that brick building. I stopped by to see my mom before I left. I went and seen her, and then I took off for home. And but you know, and like I said, not too long after she was in there, they had the COVID. You know, I think it was the next year, the year after. But I mean, she went, because when they first went in there, my sisters, all three of them, and my niece and her daughter, which was my great niece, they took turns going to see her almost every day. Somebody went in to see her and spend, time talking with her. So it wasn't too bad. But then COVID happened.
And then they
They
couldn't.
couldn't, they couldn't go in. And for a while they could go to the window, but that's not the same thing. And
Right.
then, you couldn't even go to the window. They didn't want you anywhere near the place. And the reason why I got my COVID shots is so when I went home, I could go see my mom.
Right.
Because, at the time, it was like, well, if you don't have your COVID shot, you can come in and see her. You could actually go in. And this
Yeah.
is not this time, but the time before I went home after COVID. And
Yeah.
so now I've had the first shot and the second shot. And
Yeah. That's where I'm at.
I had one booster. I think the fourth booster's up. And I went in and got my flu shot this year. They asked me if I was going to get the COVID, and I said no. It does not prevent you from catching it. It does not prevent you from passing it on.
But it keeps you from dying.
I don't care. I'm not getting another shot.
Yeah.
I'm just not doing it.
Well,
They
I've
said,
had
well, the nurse looked at me and said, well, the flu shot doesn't guarantee you won't get it. I said, it guarantees I won't get the one that they give me the shot for. Sometimes another strain comes out that they weren't prepared for, and you get that flu. But the flu can kill you too. You know how many people don't get the flu shot?
Oh, yeah.
Until I moved out here to New York, never got the flu shot. The only
I've
thing
had the flu shot one time in my life, and that was when I was required to for my job.
well,
'Cause
I
worked
get
at
it.
the hospital.
I get it every year because of my sister, my oldest sister.
Well, no, I understand that.
Like I said, she's got that curvature of the spine, so her lung capacity is not that great. And so I don't want to take a chance on getting the flu if I can get the shot and keep from getting the flu and passing it on to her.
Yeah,
if I
no,
get the-
you got
Well,
a
I'm saying-
legitimate reason.
Yeah, but the COVID doesn't keep you from passing it. If it would keep me from passing it on, I would get the shot. If it would keep me from getting it, I'd get the shot. But when it won't do either one, and it's even for the one that they designed it for won't do it, keep the shot. I mean, I'm willing to gamble. If I, like I said, I'm 69 going on 70. I'm going to have to say I've had a decent life. Now, don't get me wrong. I'd love to live a lot longer.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
Yeah, I
mind
mean,
seeing
you and me both.
if I have my health, I wouldn't mind seeing 100.
Yep.
But I'm not going to go get a shot that's not going to me, I don't see where it does me any good. I'm sorry. I just don't see it. You come up with a vaccine that will keep me from getting it, I will gladly take the shot. But otherwise, no. Are you frozen or are you just looking up at something? Oh, you're just looking up at something.
Yeah, I was just looking up.
Okay. Well,
Thought I was falling asleep.
I saw you sat there going, is he
Oh,
looking
no.
at something or is he frozen?
Yeah, no, I didn't. No, I was just looking at something.
Well, Tim, you said you used to go to a bar by the name of Lawrence. I used to have some friends who the last name was Lawrence.
Yeah, I actually went to school, high school with somebody named Lawrence. Last name.
That was their last name. They were family friends of the family. Jimmy Lawrence was my age,
Yeah.
but we didn't go to the same school. But my dad knew his parent. My mom and dad knew his parents somehow, so his kids got to know the kids. We didn't live
Yep.
live real far apart, but we didn't live. Except we lived far enough apart that we didn't go to the same schools. But I did know them.
Yep.
Yeah, Tim, I can understand that. Calendars don't have any use in your home. They still do in mine because I'm still working. And besides that, the phone takes care of a lot of that information for you.
Yep.
You got a cell phone. I don't have a calendar in the house, but I have it. I used to, but I quit using them. And so we just do what we got to do. Now, Des, you still out there? Madeline? Clarice? I know Tim's still out there,
Yeah.
but now Des talked not too long ago, so I think she's still there, but I'm not sure about everybody else.
Yeah.
Timmy, it's been a while. Like I said, I wish come on up. Des, Maurice, Madeline, come on up. Timmy, come up and talk. Give us some information. I haven't seen Eddie for quite some time, but he was finishing up his painting.
Yeah.
He said it was almost done. His wife's probably getting about home, so it's probably about time for supper.
Yeah, probably.
Well, it's only about 6 or 7 where he's at.
Oh, okay.
He's in New Mexico, and I want to say it's about 7 o'clock where he's at. I could be wrong. Could be 8.
Well, let's see, almost 8 now here, I think.
Or
It
day
might
an
be
hour.
7 there.
I'm thinking.
I mean,
if you're-
almost 9 here. What am I thinking?
So it's probably almost 8 there.
Yeah, I
But
think
his wife,
that's about right.
his wife works late, and he waits till she gets home to eat together.
Yeah.
Which I don't blame him.
No, that's a decent thing to do.
Yeah, and because see, he works at home. Now his wife is Filipina. She's got a channel called let me look. I'm subscribed to her, and Joyce something. Oh, thing, Larry. Here's what I want. But I need to get caught up on hers too. I am so far behind so many people that
Well, I make it easy for you. I only have two short videos.
yeah, I'm caught up on yours. But
One of these days I'll slip another one in there.
I'll get the notification.
Yeah.
See, I don't know if you can see it or not, but there's blue dots beside names. Those are ones I've got videos up that I haven't checked out yet.
Yeah.
Tim's got one up I haven't checked out yet.
No, I'll have to check him out. I probably haven't seen it either.
But wish she was here. I'd have her drop her channel. Mike hadn't dropped one either for a while. Mike married to a beautiful, but I think he's in the Philippines right now himself.
I think so.
Yeah, because he was going to go over for, I want to say for Christmas. See his wife, Joyce Blessed TV. It shows I'm caught up on hers.
Okay.
I'm not. I've checked it out and I've not caught up. So, but Joyce Blessed TV. So she's a good one to join. That's Eddie's wife. Eddie, how do you pronounce his name? Starts with the C. He was here earlier, the one doing the painting.
Santino?
Yeah, it's his wife, Joyce Blessed TV.
Okay.
And so, like I said, if you get a chance, if you haven't already joined her channel, go ahead and join her. Just let her know I recommended you.
Yeah, there you go.
Like he said, he's not, because he, at certain parts of his house with certain computers, he has trouble with his internet as well.
That's kind of common over there.
No, he's in the States.
Oh.
He's in New Mexico.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I remember that.
Yeah, now, when he retires, they're moving over to the Philippines.
Yeah.
He's
Okay.
planning on doing that in the next, I want to say 5 years. He's going to go a lot younger than I am. I mean, he's not even, I don't even know if he'll be 60 by that time. But he might be, but he's only in his 50s, I believe, right now. And so, yeah. Yeah, Tim, it's very tough to keep up with everybody. And when I went on vacation, I did not get online at all because I was visiting with family and my mother and some friends. And I go to my sister's house. They don't have internet. They don't want internet. They don't have a computer. They don't want one. Now, these are my two middle sisters. They're both older than I am. My oldest sister, she's all over the internet, iPhone. She texts over calling. I mean, you know. And then my youngest sister, she's on the internet and all that as well. I'd say my oldest sister is probably the most knowledgeable, the most up to date with the internet and stuff like that, because she started doing it years ago because she figured out it was the only way really to connect with her grandkids. Because, you know, she says they don't really want to talk on the phone. They just want to text.
Oh, I know. And I hate texting.
Well, so she got into texting and all that. Now, her youngest son, my nephew Tim, David's the oldest one. He's 50 now. God, he makes me feel old. And he's going on 51. But he's computer savvy, and he set all this stuff up for her. And no, it doesn't, Tim. It doesn't. I did a lot of videos. I did take a lot of videos, as people can attest. I mean, I did those. What was there, like 4 or 5 videos? I want to say 3 or 4 videos on Park County that cover bridges and stuff.
Yeah,
I did a
those
couple
are
on.
good.
I did a couple on Deming Park, my favorite park when I'm back home. I love the place. It's better during the summertime. It's the only park now with a pool in my hometown. Now, when I was growing up and living across the street from Sheridan Park had a swimming pool. I think they've taken that out and put in a one of those skate things, you know, where they use the pool for skating.
Yeah.
Not rollerblading, but skateboards and stuff. And
Yep.
I think they did that with that one. And there's another park that had a swimming pool that it's been closed down even longer than Sheridan. I was surprised that Deming kept theirs open because there was a time they were talking about closing it down too, but it's still open. Now, when I lived back there, I showed you the golf course, the disc golf course. When I was living there, it was only a 9-hole golf course. They expanded it to 18.
Yeah.
And I used to walk it and play frisbee golf with my brother Gary and some of his friends, and we'd go play frisbee golf a lot. And there was a hill we called Smoker's Hill. And the reason why we called it Smoker's Hill, because back in those days I still smoked. And you could tell the smokers, because man, we were breathing hard by the time we got to the top of that hill. You know, it's like, damn. And But I've quit smoking. It'll be, what will it be? 24 years in March. It's been over 23 and a half now.
Yeah,
I-
I'm glad that's
I-
one habit I never started.
I smoked longer than I've quit. All right. And I've quit for over 23 years. So I smoked for about 27.
Yeah.
And I smoked a pack a day for almost 27 years. Now, sometimes it was 2 or 3 packs. And there was a few times there was less than a pack. There was even a few times where I'd quit for a week or two or a month. But I averaged over a pack a day for 27 years. And matter of fact, I tried to quit on March 1st and of 1999. And I bummed a cigarette off somebody. And I want to say it was March 3rd. March 3rd is the day I consider the day I quit. I can't remember if I did it on March 2nd and then didn't do it again, or did it on March 3rd. And I want to say it was March 3rd. I bummed a cigarette off somebody. And I lit it up, had a couple hits on it, and I looked at the thing and I said, Larry, either you quit right now or you're going to go buy another pack of cigarettes. I didn't even take another hit off the cigarette. I tore it up, threw it away,
Yep.
stomped up, and I hadn't had a cigarette since. And so, like I said, that was now the to me the amazing thing is it's really a coincidence that I quit on March 3rd because I went in the Navy on March 3rd.
Important day to you.
Yeah. But I mean, I didn't pick that. I actually tried to quit on the 1st. I didn't pick the 3rd to quit. But that's the day I ended up quitting. See?
Yeah.
But I went in the Navy on March 3rd, 1972. It was a Friday. Big mistake. Not going in the Navy, going in on a Friday. I will tell anybody right now, if you're going to go in the service, do not do it on a Friday. Because you go in on a Friday, well, by the time you get to boot camp, or, recruit, well, we call it receiving an organization, R&O, for boot camp, you're not going to be in a company. It's too late. You don't get there till the afternoon. So you come in, you get, some things, but not much. You're assigned a barracks to go spend the weekend in. Well, you haven't started boot camp yet. You don't start till the following Monday. So you went in on Friday and you just killed 3 days, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You did absolutely nothing. And it didn't count towards graduation for boot camp. Now you're going to waste 1 day anyway. So the best day to go in probably would be Sunday or Monday. Because the first day you get there is wasted. And then the second day, that's when you start going around getting all your stuff. So your actually start date for me was Monday. We signed our company, our boot camp company. And you went around, got your uniforms and your haircuts and all that good, happy stuff on Monday. And, I went in, I had a mustache. I've grown a mustache off and on since I was 15 years old. Grew my first beard at 18, but I never grew a beard while I was living at home. And so anyway, I shaved my mustache off Sunday night. I made sure I was clean shaven when I got up Monday morning. And the guy's looking at me, goes, "Well, why'd you do that for?" I said, "You'll see." You might as well get rid of it now, man. So we go to the barber shop, and hair shorter than this, actually, because I can grab my hair here. When I got my hair cut in boot camp, you couldn't grab it. It was that short. So it was a lot shorter than this. And I remember, and they actually did this. You'll see this in sometimes in the shows. They asked a guy if he wanted some of his, actually they asked the guy if he wanted his sideburns. And he said, sure. So they shaved his sideburns off, caught it, and handed it to him in his hand. Here you go. Here's your sideburns. And so when we walked out, I'm clean shaven up here and I'm clean shaven down here. And I was one of the few people that was. I was looking normal, the way they want you to look. And then you have to go for your swim test. Because in the Navy, all right, Tim, Tim says his girlfriend's on the way now. Haircut and a beard trim today. I just trimmed my own beard today, Tim.
Yeah, I should have.
I did
Should
mine.
have
I got
trimmed mine, but I didn't.
one of those edge trimmers, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And I got attachments for it. And so I picked one of the fattest attachments and trimmed that down some. Not the fattest one, but one of them. Probably the second fattest, and trimmed it down.
Yeah, that's what I do. I just been lazy and haven't got around to it.
I hadn't done it for a while either. I just did it today. I decided it needed done.
Yeah.
So I trimmed it down. I even cut my own hair usually. I just haven't done it recently. But I got
Well, I
regular
don't
hair.
do that, but-
I got regular hair clippers. Well, I cut it so short it doesn't. I really don't
Yeah.
need somebody else to cut it. I cut it where you can't grab it, and like I said, I can grab it so it's getting long.
Yeah.
But
I could probably do that, but I don't want my net short.
well,
It's leaving.
see,
well,
see
yeah.
that? See that? See that?
See, I'm trying to keep mine as long as I can. So
Well,
you
when
know.
I had hair that would actually hide that, I would go to the barber and let them cut it because it would hide it. But it's so thin up there now, you're not hiding that bald spot anymore.
Right. Well, I
Yeah.
probably not either, but
Well, no, you've got a lot more hair than I do. Let me tell you that right now. All right, look how thin that is.
yeah.
If you're on a laptop, you can tell. Yeah, but I mean, we got this in the back too. See,
Yeah.
that's been gone a long time. This on top is what's been
Yeah.
recent.
I lost that in the back first.
And so did I. I've lost that years ago, but I didn't care. I mean, the front looked good, and we kept it. Mac Daddy's back. Hey, Mac Daddy, welcome back.
Hey, Mac Daddy.
We thought maybe you took a nap.
I think I did.
You leaned your chair back, and all of a sudden you were gone, buddy.
Yeah.
Kind of, sort of.
All right,
Oh well.
but
I got more hair than both of you. Nah, 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 nah,
Yeah,
nah.
shut up.
Now, I can grow a beard and have a real thick beard,
Hmm.
but the thing is, it's going to be all white. It's not going to be gray like Leonard's.
Yeah.
I'll have a full head of hair my whole life.
Well, you're one
I
that's got those genes.
don't, and I
I
won't.
get them long strips coming in here, but
But like I said, my beard, I can grow a full beard. I mean, gorgeous looking beard, but it is white. When I grow a beard, I look like Santa Claus.
A real Santa Claus beard, huh?
Oh yeah. The only thing that's
You know-
not totally white is the stash. It's got some color.
Yeah. Well, you know what's
Everything else is
what's
totally
interesting,
white without any treatment.
Larry? You know what's interesting?
What's that?
My beard and mustache are
Yeah.
starting to get darker.
Not mine. Now,
No, mine are, and I've heard that because the diet I'm eating, that a lot of people have that happen.
Well,
Their hair,
maybe
and
I need to change
mustache,
my
and their
diet.
beard gets darker.
but the thing is, my beard, if it would go back to its normal color or color from when I was younger, would be a dark red.
Yeah, mine was never red. It was kind of a dark blonde.
No, my beard was red. A dark
Actually, it's
red.
probably about this color.
No.
It's close. to what
I
mine
used to be redder too. I was actually a freckle face when I was younger.
Well, not my hair. My hair wasn't red. It was a blondish red. A light, much lighter. And if during the summer, it would be almost blonde. All right, because the sun would bleach it out. But the beard was always a dark red.
I was
Now-
blonde too, all summer long for years.
Yeah, I was
Now-
blonde until I left Idaho and went to Wyoming. And well, actually, I was
Hey,
still
Robert,
blonde.
man, how you doing? Robert Mindanao says he's going to Siquijor on ferry right now.
Hey,
Welcome, Robert. Robert, if you got the capability, come on up. If not, well, welcome. Are you going to be staying? I know you're going to Siquijor right now, but are you going to be living in Dumaguete for a while and go to Siquijor for vacation? Or are you going to go move to Mindanao? I'm
going to drop down and listen.
No, you can stay up.
you can stay up.
Okay.
I just wanted, I don't know if Robert, he's on the ferry, so he may not have the capability to come up.
Yeah,
But
that's
even we
true.
can, I can handle up to 10 people, counting myself. I pay for that, and I can also do more than 20 hours a month because I pay for my StreamYard instead of taking the free one.
Yeah.
No, just a day trip. All right. But now, Robert, are you going to? So you're going to Mindanao later in the week. All right. So you're going to move to Mindanao for a while. You're just staying in Dumaguete for a little bit. All right. Because I know you've been in Dumaguete for a couple of weeks now. And so I just wondered because he did a video on the condo he was staying at and he showed the gym. So, and that's another thing about when you move if you move to the Philippines, when you go to rent a condo, do you want to use a gym? Because then you got to look at how much will a gym membership cost you if you go to a place that doesn't have a gym, compared to how much a place will cost you with a gym.
From what I've heard, a gym is pretty cheap.
Yeah, well, it depends. I guess there's. Damn, he dropped off again.
Yeah.
I guess in some places it can cost a little bit more.
Well, probably, it's bound to vary from place to place.
Oh yeah, and it's probably also going to vary by what kind of equipment they have.
Right.
The more modern equipment, the bigger, nicer, air-conditioned gym will probably cost more. If they got a pool, it's going to cost more.
Yeah.
Robert says a gym is like 850 to 1,000 pesos a month, which is not bad. 1,000 is about $20. That's not bad.
Yeah, you can't.
But I'm going to tell you
find
something.
anything here for that.
You can here in New York. So that's not cheap. Now, that's not with a pool. All right. In New York, I can get a gym membership for less than $20 a month.
Wow. Well, they've got one here that's like $10.99 a month or something.
Yeah.
But they don't have it. I mean, they got some machines, but they really don't have much anything.
Well, like I said, I don't need much.
Well, that's true. Well,
now,
I don't right now.
The one gym that I'm talking about, it's cheaper if you don't take classes.
Well, yeah.
All right. If all you're going to go in and use the workout equipment,
yeah.
you're not going to take any classes like maybe yoga or aerobic class or something like that, it's cheaper. But if you want those, it costs you a little more. But I don't know how much more.
Yeah.
I'll look into that because, like I said, I'm going to join a gym. And I mainly want the treadmill for right now. But if they got something that will help me with my limb, because I am so stiff. If I get down on that floor, I'm going to have a hard time getting up.
Yeah.
All right. I'm overweight. I got bad knees. My back hurts me a lot.
Check out.
I got arthritis in both hands.
Check out Dr. Ken Berry.
Yeah. But
and he can help you out a lot if you're. Yeah.
Now Robert says they got a pool and a gym included with the condo. So like I said, I knew you had the gym because I couldn't remember if there was a pool or not, but I remember you showing the gym, Robert. And it looked nice.
Well, that's good.
Oh yeah, I think so. Like I said, Tim says he used to pay $6 a month for gym fees and $40 for a personal trainer.
Yeah.
All right, 25,000 pesos a month. That's about what is that? $500. I think.
Yeah.
I think it's around 500. 25,000. At 50 pesos, I'm going to do it at 50. 500. So it's a little under 500 right now.
Yeah.
But it's around $500. And that's what I'm saying. I mean, the rent in some places won't save me much money. I'm going to tell you the truth.
Well, yeah, you got really good rent price there.
I do. I got a real good price.
If I could find some place for that, I wouldn't be in such a hurry to move.
And my rent's not even going to go up next year. If I go in within the next 2 months and sign the paperwork that's saying I'm willing to stay another year, which kicks off in February, my rent will not go up. Now, last year it went up for this year.
Yeah.
It didn't go up a lot, but it did go up. but they're not going to go up this year. So I have no intention of moving. All right.
No, you got a good deal where you're at.
Well, I like my apartment. I love my apartment complex. I love walking around it.
Yeah.
When the weather's nice and stuff. And
And you don't have any problems with anybody or anything. So,
no, and so I really like where I'm at. And so I don't plan on going anywhere
yeah.
until I'm ready to retire. Unless, like I said, unless my rent becomes outrageous.
Right.
If that happens, then I'll look to find someplace cheaper. But right now, no. I like where I'm at. The rent's not bad at all. I'm close to my friends. I'm not that far from work, and I only want to work another 4 to 6 years. That's it. Like I said, in less than 2 years, I'll have all my bills paid off, all but my car. And then I want to save up some money, so if I do move to the Philippines, I'll have the money to set myself up. And you got to have money set aside for emergency.
Yeah.
So, now I'm going to be able to live off my Social Security, and I'll be able to save some money. But I won't be able to save money for emergencies once I'm over there if I don't already have a good chunk already there. I'll be able to save money, but you want a good sized chunk there for emergencies, which is why I got to work another 4 to 6 years.
Yep.
And that plus, like I said, I promised a friend of mine I wouldn't go anywhere for at least 3 years. I said 4 years, excuse me, to help her out. And then,
Right.
and like I said, with my mother, who knows how much longer I'll be here. If I have my health, whenever God willing, if I got my health when my mom passes, I'm going to the Philippines. Whether I move there or not, I don't know.
Well, you got to go visit and see.
And where you're at, $1,500 for a 1-bedroom where you live, I pay almost 1/3 of that. Just a little over 1/3 of that for a 1-bedroom where I'm at. Mine is actually close. It's between a third and half, not quite a half. Actually, it's closer to a third of it. Man, it's real close to a half though too. Actually, it is. It's a little closer to a half of that, because half of that would be $750, and a third would be $500, and I pay $660.
Yeah. So
it's a little closer to half.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. Now my utilities run me a little over $165 a month. Average. That's average.
Yeah. Where are you at, Ed?
Ed's in Los Angeles area.
Wow, their rent's really high there.
He's in Phoenix, not Los Angeles. He's in Phoenix, excuse me, Las Vegas area, I think. Las Vegas.
Well, Las Vegas are fairly high too, from what I hear.
Yeah, Vegas. Yeah, I said Los Angeles, but I meant Vegas. Dodger Blue is in Los Angeles area, I think, but he's not been there for a while. But now Dan was from Sacramento, California.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think of one of his buddies. He comes on once in a while. I'm trying to think of his name. I know his name. I can't think of it right now, but he's also in Sacramento area.
Yeah.
He was in Dan's last night, but he's been on this channel as well. But he's like I said, he's more of a friend with Dan. Just in the last 5 years, huh, Ed? Now, Larice, are you going to Dunkin'? Or are you going to Krispy Kreme? I know you like Krispy Kreme.
Yeah, I thought she said she was going to go to Dunkin' to meet
She
him.
said she'd try Dunkin', but that don't mean she's going to do it today.
Well, that's true.
It's like I tell anybody, they can ask me anything they want. I don't mean I'm going to answer the question, but you can ask it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Oh, you leaving, Leroy?
Larice said she's going to go get a donut.
All right. Well, enjoy.
Enjoy your donut. She's going to try Dunkin'. All right. Well, enjoy the donut and a cup of coffee. So bye. We'll see you next time. Thanks for dropping in, Larice.
Yeah, nice talking
Appreciate
to you,
it.
Louise.
And she's got a nice channel too, Larice does.
Yeah, she does.
Like I said, right now,
She's one I got to catch up on. I haven't seen a lot of them.
But I didn't know if this phone would work with this. Because like I said, this phone here is the one everybody's got my phone number for. I've been using it, but you got to turn it down so nobody can hear it. And that way, if anybody ever tries to call me for an emergency, like I said, with my mom, I'm worried about my mom and my family.
Right.
I want to be able to get the phone calls.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to tell you the truth, and I right now I'm going to stay right where I'm at until I quit working. And we got Rob coming up. Hello, Rob. How you doing?
Hey, Rob.
This is Robert Bennett now, right?
Yeah. Nice to meet you, Robert.
Ah, see
We're
that?
almost there.
Yeah. You're a lucky dog now. Now, your place is being remodeled because of the storm, right?
We're going to a white sand beach.
Yeah, but no, Rob, what I'm asking, your place in Florida was damaged by the storm, right?
It's going to take 6 months to fix our condo.
That's what I thought. That's why you went back to the Philippines.
There's over 100 condos flooded in Florida where I live.
Yeah.
I got a cousin. She lives in Naples. And her family's okay. She's a year older than I am. Her husband's my age. Yeah. Her husband's a retired oral surgeon. And but they're down there. But from my understanding, their place didn't get flooded, so there was a lot of rain in their area. But my understanding, their place wasn't flooded out. So. Well, I'll tell you, Ed Denoy, I don't know about multinationals buying the place. As far as I know, it's not up for sale, but they own more than one complex. I forget how many complexes they do have. So a multinational may already have it, but this is one of the older ones. Now there's a few apartments being remodeled after the people moved out. Now mine was pretty much remodeled before I moved in. I got new carpet and stuff like that. There's still some stuff that could probably have been done, but like I said, it's an older apartment. It's not one of the newer ones. It's an older apartment building complex, but it's still in pretty good shape. I really do like it. And like I said, there's like 27 buildings in my apartment complex, apartment buildings. And then you got the office and that stuff. So, it's a nice place to walk around. People are friendly. It's a multinational complex. I mean, there's people from everywhere. I mean, I met some girl. She's Chinese and she's from Canada that lived down there with her husband. I've met some women. I don't know. Can't tell you what nationality they are. They don't speak English very well, but I can't tell you where they're from, so I don't know. But I mean, I've talked to them. There's some guys that seem to be Middle Eastern that have been here. There was some that were one of my neighbors, but they found a place they liked better and moved. So, hey Cheryl, how you doing?
Hey, Cheryl.
And Cheryl, now if you want to drop your link, drop LLL. Doesn't have to be capped. Doesn't have to be small. It can be either one you want. Just put in LLL. I might not bot we'll drop your link to your channel. Well, I'm sorry to hear you were forced, but I'm glad you considered it to be lucky that you bought a fixer-upper for cheap.
Well, that's good that you got it cheap.
Yeah, like I said, I was offered a chance to. We've probably talked about this before, either on this channel or on Dan's. I was offered a chance to buy a apartment building. It was 3 apartments in the building. The guy that owned it was a guy I worked with. He worked for the company, and I was a contractor. Like I said, I was security. And he was a really nice guy. And he's wanting to get out of the landlord business. And hey, Gary's retirement life. How you doing, man?
Hey,
So
Gary,
anyway,
how are you?
he offered to set it up for me to buy it on contract, where I could live in my apartment for free, and then he'd take the money for the others. And I would be buying it after a couple of years. I could refinance it and get it under without the contract, or just leave it that way if I wanted. And this is before I moved out here. This is when I was still living in Terre Haute, the place I was living at. And it was a nice place, but it was going to need, in my opinion, it needed some work. It was going to need new windows because the windows really were drafty during the winter. You know, you could put plastic over it, and that would keep the wind out. But, you know, if I was going to buy it, I'd want to change that and make sure the windows, I wouldn't have to do that.
Yeah.
And I decided not to because that would have forced me to stay there. And I wasn't sure if I wanted to stay in Terre Haute at that time. I ended up about a year later moving out of Terre Haute. And, but like I said, I wasn't right away. It was about a year, maybe a little bit more, but around a year later. Might have been less than a year. But anyway, so I didn't buy the place. I didn't go for it. Now, when I was back home this time, I looked at the place, and whoever bought it, and I know who bought it originally, he was a former football player, and I won't give his name out, but the place looked like it was run down. Now, I don't know if maybe it had been a fire or something that did some damage to the place. I don't know. Maybe he sold it to somebody else. I don't know. But like I said, when I decided not to buy it before I moved out, this former professional football player bought it that was from my hometown. And my rate went up I thought at that time, really high. I was paying like I want to say around $275 or $250, but he wanted to jump it up $75 or more per month. Boom, all at once. Just because he bought the place, he wanted to raise the rates way up. And I decided, nah, it's not worth it. So I moved back with my mom for a short period of time. And matter of fact, I was there for less than a year, and then I left and moved out to I went to Pennsylvania first. I had some friends there, and I tried to find work there. Couldn't find work there, so I moved to Terre Haute in New York, because my sister was over in New York. They gave me a place to land, and I got a job and started working. And I was at her house less than a month, and I was on my own again, which I prefer. I prefer living by myself. Unless you're living with your girlfriend, then that's different. But I mean, I don't want a roommate that's not, I'm involved with in some way. Yeah, I believe you, Ed. Being a landlord is much tougher because especially it's the tenants. If you don't have good tenants, then it really is really bad. Well, like I said, they raised the rent only because somebody else bought it, Gary. And when he raised it, he just, he bought it and he wanted to get his money back out of it. He bought quite a few different, looks like I'm the only one here, but he bought quite a few different apartment complexes around the town. And then he had some that were built, and the ones he had built were really nice. But my place wasn't worth what he wanted, as far as I was concerned. As far as I was concerned, he was wanting too much money for the place I was living in. Now, I'm a cheap old man. I lived in that place for about 5 years. My rent never went up. So I didn't like the fact that he was going to jack my rates up that much. And actually, probably jack it up to about what it was worth, but I wasn't going to pay it. And then, like I said, less than a year later, I moved out of town. I moved out of state. And where I'm at now, they raised the rates last year for this year. Now, next year, they're not raising the rates. They're going to stay the same. So we're going to stay right here. I hope to stay here until I decide to retire and decide where I want to live. Now, here in New York, once I quit working, I could probably get housing assistance because I'm on Social Security. I found that out. There's a guy that I was down picking something up from the office, and there was a guy signing up for his apartment. And turned out he had housing assistance because he had Social Security, and they were going to pay his rent and pay for his utilities. Now, I don't know how much he got in Social Security. Now, I might get more than him, or I might get less. I don't know. But I didn't look into it because I'm working, and I'm not going to look into it until I decide to retire, if I decide to stay in this area. Then I'll look into it. But I figure they probably would want to limit how much money I could make or how much money I could save. And I don't want somebody telling me what I can and can't do with my money. Not right at the moment, not when I'm working. And so, like I said, I want to get all my bills paid off, save up some money. And we'll deal with it that way. But it could be, Gary. I really don't know. Like I said, New York has some really good programs for the elderly people. My Social Security is not super high, but it's not low either. There's people got a lot less Social Security than I get. There's people get a lot more than I get. Like I said, I've been a security guard most of my life, so I can guarantee it's not a lot of money. But I can guarantee I could live on it in certain areas of the United States and be all right. If I had all my bills paid off, I could live right where I'm at. It'd be tight. That's why I won't do it once I quit working. Because I just don't want to be that tight with my money. I mean, I might be able to find a place downtown in Albany that would be a lot cheaper and stay in this area, but I won't be able to stay where I'm at. And I like where I'm at, so I'll just keep working for a while until I decide what I want to do. Like I said, I want to work for 4 to 6 years. If I work 6, that'll take me up to 75. And but like I said, my mother's still alive, so I can't do anything till she passes. And she's 96; she'll be 97 in next month. So I'm not going anywhere as long as she's still kicking. And so, welcome back, Leonard.
Yeah, thanks.
What happened? Did you have to take a phone call?
Yeah, I had to take a call.
I thought I heard. I wasn't sure if it was a ring system because.
Yeah, it was my T-Mobile ringer.
So I thought I heard something. I knew it
Yeah.
wasn't mine because mine sounds. My ringer sounds a lot different.
Yeah.
And now, at one time I thought about. Do you remember the show 24?
Yes, I love that show.
So did I. Do you remember the ringer they had on their phones?
I'm trying to remember.
There was a certain kind of ringer they had.
Yeah.
And there was a time that I thought about buying that. You could buy that ringer.
Yeah, you get the ringtone.
Yeah, I thought about buying it and I didn't do it, but I thought it sounded cool. I thought.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. But well, Gary, I am quite far from my mother. I'm over 650 miles from my mom. But this is as far. I came out here while my mom was. I've been out here 25 years. When I came out here, my mom was in pretty good health. Like I said, she was in her 70s. Matter of fact, for her 80th birthday, my mom went in a hot air balloon ride. you know. And now for her 70th birthday, she went on a Caribbean cruise. This kid's paid for it, both things. But she always wanted to take a hot air balloon ride. So we paid for her to get a hot air balloon ride for her 80th birthday. Well, at least you know it's now, Ed, if you're in an area that stays warm all year round, you'll know it's your phone and not a leaf blower.
Yeah.
But she had her choice. We gave her a choice. She could do it over Ohio, the river in Ohio Valley, Wabash, Ohio River area, which is quite, they do that down there. It's quite pretty. Or she could do it here in New York at Letchworth Park, which is gorgeous. It's a gorgeous place. And so she picked Letchworth Park. So, and she went on my birthday. I don't remember. Like I said, you had to take 25 years off my age. So I was probably 45. No, that's when I moved out here. She was 80. That was 16 years ago. So I was about 53, around my 53rd birthday. And anyway, she picked that day to go, and so all of us were out here. My sisters came out as well, and we went balloon chasing. And my mom and my oldest sister's husband, they went for the balloon ride together. It was a surprise birthday gift for my brother-in-law for my sister. And hey, Waldo, how you doing, man? Welcome. No, not skydiving. She went air balloon, a hot air balloon ride. And yes, Keith O'Sullivan was the star of the show 24.
Yep.
And anyway, so like I said, we went balloon chasing, and so she got to do. That was something she always wanted to do, so she got to do it. And yeah, we sent her on a trip to Europe one time for her birthday. Like I said, the kids all kicked in and paid for her trips. Now my sisters went with her every time they went, except for the hot air balloon ride. But I meant like the Caribbean cruise. My sisters went. The European trip, my sisters went. And yeah, Gary, that was on her bucket list. Something she always wanted to do, so his kids paid for it. So Leonard dropped back out. I don't know where he went. I'm feeling like people don't. There he is. Somebody's coming back. What happened, Leonard?
I clicked the wrong thing, I guess.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, I don't think I touched anything.
No, it was me.
I'm going to tell you, Ed, if that's what they want to do, I'm all for it. Because the rock climbing session, they put safety harnesses and stuff on them. Now, there's people that would want to do the. That is sad, Ed, if you're telling the truth. Like I said, Ed's got a sense of kind of a different kind of sense of humor. Now, there's people that want to do that bungee cord jumping.
You can keep that.
You're not getting me to do it. Let me tell you that right now.
I don't know if I'd jump out of a perfect good airplane.
I'm not sure, but I'd do that before I'd never do a bungee cord. I'm going to tell you that right now.
I think so.
I know so.
Yeah, because that thing only has to be a couple inches too long.
Yeah, a couple inches too long or
We're afraid.
used a little too many times.
Yeah.
You go parachute jumping, they got a backup chute, So
Yeah.
it'd take both of them felling, And a lot of times the first time you jump, you buddy jump.
Yeah.
And yeah, see, he was joking, Gary. Like I said, you gotta watch Ed. He's got a warped sense of humor. I mean, when I first met Ed and Chris's chat, I wasn't too sure how to take the man, but I learned that he's got a kind of a warped sense of humor, which is okay.
Yeah.
Once you get used to it, yeah, you can forget the bungee cord. Not doing it. No. Ain't no way it. Yes, we know, Ed. You're warped. But that's all right. We like you anyway.
Yep. Brightens up the chat.
Oh yeah. But so like I said, I mean, I would love to do a Caribbean cruise, but I'm going to tell you the truth. Caribbean cruise or go to the Philippines. I'm going to the Philippines. You know.
About the same price.
Well, I'm just saying though. I don't care about that. That's not what I'm saying. If I have to choose between one or the other,
Yeah.
not talk, but I can only afford to do one. You know, say, well, this is cheaper. No, I don't care about that. I can afford to do either one. I can afford either one. I don't care which one's cheaper. I'm taking the Philippines. I've been to sea many a time. I was in the Navy.
Yeah. That's not a big deal for you.
No, and I'm going to tell you the truth. I've slept better out at sea than I've slept anywhere else. And if you can get midship on those cruises, if you ever take a cruise, hey, Presidency, if you ever take a cruise, get midship. Midship just means middle ship. It's the middle of the ship,
Right.
midship.
Right.
And the reason why I say get midship, it's the smoothest ride.
Makes sense.
It is. It's the smoothest ride.
Yeah.
It's always in the water.
Yeah.
Whereas the fantail and the forecastle sometimes are all in the water, depending on the water.
Yeah.
But if the water's a little rough, one may come out and the other then go down, and the other one. But the midship always has a smoother ride.
Yeah.
If
It
the
makes
weather-
sense.
Yeah, but also. Now, Ed, I've never done scuba, but I used to snorkel or skin dive, if you prefer. And I learned to snorkel or skin dive. Like I said, they're both the exact same thing. Some people call it one, some call it the other. I learned to snorkel. I'll call it snorkel. That's what I called it. I learned to snorkel in the Philippines when I was in the Navy in Subic. A friend of mine, Chris, was his name, Chris Stafford, was a diver. And you don't go diving by yourself. And I had to work one day, so he took another buddy of ours, Marv Jurgens. Now Marv ended up marrying my cousin Linda, who passed away. I don't think they were married a year yet, maybe a little over. When she passed away, she had leukemia. But he took Marv snorkeling with him the first time. Now, this is before Marv got married. And I think maybe it was afterwards. But anyway, he went out there and instead of making sure his head was out of the water before he cleared the snorkel, the tube, he didn't get it cleared completely and sucked in some water.
That wouldn't be fun.
That was it for him. He wasn't going to do that again. He was not going to snorkel anymore. And so the next time I was off, next weekend, I had the weekend off. Chris wanted to go out. He asked me if I'd go with him, so I went. So he taught me how to snorkel. And it was a blast. You swim along the top of the water, you look at the sea life underneath, and if you wanted, you dive down, take a close look, come back up, make sure your head's out of the water, and the snorkel itself's out of the water. Blow the water out of the snorkel and breathe. And that's how he taught me. And we'd go after that. We'd go if we had the Saturday off. We'd always go on a Saturday. As long as we both had Saturdays off, we'd go out, go snorkeling every Saturday for a couple hours. And then we go out because, we're in the Philippines. You can go to the bars anytime you want. Neither one of us I turned 21 in the Philippines, but he was only like 19. But it didn't matter, Matter of fact, on my 21st birthday, like I said, I turned 21 in the Philippines. To do something different, well, I didn't go to the bar. We had a stable on the base. So me, Marv, Chris, I'm trying to think who, Rat. I'm trying to think of Rat. Is it Richard? I can't think of his real name right now, but he was a good buddy too. and then maybe somebody else, but at least us four. We went horseback riding. It was my 21st birthday just to do something different. Because, like I said, going to the bar didn't mean a thing. I mean, you know, I was going to the bar when, you know, the first time, you know, the whole time I was there. I'd already been there about a month or more before I turned 21. So, you know, going to the bar on my 21st birthday didn't mean squat. So we went horseback riding. Then I went and had a T-bone steak dinner on base. Then I went out to the bars and chased the girls like always. But that's what I did different for my birthday, only because you couldn't go. Like I said, going to the bar meant nothing. Now, and I do not, tropical waters, might be a bit chilly, depends on where you're at. But I like I said, I loved it. I would probably wear a partial wetsuit. I know I'd wear gloves and boots. And that's mainly because of water snakes. They got the deadly water snakes over there. Now, the water snakes don't have fangs. Okay. What they have is what they got to do is they got to grab your loose skin, like in between your fingers. That's why I said gloves. Or grab your toes, you know. That's why I said boots, shoes. You know, there's got to be loose skin for them to grab. And then they grind their teeth to get the poison into you. Well, if they can't do it, they can't do it. So just make sure, you know, anything that's loose skin that they can grab and get the loose skin on. It's not going to do it here. Now here they can, so you got to wear something to cover up to about your elbow. Because I'm old and fat, you know, you got the loose skin now. That's why I say a partial wetsuit. Not to stay warm, but to protect myself. And never feed an eel? No, I wouldn't feed an eel. I don't even like eels. Why would I feed one? But so yeah, like I said, I'm a snorkeler. I wouldn't mind learning how to scuba. I'm trying to think. Rod from Amazing Philippines did a video on thrasher sharks, and they are a trip. I mean, they got a real long back tail. I mean, really long. But you have to go down quite a ways to see them in the well. They only come up every so often, and you got to go down almost 90 feet. So you got to have specialized training to go that deep. And there's a certain time of day, I guess they come up all the time. From the deeper they go, they're usually deeper than that, but they come up in this one area. And so he wanted to go see them, and he went and took the training and then went down that far. And his camera, he had a Get 2 action camera, and it had the seal where it would work that deep. So he went down there and he took video of it, and it was quite fascinating, I think. Like I said, a lot of the things I want to see is because, yeah, Gary, you're right. When you're old, you got a lot of loose skin. I mean, look at that. That's why I say you got to cover that up. But yeah, I can believe that, Ed, about losing a finger, because they do bite, from what I understand. Now, if they're electric eel, it'll give you a hell of a shock too.
I think they can kill you, can't they?
If they're electric, yeah.
Yeah.
I think they can. But they bite. So, you know, so even if they don't electric, they do bite. So Ed said he had a friend that lost a finger to one. So I can believe that.
Yeah, I'm not interested in that.
No, I'm not either.
Kind of attached to my fingers.
My fingers are kind of attached to me, and I like them that way.
Yep.
If they're going to take one, I'm not flipping anybody off, but take that one. That's the one that I don't know if you can see it or not, but it grows crooked. I can't close my fist, and that's partly because that will not close it down. That's about as far as those two. That's about as far as down as I can get them. Now this hand I can close. There's arthritis in this hand, but I can close it completely. I can't this one. My right hand just won't close completely. And I've had arthritis in both hands for about 10, 15 years. I've had it for a long time. And like I said, that one finger, that finger, the bird finger, grows at an angle on my right hand. I forget what they call that kind of arthritis, but that's the kind of arthritis in that hand. No, the left hand doesn't have that kind of arthritis. That's right, Gary. I can feed the eel with that finger. He can bite that son of a bitch off. Wouldn't bother me a bit. At times, it really does bug me sometimes. Because, like I said, I can't close my fist. I can't do it. To do threes, I have to go like this with both hands. I have to hold the thumb and the first finger down. Because to do a three, that's what it looks like. So now I can still write with a pen, no problem. I can still type. Doesn't bother me. Actually, typing bothers me less than writing, but I can do either one. And I am right-handed, so it does get to me occasionally. Yeah, and I thought it was funny too when he said I could feed him with that finger. But maybe I could close the fist then. But it's a, ocean morays are very strong and they never release. He's talking about the eels. He said even the small ones.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I've
I
heard
believe
that.
it.
They can be very dangerous.
Yeah. Like I said, if he takes the finger, he can have it. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to give it to him, but if he takes it, as long as he takes that one,
Yeah.
I mean, you know. But we'll see what goes on. But oh man, I'll tell you, it's going on 11 o'clock. We're going almost 4 hours. Like I said, another thing, like I said, guys, and some of you may not know it. I know Leonard knows it. I've talked about it before, but I'm not sure about Gary. Eventually, I'm going to be changing my schedule. I've been approved to work 2 8s and 2 12s. And the 12s will be 7 to 7 on Saturday and Sunday. So what I'll probably end up doing is keeping the live on Saturday, at least for a while, but starting at 8 o'clock instead of 7. And I don't know how long I'll do that. We'll see how it goes. If I don't continue completely on Saturdays, maybe I will, and maybe I'll just do another day as well. Because I won't be able to stay up to midnight. Well, knowing me, I could. I usually don't go to bed about 11 o'clock anyway on the day I got to work the next day. So it just, and like I said, I'm doing it so I can have an extra day off. I'm just being lazy. I'm going to be honest about it. I'm tired of working 5 days a week. And like I told some other people, and I think I mentioned it in this chat as well, if I could find 3 12s with 4 days off, they could have that extra 4 hours. I mean, I'll work 36 and take 4 days off in a heartbeat if I could. But yeah, Gary, it's not that finger. I don't think it's that finger, but I have the finger next to it. We'll get a what they call a trigger finger. The finger will lock up, and down here at the bottom here, there'll be a big old bump, and you got to push on that, and it'll release it. So it'll lock up down, but now it won't do it because it doesn't go down far enough to lock in place. It just doesn't go down far enough. But I used to have that problem with that finger too. That finger has given me all kinds of problems. So, you know, it's just something I had to learn to live with. And I used to, a lot of my ex-girlfriends would tell you, they loved the massages. I used to give really good massages. Now the hands just don't work as well. And, of course, I'm not dating anybody right now. Don't tell anybody because I tell everybody I got a girlfriend on my YouTube channel, not my YouTube, my Facebook channel, because I started a channel, a Facebook page called Lazy Larry Lee. And I thought it'd be a good way to get maybe some other YouTubers in there and make some different friends that they'll see that, hey, this guy, maybe we'll check his channel out. Let's be honest about it. That's why I did it. And I didn't put down I was in a relationship or anything. And man, I started getting all these. Oh, and not just women. There were some guys too that you could tell they're leaning towards the light and the loafer type of thing, which is, hey, if you're homosexual, that's fine. I don't care, but I'm not. So I was getting these people, homosexuals and women both, trying to hit on me. And you could tell some of them were just scammers, period.
Yep.
They're telling you, oh, I love you, and they haven't talked to you yet,
Yeah.
Or can you, one girl asked me for my phone number because she needed a number so she can get her phone turned back on. So
Oh
she had
yeah. Send you a code.
Yeah.
I
it's
get
like-
that all the time.
And then I had another one said, oh, can you give me load? And I hadn't even met him yet.
Well,
And
what's
I-
even better is they're in the United States, so they don't use
I've
them.
had them in the United States that they're in the States, and they're trying to get you to do some stuff that, it's like, oh, I do this. Well, not everybody's going to be doing that.
Yep.
Oh, I guarantee you'll get so much money in return. No, you don't. You can't guarantee that.
Nope.
And I've had them in Cuba. At least that's where they claim to be. They Dominican Republic. I mean, all over United States, Canada, New Zealand, everywhere. And like I said, and some of them are actually just women trying to be the first in line. You're especially the overseas women.
Yeah.
You're an American, so they know that compared to some of the people around them, you got some money. And if you're interested in the Philippines, I'm thinking, oh, maybe he can come. I can be his girlfriend, and if things work out, I'll be his wife. And and I believe some of them were that.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But
There are just so many.
I had
There's so
one girl.
many of them.
Oh yeah, I had one girl said she was at her uncle's funeral, and she was texting me. I'm sorry, no. Even if that's what she was trying to do to be the first in line, that's not the place to be. And you shouldn't be telling me that,
No.
because that sounds like a prelude to, "Can you help my family out? We need some money."
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, we need help to pay for the funeral.
Yeah. When I one lady, I can't remember what was going on, I told her I had a girlfriend. Just whether I decided I wanted to change my status to in a relationship. She said, "Well, can you give me $1,000? $1,000." I'm assuming she meant pesos because she was in the Philippines. If she meant cash, she was really nuts.
Why the hell would you want to give her 1,000?
And I said, no. I said, my girlfriend controls the money. You can't even. And I said, no. It's like, she's scamming, saying, well, he's not going to do anything. Let's see if I can get some money out of him. And I had one girl, I told her I was in a relationship. She called me the scammer.
Yeah.
I said, didn't you look? It's on there that I'm in a relationship. I had one girl go, well, she better looking than me.
Yes. That's what you just say.
That's
Yes.
what I said. In my opinion, yes. Oh. Yeah, I know, Gary, but I mean, I'm not sending money to people I don't know. I'm just not doing it now, especially when you first talk to them. I don't use Zoom. I guess I do because I think PayPal and Zoom are together. I use PayPal to send money, and I only send it to a certain couple people. I sent some money to Melanie and I'm trying to remember the other girl's name. Daisy, I think it was Daisy. They got a thing coming up this month that they're doing something for the kids in their area.
Yeah.
So I sent some money to help with that. And but I don't get compared to the Filipino or the Filipino family, I'm pretty well off. But in the United States, I'm a poor boy. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
welcome
not.
to the crowd.
Yeah, I'm a poor boy, and that's if I wasn't, I wouldn't be working. I'm going to tell you right now.
Yep.
I hate working. I've been working since I was 15 years old. I'm 69. I got my first real job at 15. Of course, I got fired 2 weeks later. I'll be honest about it. But I got my first real job at 15. I did some odds and end jobs at 16. And then I started working full time, not full time, but again, working pretty much at 16. And I worked till I went in the Navy. I was in the Navy for over 6 years. I got out, went to work again. I was unemployed for a little bit, went to school, dropped out of school when my father passed away. And yeah, that was 1980. My father died. I just remember, I thought of that. And went to work for a couple of years. And I'm sitting there working at a gas station, freezing my tail end off. I mean, it was below zero. Wind chill factor was, oh God, 30, 40 below, maybe more with wind chill factor that day. And I'm thinking, this is silly. I mean, I can go back to college, get paid, work part-time instead of working full-time, freeze my butt off all the time, and make just as much money and have a lot more fun. So I went back to college.
Yeah.
I'm one of the few people that went to college because I got paid to go. I didn't go for the education. I went for fun. I got paid. The VA paid me. You know, the GI Bill paid me to go to college.
Yep.
I had a blast. If I could have figured out how to retire and stayed in college, I'd still be in college because I had that much fun. I enjoyed it.
There are people that do that.
Yeah. But, you know, I don't know how you retire from unless you become a professor. You know?
Yeah, I don't know. But there are people that are professional students.
Oh, yeah.
They're in school for 40 years.
Yeah. But if you're working, that's not bad. I just, once I got my degrees, I left and went to, and, but like I said, I didn't go for the education. I enjoyed the interaction with my fellow students. I enjoyed, it was a blast talking with the kids from Saudi Arabia, from Pakistan, from Malaysia, from China, from Taiwan. I knew people from all these places. I knew a guy from Sweden. His parents were diplomats. And I knew a guy from Indonesia. His parents were rich. And they, you know, they owned their own island. I mean, you know, I knew this guy. And I knew all kinds of people that I met that I would have never met without going to college. Learned about all kinds of things I'd never would have known. And so it was a blast. It really was.
Yeah.
And for me, the payment was studying for tests. That was what I paid for all this entertainment. I had to study and pass the test that came along. Or write the papers. That was the work.
Yeah.
The payoff was getting to know all these other people and spending time getting to know them.
Yeah.
That was my enjoyment. And
that was
you're probably right, Gary. I'm sorry.
experience.
I probably should have said this earlier. I saw it earlier, Gary. You're probably right. It's probably better to say engaged. But I'm lying enough that saying I have a girlfriend, you know, and then she doesn't live with you.
No, Larry, you got a friend that's a girl, so you're all right.
I know. That's what I said.
There's no lying.
Like I said, I said, no, we don't live that far apart. She's got her job. And so, but I mean, you're implying that you're involved.
Yeah.
But I'm just, and I even told my friend that this is what I did. And I showed her some of the comments I got. She goes, oh, God. I said, what else am I going to do? I mean, I don't want to hurt the good women's feelings. I really don't. I understand, they're looking to better themselves. I understand that. And if I was actually going to the Philippines right now, I might be willing to talk to a couple long distance, let them know, hey, look, there's nothing serious. We're not involved at all until we meet. I'm not helping out anything
Yep.
I'm not limiting myself to anybody. I'm coming over. If you want to meet, we'll meet. But hey, I don't know. But I really don't want to do that either. I'd rather go over, check out, and see where I want to live, and meet people that way. Meet them
Yeah.
in person for the first time.
I've always heard, and I believe that's true. That's the best way.
I don't know if it's the best. I think it's best for the first time to meet them, but you can have that long distance relationship if you establish a
Well-
foundation before.
Right, right.
But you got to establish. To me, you got to establish a foundation. But
Yes.
you can. It does work the other way where you meet online or through a dating app. It does work. It's
Yeah,
just
I know.
not for me.
I know
It's
people who've
just
done
not-
that.
That's what I said. I've heard of people that it's worked for. It's not something I want to do, especially with not knowing an end date. Without knowing when I'm going.
Yeah, that makes it harder.
I'm not going to do it without knowing when I'm going. There's just no way.
Yeah.
I find that very off-putting to me. I mean, women. If a woman actually likes your personality a little bit, she'd say, "Well, she's willing to wait," but I don't want her to wait. You're putting your
That's
life on
asking a
hold.
lot. That's
Well,
asking
like I
a lot.
said, if you don't know when you're going, that's asking too much. If I've said, "Hey, I'll be there in a year," and I actually mean I'm going to be there in a year, that's not asking that much.
Right, right.
It's more than what I want to ask because, like I said, I prefer to meet in person
Yeah.
because anybody can put on a facade for a couple hours at a time. Anybody can do it.
Yeah.
I can do it. You can do it.
Yeah.
Anybody can do it. Now, over a long period of time, it's going to be harder to do. You're going to be able to figure out a little bit more, but it's a lot harder to do when you're right there. When you're there
Yeah.
24/7 and you're there for more than a week or two. Because even for a couple months, they can put it on with you being there. My cousin George, his first wife, I forget how long they dated. They dated a couple years. And, she never put on like anything bothered her about his family. And then they get married and she starts bitching about something his sister said about 2 years before.
Yeah, that's bad.
And he goes, "Why didn't you say something then? We could have took care of it then." And, they were married maybe 3 months. He just, that was it. He was done with her because of all the things that she's bringing up that happened a long time ago, and she's not complaining about it. So anyway, he decides he's going to go in the Army. He went in the Army. He was going to go in the Army. So he come home one day after he signed up. Told her he was going in the Army and he was going to be leaving for whatever time it was, frame what it was, a few days, a few weeks, whatever it was. And he says, "You're not going with me." I filed for the divorce and walked out. Now he's married now. His second wife, him and his second wife have been married for, oh God. See, they got married in 1979. Over 30, almost 40 years.
Long time.
Yeah. So they, like I said, been married since about February or something like that. In 1979, they got married, if I remember right. And because we both got out in 1978. And he only did 4 years, so he went in a couple years after I did, but I went in the Navy in 1972. He went 1974, if I remember right. And we both got out in November of 1978. And he got married in February of 1979. So, but they knew each other before he went in, and they dated for a while before he dated his first wife. And his wife hated me before she ever met me. But George and I both were drinkers, And so if we got together before he went and saw her, he was usually half cocked before he'd see her. And so she'd blame me, It's
Well,
my
of
fault.
course. Of course she's going to blame you.
So
That's how women are.
I was a bad influence. Well, for one thing, when he had his tonsils taken out, first person he asked to see was me, not her. That pissed her off. Well, like I said, my cousin George and I are like best friends. We always have been. We're 11 days apart, you know? And so I remember the first time I met her, we went to, I want to say Pizza Hut, might have been Pizza Inn. And in Indiana, they sell beer even on the weekends, on the Sundays, because it's so much food is so much of their business. They could sell beer. Actually, they could sell anything, but they only sold beer anyway. So we're in there drinking a couple pitchers, and there's this good-looking waitress in there, and I'm flirting with her. You got to remember, I'm only 27, I think, at this time, and so I'm flirting with this good-looking blonde. And we're drinking because, you know, they got to be of age, which in Indiana is 21. So she was at least 21 because she's the one serving us. So she wasn't a whole lot younger than me. And so anyway, we finally had a few too many pictures. So we go out to see so I can meet his wife, but at that time, girlfriend and her family. And I'm crocked. He's crocked. So naturally, I didn't make a good first impression.
And that's the one usually lasts. So.
Oh, no. She loves me now. She absolutely loves me.
Well, that's good.
She later on said, you know, I used to blame you whenever George got drunk. She goes, now I know he's just as guilty, if not more than you. This is after they got married.
You must have. You must have come home drunk a few times when you weren't around.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He'd go out drinking with these other friends, you know. If I couldn't go, and so she found out, you know, he was drunk just like I was. I mean, he didn't need me. And he doesn't drink anywhere near as much as he used to, and he drinks more than I do still. But he's retired, and. I remember when he hit 64. Like I said, he's 11 days older than me, so I called him on his 64th birthday. And like I said, he worked construction. And full retirement for us was 66. So I called him up on his birthday, and I said, how's it feel to know you only got 2 more years to go to retire? And he had one answer for me. One. In other words, I'm working 1 more year, then I'm done. That's it. 1. And that's what he retired at 65. He didn't care. But he didn't touch his Social Security, and I don't know if he's still touched it. I think he's taken it, but he has to go straight to the bank. He doesn't use it. Like I said, he worked construction. He's got more money coming in from his retirement from construction than I got working and taking my Social Security.
Yeah.
You know, but God bless him, he earned it. You know, he worked hard. And he was a construction electrician, so he made real good money.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Electricians make big money.
Oh, yeah. And he started off working in the same factory I did that I got fired from after I got out of the service. He worked there and absolutely hated it. Now, he wasn't an electrician there. He somehow heard about this one job. He applied for it. And he forgot all about it because it had been a few months and they hadn't heard anything from the guy. He gets a call from the guy, and the guy asked him, he says, you still want to be an electrician? Now, he took a pay cut because this wasn't construction. This was, I don't even think he was union yet. And so anyway, he took a pay cut to do it. And my cousin's wife, Mary, she said, Larry, he is so much happier now. But see, he had his house paid for and all that good, happy stuff. Hey, Larry XD, how you doing, man?
Hey, Mac Daddy.
He wants me to put on my Undertaker hat. You happy, Larry? But anyway, so like I said, though, so he worked 5 years as residential electrician. And he made about half as much money per hour as what he did as a factory worker. Because he made good money as a factory worker.
I had to drop down and take a text message session from my significant other on the Baho.
Yeah. Like I said, isn't that called an Aswell? Girlfriend?
My
Or is
significant
that your wife?
Honda.
Huh?
Well, my significant other from Honda.
Okay. But so anyway, after
My
5
fiance.
years, yeah, after 5 years, my cousin was, became after 5 years, you go into construction. So he went into construction after 5 years. And then he started making what he was making as a factory worker. But that was the lowest level construction electrician. And then as it went along, he started making more and more than what he made.
Yeah.
Ended up being more than double than what he made. But like I said, when he was residential, he made less money than he did as a factory worker. And then when he became construction, the lowest level, they call them juniors or whatever. The lowest, I can't
Journeyman.
remember that. Huh?
No, Journeyman's a high one.
No. You got one that's like a trainee.
That's an apprentice.
Apprentice,
Right.
yeah. So as an apprentice, he made about the same though as what he did as a factory worker. Because like I said, he made good money at the factory he worked at. But he hated that job, so he switched out.
My brother retired January 6th from New Jersey Transit. His pension's worth over $100,000 a year.
Yeah. Now, Gary, you have a good one, man. Gary, Retirement Life says he's got to go. See you
Hey,
all
take
later.
care, Gary. Nice to meet you.
But yeah, I belong to Gary's channel. I check him out once in a while. I'm probably behind on his too. But yeah, I don't know how much my cousin's worth. I know, like I said, he's got more money coming in every month, not counting his Social Security. He doesn't touch it. He's got more money coming in from just his retirement from construction than I got working and with my Social Security.
My brother won't be eligible for Social Security. They bought him out of it with the
Well, if you met,
with the rail workers pension.
yeah, the rail workers I don't think get Social Security.
It's not technically Social Security, but it's covered under the Social Security umbrella.
Yeah, but it's not Social Security. They don't get Social Security.
Yeah, no, it's not.
It's a retirement, but
He's not a national rail worker though. He's a New Jersey Transit worker, and
Well, that'd be something to do with New Jersey then.
yeah, he gets a rail worker style pension,
yeah,
but it's not from the rail workers union.
yeah.
Okay,
Very
that's
similar.
something to do with New Jersey. Probably same rules.
Well, New Jersey Transit's the #1 rail carrier in the nation. They carry more passengers by rail than
Well,
everybody else combined because of New York City.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's because they run in and out of New York all the time. New York
Yeah.
City.
He's one of the
that
only.
makes sense.
I've caught the rail from Orange, New Jersey, to New York City a few times myself. Because
He
it's
works
actually cheaper to stay in New Jersey and take the train over than it is to stay in New York.
Oh,
He
yeah.
works for New Jersey Transit, but their rail yards in Pennsylvania because
Okay.
it's just across the river from Trenton.
Yeah, there's a section there that's real close together. But no, like I said, my cousin, like I said, he did real well with his Social Security. Now I got two sisters. Both retired as one retired as a sister, both retired at 55. But my sister that retired as a Teamster was never a truck driver, never worked with trucks.
No, they've got a lot of other stuff under that umbrella.
But the nice thing about Teamsters, and because if you notice, there's a lot of companies that have cut out their retirement plans.
Yeah.
My brother-in-law worked for Kodak, Eastman Kodak. He was an electrical engineer. Did electronics. He designed color TVs for years. Then he went for Eastman Kodak, designing some of their stuff with electrical stuff, electronic stuff.
Yeah.
There was that digital camera that he designed that. And then there's a printer that's done digitally. He helped design part of that. So like I said, he's done a lot of different kind of jobs. Now he's pushing 80. Now when he retired, he got let go about 20 years ago, a little over 20 years ago. There was a big bloodletting, and Kodak laid off a lot of people. And when they laid him off, he's like 58, so it was a little over 20 years ago. And they said, look, here's this much money to carry you over till you're, carry over like a year's worth, or you can take a little less and it'll last longer. So he took a little less. And they were talking about his retirement fund. And they said, well, now you can take this amount of money and you'll get that the rest of your life, or you can take this amount. And if you pass, when you pass away, if before your wife, she'll get the same amount of money. And there was a third option. He could roll it out into a savings account, retirement savings account. And as long as he didn't touch it, it was not going to be taxed. So they took that account. Because that way they'd get the same amount of money no matter what happened. And if when they passed away, the kids would get the money. And then a few years later, Kodak killed their retirement fund. So a lot of people that were getting their retirement lost their retirement. Now the ones that, like my brother-in-law, didn't hurt them because they took the buyout, bought it, just took the cash and ran. Another friend of mine that I worked with as a guard, he worked there for 20 some years, and he took the money, but he took it all out at one time, suffered the taxes on it, but he paid off all his bills.
Yeah.
He owned his house outright, everything. He owned 2 houses because his daughter lived in the house next door, and he bought that. So he paid off both houses and had some money left. I don't think it was a lot, but he had some money left. But he retired at 62 because a lot of people don't understand this part about Social Security. Your Social Security goes on your last so many years working, okay? And because he was now working as a security guard, making a whole lot less money per hour, which means a whole lot less money per week than what he was when he was working for Kodak. If he went much beyond 62, he started losing money because those good paying years started dropping off, see? And so he retired at 62, which meant he couldn't work anymore because, like I said, if you work, they want so much of the money back, and he wasn't going to work and give them the money back. He just retired. He had enough money with his bills paid. They had enough coming in on his Social Security by taking it at that age. Now, he's my age, so he's 69 now. He's been retired for 7 years. He just turned 69 last month. So he's doing well. Now his wife passed away, but like I said, he's doing okay. So it all depends on, if I'd have kept working, I'd have made more money on my Social Security. Because every year, if you're not making less money, every year you make more money on your Social Security.
Right.
All right. Now, if you're making less money every year, then you start making less money on your Social Security. For every year you go beyond a certain age. And so, like, if I'd have kept working and not taking my Social Security, I'd be a lot better off right now. But like I said, I wanted to get some bills straightened out. And I didn't want to work a second job. That was my choices. I could either take my Social Security, find a second job, or just live like a pauper for years. And then I decided I didn't want to do the pauper bit, and I sure in the hell didn't want a second job because I didn't like working the first one. I was ready to retire, man.
Yep.
If I had the money, I'd be retired right now. So I did not want a second job. And
A lot of times it's better to go out on disability your last few years on Social Security, because often you can go out early and you'll get the same amount of money the rest of your life.
Well, how that works is, because that's what I did. How that works is there's a disability amount, and it's normally like $100 or $150 more a month than your regular Social Security is. But you get that until you reach your full retirement age. Then it converts over to regular Social Security, but you do keep the higher amount.
But
I don't have enough quarters in to go Social Security. I'm 58 years old. I got to have an eye surgery so I can see again. I got to get a job for a couple years and then probably go out on disability. It's the only way I'll ever see Social Security.
well, like I said, I took my Social Security at 66.
Yeah.
I really wanted to wait till I was 70. And if I had been better with my money, I would have waited. But like I said, I could have waited. But like I said, I would have had to either really cut back on what I was doing, which to me is not an option. I cannot stay at home every day, day in, day out. I'm staying home pretty much now. But I was a lot younger. And
It's driving me crazy.
Yeah, I get out and move some. I don't go out right now as much as I used to. If I was still up in Rochester area, I'd go out a lot more than I do here. Because when I moved down here, there's still pretty much where you can't go do this, you can't go do that. If you go here, you got to wear, you got to wear a mask the whole time you're in the restaurant unless you're eating. So you got to.
Do you still have that going there?
No, but you did when I moved down here.
Oh, okay.
And so it's like, I'm not going to do that. So I really don't go out to the restaurants. But when I was still living up in Rochester area, I went out and bought food, brought it home. I went to the grocery store, but I knew a lot of different people. And once the things would have loosened up, I'd have been going out more again, So I know me, I would have been out and spending money again. Here, it's a different lifestyle for me, so it's a little more laid back here.
Yeah.
Because I know a lot fewer people. And like I said, I don't go to the bars and drink anymore. I haven't done that in years. My one friend, like I said, they're living with their mother who's in her 80s, so they want you to wear a mask whenever you're over there, which I will when I go over. I wear a mask around them all the time, but I'm not going to just go over for a few minutes, and go in and sit around with a mask on all the time. I mean, if something's going on, I'll go over. We'll go out and do something together, but I wear a mask the whole time I'm with her because, she's worried about her mother, which I understand. Like I said, I have no problem wearing the mask, but she knows I did not get the last shot, and I'm not getting the last shot. I told her that. And she knows I don't wear a mask when I go out by myself. So, I have to wear the mask around them all the time, which is fine with me. I mean, because I don't want to wear a mask everywhere I go. I'm sorry. I'm just not going to do it.
Yeah, I'm tired of it too.
Simple pizza business.
Yeah.
Myself, I got to do something, but I can't do what I'm doing forever.
No. You can do it. You're rolling the dice.
But if I do a simple pizza business out here, like a lot of pizza businesses you can get a salad, chicken wings, sandwiches, stuff like that.
Yeah.
I was in a place yesterday. They sell 3 things. They sell small pizzas, large pizzas, and soda. That's it.
Oh yeah. Well, like I said, one of the places, even once they when they first opened back up in Rochester area, it was food to go. You could go order the food and take it with you. And there was a pizza place that I really liked in Leroy, which is where I live, which is kind of like a bedroom community for Rochester. And I would order pizza about once a week. There was another place that the name of the pizza place was Pizza Land. Now the name of I used to go to get burritos, and the name of that place was That Taco Place. That was the name of the place, That Taco Place. Had great enchiladas and stuff like that. I liked their enchiladas the most, and so I'd go there about once a week and get the food and take it home. When I first moved down here, I was going out and getting food because I was staying at a friend's apartment, watching it for her parents. Okay, this is my friend. I was staying at their parents' apartment till I got my apartment. I had to wait to get my apartment, and so I wasn't cooking there because it's not my place. I'm not going to cook. So I went out and got something to eat every day, you know. And when I first moved into this apartment, getting things straightened out, I went out and got something to eat and brought it home. But I didn't go sit down in the restaurants because at that time you had to wear the mask. This is a couple years ago. And I will go to a restaurant once in a while, but the last time I was in a restaurant to sit down and eat was on my birthday this year. I went to one of the Mexican restaurants close to where I live, had myself a great burrito. I'm talking about here now. When I was back home, I always go out to eat at least once. I go out with my cousin and my best friend from my junior high and high school days. We always go to a Mexican restaurant and get something to eat. And then we always
Bigger than ever these days. And
I go sit down.
even before COVID.
Yeah. Well, I always went sit down before COVID. I rarely got food to go. You know, unless it was a hamburger, or, you know, you go into Burger King or something like that. I rarely got food to go. If I
That's our age group, but you got to look at all the younger people today.
Yeah.
They never fine dine just about. They're always quick serve or takeout.
I can't say fine dine. I can't say I fine dine. I went to Denny's, Outbacks, you know, places like that. That's good dining, but I wouldn't say it's fine dining. But now, like I said, if I went to Burger King, I got the Whopper and the fries to go. The Pizza Land, I'd get the pizza, take it home.
See, I like the idea of just like pizza, because once you have the fryers, the grills, all that other like Bain Marie refrigeration and everything, you're opening yourself up to a lot more employees that you need to operate all that and the labor.
Yeah.
The place I was in out here yesterday, it was a father, a son, and his daughter was answering the phone.
Yeah.
That was it.
It depends on how busy you get. I mean, later on you may have to hire some people, but you don't have to have a lot. At Pizza Land, there was usually 3 or 4 people working, and that was it. Now, exactly. one of them or 2 of them could be owners. I don't know, but that was it.
That's the beauty of what I'm thinking. Low labor, low cost. I know how to make my dough in the morning myself and pan it all.
Yeah. Well, I'm
done panning pizza by like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And I can be open till 10 at night, and it's all done for me. Sausage fly.
Yeah. Well, like I said, they also had limited seating, so most of their business was carry out.
Yeah, I'll be
delivery. You know, but well, like I said, that one Mexican place in Batavia I used to go to, that taco place, they had very limited. I mean, they had like 2 tables inside, so it was almost all takeout. I sat in there and ate a couple times, but most of the time it was like, go get it, either take it home or go to the park and sit and eat. You know, but
and here's a tough one. There's too many Mac Daddy pizzas already.
Yeah.
So I got to be Mick Daddy.
Jez Ray, I'm sorry, I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name right. Jezman, Jemz, Jimsy Ray. I hope I'm saying it right. Welcome. I've seen you before. I may be subscribed. I'm not sure. If you feel comfortable and you want to come up and talk with us, come on up. If you want just to drop your link, type in LLL. It'll drop your link. Just let me do this here real quick, and I'll show you what I mean.
Larry marathon there, Junior.
Or you can do capitals. It doesn't matter.
Hello, James Ray.
Now, there you go. Just do that. It'll drop your link for you. It'll be a moment, but it'll drop it. There's mine. Yours will be next.
There it is.
There you go.
But there's mine again, and hers will come up again because you did both.
Is there any water in there? Oh, you're the man.
So
can't-
anytime, Jasmine, anytime you come to my channel, that's all you got to do. Either all small, all caps, or a mixture. It doesn't matter. Just type in L's, 3 of them, and it'll drop your channel for you. Hello, Alex. How you doing, sir?
Take your antibiotics.
Oh, you're talking to Larry DX. Yeah, you're right, Larry. Alex, I'm going to say you're not talking to me because I don't have to pay child support. I don't have any kids. Well, you know, that is something I wish I had kids. I mean, I really do. But I'm not going to sit here and cry about it. And the nice thing about not having kids, but I'm not going to be stuck somewhere because of my kids or grandkids.
That's true.
You don't
I
have a
don't-
list of suspects?
Well, there's maybe from my Navy days, but they'll be quite old.
Yeah.
But anyway, like I said, though, I mean, you know, I know people that will not leave an area they don't like because, you know, they're like me. They really don't care for winter anymore. But their kids and grandkids are here and they're not leaving,
Yep.
even though they don't like winter.
I ran into that when I moved here. People are still stuck in the Philly region and won't leave. Their families are all around them. And all I did was just move to the other end of Pennsylvania. I didn't leave the state, essentially. But they won't do it.
Well, like I said, I left the state, man. My family, outside my oldest sister, my family's all back in Indiana.
Yeah.
I moved to Delaware, and I was actually closer to them when I lived in Delaware than I am now. But I'll tell you what, where I live now, I'd never move back to the Philadelphia region of I-95 corridor. It was just insanity.
I'll be all right.
Well,
like I said, with
Say hello, Junior.
Hello.
hey Junior, how you doing?
Good.
How's that game going?
Pretty good.
All
Hey,
right,
Junior.
go kick some rear end, buddy.
Yeah. I'm
But,
playing GTA right now.
He's on an ice cream sandwich break.
Yeah.
Okay, nothing wrong with that. But like I said, I'm about 650 miles from my mom and them, so it's a good little drive. I take 2 days. Now it's 2 easy days of driving. I could do it in one, but I'd be dead tired. And the day I got there, I'd just sleep all day. So might as well take 2 and just make it easy for me.
Yeah. It's like
And-
2,000 miles for me to go back and see my mom.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I'm a 6-hour drive, but interestingly enough, you don't want to head east and go through Pennsylvania. I go south through Maryland down to the Beltway, Baltimore area, and north up 95. It's fast.
I can't go straight across. Straight across is shorter distance. If I would just go straight across,
Well, yeah.
but
you have so much traffic.
well, it's not traffic. No, it's too many small towns.
Well, yeah.
I mean, you got so many areas that you're driving 30, 40,
25.
yeah, 25. And my oldest sister did the check on it because I was talking about coming up to visit her. She goes, "Oh, you ought to go this way." And I said, "Well, I thought about that, but Eve, my friend, she goes, no, it'd be better to go that way." So my sister did a check on it. She goes, "Eve's right. It's actually a little quicker going the longer route because
If
it's all throughway."
If I take the Pennsylvania Turnpike, it costs me $48. If I go the other way, it's a half hour longer. It's better driving, and it only costs $8.
Well, it's worse driving because it's through more hills and mountain area.
I go-
And the throughway is a lot quicker. And after I get out of New York State, it's free. It's still throughway, but there's no more toll charge.
I don't want to hit the Baltimore, D.C. area anytime midday or after, like between 3 and 8 o'clock at night.
Well,
Forget
see,
it.
I'll leave here.
So I drive at night.
Now I leave here in the morning, and somewhere around 8. That gets me through Rochester and Buffalo before the evening rush hour. I'll get through both of those. I'll get close to Cleveland with rush hour, but that's all I got to deal with is Cleveland. Get through Cleveland. Sometimes I won't even go to Cleveland. I'll stop in Erie.
The
And,
rush hour in the I-95 corridor goes from like 3 p.m. to almost 8 p.m. I don't even call it rush hour. It's like a whole goddamn shift. Excuse my language.
It's just like a parking. There's some places it's like a parking lot, but
oh yeah, I-95 corridor. God,
this last time I left later in the day. Actually, I left after I got off work. I think this last time.
they call Delaware a pass-through state. I-95's like 8 lanes or more wide, and it's still full.
Yeah.
Because everybody's going to Jersey and lining up for Philly, and
I stopped in Erie going both ways this last time, but I left after work, so I left after 3:00, and so I got over to Erie somewhere around 10, maybe 11 o'clock at night. Stopped there, spent the night, got up, got through Cleveland and all that before rush hour, and I made it. And then I'm in Indianapolis right around rush hour, but that's not bad. You get around that. I jumped off of the thruway, jumped onto 40, which is a slower route, but it's usually a better route because between Indianapolis and Terre Haute, a lot of time there's road construction going on, which means you got to slow down a lot because of that.
Yeah.
Now, I was going to take 40 back when I left Terre Haute. I was going to get on 40 and drive to Indianapolis on 40. But because of the snow, you all saw the snow. No, I wasn't taking 40. I got on 70. And I had pretty good luck with 70 going back. They weren't doing construction. They were doing it in a different area. But, you saw the last video, the last couple of videos, you saw what I went through driving that first day, especially. Oh man, that was a bear. But I made it to Erie. I had my live stream that night. That's the live stream I did from the hotel room. It was after that driving, and I could have drove a couple more hours, but it's like I knew when I got there, I'd already made the hotel reservation because it's like, I'm not pushing it real hard. I'm going to go there. If I get there early, I get there early. And I left as early as I did because of the snow. I would have left later in the day if it wasn't for the snow.
all this travel that we're talking about, though, this is the whole reason why we need a maglev train system, at least from like the East Coast to Chicago.
Well, that wouldn't do me any good because then I'd have to drive from Chicago to Terre Haute. And that would be a pain. I'd just as soon drive from here to there and have my own car.
I'm talking all through like the New York area.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if it goes to Chicago, it's not going to go through my hometown. It's going to stay up farther north.
Yeah, but if it got you close enough.
Nah, not worth it. I prefer driving, and I'm going to tell you the truth.
Well, driving in Chicago like that would be a pain in the butt anyway.
I drove in Chicago
I
many
took
times.
the Silver Meteor train out of Florida one time. Goes from like Miami to Boston, and I got off in Philadelphia. It was a 27-hour ride to Philly. I got to tell you, it was one of the most relaxing ways I ever left Florida.
Now, hold on, Larry. We know a couple of people that are transsexual, but they're not in the chat today. That don't know them personally. I know them through the internet. And I know that at least one of them's already got a significant other. But we wish you well with that. I mean, I don't know if there's anybody else because I don't really care. So I don't ever ask anybody if they're gay or straight. It doesn't matter. And but you know, we do have a couple that come here. Matter of fact, we had two of them here today that that are transsexual that came in and visited us for a while.
Where I used to live, my neighbors were gay. They were the best neighbors I ever had.
My youngest sister has a couple friends that are gay. Her and her husband have some good friends that are gay. I knew a guy that I actually rented a room from that was gay. But
I used to tease Nick and Tim that they were husband and wife.
But like I said, I mean,
They were great neighbors, though, I got to tell you.
well, you know, like I said, it's all on the individual. Some individuals are, you know. Now the guy I was renting a room from when I first moved in, he was trying to act straight, and well, you know, he was looking to get a roommate. He had worked at Kodak and lost his job. He had a house he had to pay for, and we were talking about people, you know, how you prefer whether to have a roommate or not. I said I prefer not having a roommate because if I want, I can get up, walk around the apartment completely nude, and not have to worry about if somebody else was there. If I don't have a roommate, because if somebody's there, if I don't have a roommate, I know because they're there to visit me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I know whether or not I want to get up and walk around nude. He says, well, we can walk around nude anytime you want. That told me he was gay. And I said, no, that's all right. I said, you know. And Larry, that would turn more people off and get me banned from YouTube. Larry XD says, you should do a stream walking around nude. That would make so many people start barfing, and then YouTube would ban me for life.
Yeah, that would not be a good idea.
No.
I'm always telling you get dancing girls.
Yeah, I know, but can't have
That'd
them
be
dance-
okay.
Yeah, but you can't have them dancing around nude either because that
No,
still
no.
gets you in trouble.
Well, he
Get
didn't
up.
say nude. He didn't say nude dancing
No, he
girls.
didn't. No, he didn't. No, he
No,
didn't.
I didn't. I just said dancing girls.
Yeah, they could be belly dancers, you know.
Yeah.
They could be wearing pasties.
Oh yeah, bikini doing car washing bikinis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you
But,
know, you can do bikini shows and stuff.
Oh yeah, you can do bikini shows. You can do
'Cause they're,
those.
you know, we know
'Cause
people
they
who
are-
do those. So.
Yeah, but I mean, but they're dressed, so you can do that. It's
Exactly.
My friend got in trouble because she lives in the Philippines in San Roque, and she had a couple of the silver cows that they have over there, and they were getting frisky with each other, and she got in trouble with YouTube for that. They made her take the video down.
hey, Pacal, how you doing?
And I know people in the Philippines that have pigs, and they had pig porn on there, and they didn't get in trouble for it. So I don't understand. They
There's
discriminate.
there's a Phil M couple and Turquoise Sunrise, and they were in the States, and they were at a zoo, and there was a couple of zebras getting it on in their video, one of their videos. They didn't get banned, they didn't get taken down. And now, Pacal,
Hey, Pacal.
type in LLL and it will drop your link. 3 L's. And we'll get your link dropped. And welcome to the live stream. If you want to come up and talk, if you feel comfortable enough to do that, come on up. And we'll get you in here. We'll talk to anybody that wants to talk. And did you say hi to Jasmine Ray Leonard?
Who?
You did say hi to Jasmine, right?
Yes.
Did you say hi to her, Mac Daddy?
I didn't. Hello.
And I'm gonna say she said hello, Sir Leonard, and hello, other co-host. So
Yeah.
she did your name. I don't know why your names aren't showing. I don't know how to get them to show. I'm sorry.
You seem to
guys.
do that sometimes.
I
You guys
know.
are always calling me Mac Daddy. It's just most people don't call me that. They just call me that, like, I don't know. It's hard to explain. Like I show up, it's like, hey, Mac Daddy's here, and it's hello, Ed. Which doesn't matter. I don't care.
I'm just trying to see. I don't know how to get the names up there.
My name was up last week.
I know, but I don't know how I did it.
I think it was up earlier tonight, too.
It could have been.
I know it
Oh.
says down below, it says Mac Daddy on my screen in blue, but then it's not up with my picture, which is fine with me.
I'm trying to. There it is. I had, for some reason, I had that comment up there, and so it was blocking everybody's names. Where it was, I had my StreamYard connection for some reason was there. I don't know how I got it there, but I got it there. So by
Earlier
taking
today,
it,
I was having a hard time getting on. I had to shut my phone off and reload it for some reason.
well,
Didn't want to let me on.
for some reason, every week, I have trouble getting my chat to come. My StreamYard thing to come up.
It's pilot error. I got the same problem.
No, it's operator error for me.
Yeah, same deal. Yeah, you know.
It's my fault, nobody else's. But
I got my son to yell for. He's like the electronics expert.
Macal's saying hi to the co-host. So, shout out to the co-host. So shout out for Mac Daddy. Shout her out.
Hello.
Well, now the names are up there.
Yeah, I know. I figured out what I did wrong.
Oh, okay.
Like I said, it's operator error, man. Operator error. Just remember that. Operator error. And now, Pacal, please put in 3 L's and I'll get your name up. I'll get your channel up. That's all you got to do.
I got to get better lighting.
Well, I got to live about as best I can light mine up. I'm in my bedroom. I can light it up better in my living room, but I don't want my computer in my living room. If I wasn't going to have my TV in there, I'd have room. But
Yeah.
I'd rather have the TV.
I'm
I
sitting
don't-
on my love seat with my pellet stove going to keep the heat nice and warm in here. I got my TV.
Yeah.
My favorite cat sleeping next to me.
Yeah, but well, like I said, I put together 2 desks today when I got through Amazon, so I put them up, and I got them both. I got one of them about a week, maybe 2 weeks ago, and I got the other one this week. I wasn't supposed to get it till Monday, I think, and I got it on like Wednesday. I got it a lot earlier than I was supposed to.
That's always nice.
Yeah. Well, see, what happened was I ordered this months ago.
Oh,
And then they ended up sold out of it. And they sent me a different one. And I opened it up and said, no, I don't want this one. So I sent it back to them and said, no, I want this one. And I said, well, it's on back order. And they told me it'd be here on the 12th. Okay. Which is Monday.
yeah.
And so anyway, it got here Wednesday or Thursday. I can't remember. I want to say Wednesday. And so I picked it up. And I finally, today, I waited till my days off to put them together. They're easy. 2 desks. One for the living room and one for the bedroom.
I make a really nice desk out of a sheet of MDF and some studs.
Yeah.
And I can make just about anything you want.
Yeah, you can do that. That'll work out pretty good.
But like I said, these are the one
Now
in the
bubbles coming down. It's more reasonable.
the one in the living room is going to be mostly for putting pictures and stuff on. It's going to be sitting next to the TV. The one in my bedroom, I had a matching end table for my living room. I had one in my living room, and I had the other one here in my bedroom because I wanted 2 end tables in here to hold different stuff in different areas. And so that's when I finally got the other one that I've been wanting to match the one I got in my bedroom. I put it together today and switched those around. So I had to take everything off and move some stuff. And so today I did mostly putting the desk together and doing some cleaning up and straightening around. I'm still not done, but the apartment. I haven't put my computer desk, not computer, my TV stand together yet. I got a nice big TV stand I got to get put together. It's about a 70-pound TV stand. And
That should be a good one.
yeah, it better be.
I'll tell you what, some of them desks that you got to put together take you so many hours. You might as well build your own.
Well, no, the ones I had, the ones that I put together today,
Simple ones.
simple. Well, like I said, the one I already put together before, so I knew it was going to be simple.
Some of that stuff they sell at Staples by Bush, I put like together the particle board executive desks and all. You can spend 4 to 6 hours putting all them drawers together, the side,
Oh, yeah. I had a
Oh,
TV.
yeah.
I had a TV stand back in
all them
Leroy.
camp box.
It was back in Leroy, very heavy, but I put it together. It took me some time to put that sucker together.
And then once
Yeah.
you glue those desks together, you never get them apart.
I ended up because I didn't have a TV. I wasn't taking a TV with me. Wasn't sure if I was going to buy one at the time when I moved down here. And so I gave it to one of my neighbors. I said, you can have it. It's free. Just take it. And so they did take it. But I mean, it was a real nice, like I said, it took me a while to put it together. Real heavy, real sturdy.
Yep.
I did a whole office one time for a roofing company, and it took me a few days to bowl all that crazy stuff together.
I bought,
Yes.
The dollars
Some of them are tough.
I put together some
Like a
chest
puzzle.
of drawers. I put them together.
Yep.
This computer desk I got sitting here, that everything's sitting on, I put it together. Outside of being awkward, it wasn't real hard. I mean, it was hard enough, but it was a lot harder than the two desks I put together today.
I did these MDF desks and cubicles and stuff one time for a company. They loved it.
Yeah.
I run a router around the edge, like to give it a rounded nose on it, and dress it up a little bit. And
I thought about trying to set this desk up to where I could do it, but I'd have to get a different stand to where I could put up two monitors on this desk. I got 27-inch monitors. I got two of them. One's curved, one's straight. I thought about setting both of them up, and it's like I don't need both. Why do it right now?
Yeah.
Maybe
I
later
got
on.
great trick for all these flat screen TVs everybody's got. So you can't knock them over too easy. I drill a hole in the leg and I put a screw down in.
Yeah.
And it makes the TVs so sturdy. Because a friend of mine, his cat knocked his TV over and it broke it. So when he got his next one, I put a screw in it, and it's worked.
All right, hey guys, I'm going to drop off for just a moment. You guys go ahead and talk among yourselves.
All right. Well, Mac Daddy's gonna have to run the show because I got to go to bed.
God bless you.
Yeah, go ahead and run the show because I got to hit the CR.
There you are.
Well, I got to do that too.
Go ahead.
All right, Eddie. Talk to you later.
Take care. I'll see you next week.
Yep.
I got the controls all to myself, folks. I don't have the chat up, though, to type in chat. I need to figure out how to set that up. Oh, that didn't do it. And we went silent. Nobody wants to come up, huh? Somebody should drop in.
Immerse yourself in a historic shop to hop on board for a vintage trolling ride and check out our special events on eastbroadtalk.com. It's time to schedule your tour today. At Longtown Silver's, Pro Bowl local board with a fish turkeys. Get that out signature pattern. Complete your feast with Wisconsin White Cheddar cheese fries and right away from wealthy liquors.
We call ourselves your neighborhood Ford store because we've made a commitment to help our community come together.
All right, I'm back. Give me a moment. I'll get my ears in. Nice thing about the CR, the restroom, the head, whatever you want to call it. That door behind me, 2 steps past that door, and I'm at the bathroom. It's
That
real
was-
close. That's real close. Now, my bathroom is so small, I can sit on the stool and turn the light on and off.
But
It's just all it is the length of the tub, no longer than that.
yeah,
But,
my old home, I used to have a real tiny bathroom.
Well, my other apartment before this one, the one I had up in Leroy, the bathroom was bigger, but the living room and dining room, which is what I have here, the living room, dining room, was smaller. Now the bedroom was actually bigger, but I like this place much, much better. I really do. It's a much nicer apartment. I could probably I could put a king size bed in this bedroom and still be able to get around. I'd have to rearrange a few things. My filing cabinet couldn't be where it's at right now. That'd be about the only thing I'd have to rearrange. But my other one, I could put a king size bed in there and still have room for a single probably beside it. This one, no.
Yeah, my house I grew up in, my king size bed took up my whole bedroom, but let me tell you, I wouldn't trade it for anything.
Yeah.
My old house that I grew up in, the total dimensions, outside dimensions on it were 28 by 32. Just
Okay.
a tiny little 2-bedroom, but it had a nice big living room. It was 15.3 by 17.6,
Okay.
which was a great size living room. Had a 12 by 14 kitchen, a 12 by 14 bedroom, a 9 by 12 bedroom, and a tiny little bathroom.
Well,
Best layout that I've ever had.
now the apartment I had in Leroy, if you took the hallway out, would have made my living room and dining room a whole lot bigger. Because the hallway just ran between it and the bathroom. There was a hallway, but if you took that out, that would have added another 3 foot or more, maybe 4, to the width of the living room and the dining room area. So that would have made the living room a lot bigger. It would have been as big as my bedroom, which was huge. I had a huge bedroom. But I tell you, my kitchen was so small. Oh my God. You had to back out of there just to change your mind. Now the kitchen I'm in now is not a whole lot bigger, but it's laid out a whole lot better. It is a little bigger, but not a lot bigger. And it's laid out much, much better. So
I was going to build a home out here where I'm living now, but I want to get out of where I'm at. I don't like where I'm at. I want a different setup.
yeah.
And there's so many old people that pass on and leave this area. Their kids don't want the home because
Yeah.
their kids left here. That they sell some of these homes so inexpensively, it doesn't make sense. I mean, yeah, I'm buying a 100-year-old home, but it's probably in good condition. And
Yeah.
with a small addition on it, it's got everything you want.
Yeah.
A lot of these are, as I call them, coal crack shacks. They're miner homes.
Yeah.
People who work the coal mines.
Well, see, now, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm an apartment dweller, and I'm proud of it. I would not buy a home. I would buy a condo if I was going to buy something. Now, we're talking about just made for me. If you ever get married, you get then it's a whole different ballgame.
Well,
You got to.
I have
But-
my son, and he'll probably in a few years have his extended family. And like I told him, I could get my own place, but do you want to lose me? You can live with me. I can live with you. So I told him, I said, we'll just get a bigger home.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. But like I said, for me, it's just me.
Right.
You know,
And I can understand the apartment life too. There's a lot more convenience because you don't have to do all the lawn, the maintenance, the this, the that.
you don't do any of that. I mean, I don't shovel snow. I don't rake leaves. I don't cut grass.
I don't shovel snow either.
I'm just saying, I don't do any of that. If something breaks, I call the
Maintenance.
no, I don't call the maintenance directly unless it's on the weekend.
Right.
I call the office, and the office gets all the maintenance. And if it's an emergency, they come right away. If not, they schedule. Hey, look, we'll be in tomorrow. Can it wait till then? And most of the time, it can. And so it's like I had that window leak. I think I might have put a video up of it. I'm not sure if I did or not. I noticed the window was leaking because it was raining really hard that one day. And so I went down and I showed them. Now, there was no way they were going to come up and fix it during the rain. It just wasn't going to happen. So it's like, yeah, they can wait till tomorrow. I mean, it's starting to slack off. They want it dried when they fix it. They came up the next day while I was at work and fixed it. I had a screen that needed repaired. They came in and put a new screen in. They didn't repair it. They just put a new one in. So they're usually pretty good. I had a leak in the stool. They fixed that. So like I said, but it's something if you own, either you're fixing or you're paying somebody to fix it.
I want to move to a little town called Wimber near where I live, and I could buy a 5-bedroom, 2-bath, like both sides of a duplex over there right now for $70,000.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
That's a great deal, and it's in decent shape. It's been redone.
Well, like I said, I can't say it's a great deal because I don't know the area. Because now in my area, that'd be a great deal. That'd be a steal in my area.
Well, for what it costs to live anywhere anymore, the homes around here are very reasonably priced.
Yeah, like I said, but there's some places that would be about average. That'd be, not a great price, but it'd be an okay price. There's other places that'd be a great price.
I can get 27 acres with a 3-car garage, a 20-year-old house on it for $799. I mean, that's just how cheap the homes are around here.
Yeah.
You can get some really nice buys.
Like I said, though, for me, it just.
Well, that would be overkill for me.
Well, anything over 2 or 3 bedrooms, anything over 2 bedrooms is overkill for me. Even 2 bedrooms more than I need. But you got family that you could, they come out that gives them a room to sleep in. But actually the resale for a home, if you want to resell a home, the best is a 3-bedroom.
Yeah, 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath.
Yeah, it's best to have at least a 3-bedroom for resale. I mean, they resell a lot quicker than a 1 or 2-bedroom, or a 4-bedroom even. 3-bedroom seems to be the ideal number.
My old neighbor bought a home that was a 3-bedroom with a single bath, and he did away with one of the bedrooms to make the living room bigger.
Yeah.
And when he went to sell the home, he couldn't understand why he couldn't hit the number he wanted. He tried blaming it on me and my house across the street because he didn't like the big pine tree in my front yard. And I told him, I said, you got to look what you did. When you bought the place, you had 3 bedrooms. Now you got 2. Price of 2-bedroom versus a 3-bedroom was the difference.
Well, my little sister, she's got a 2-bedroom home, but that's what she wanted, and she's still in it. And a 2-bedroom is good for somebody that's retired.
Sure.
Or after the kids, and they turn one of their bedrooms into it's still a one. You could turn it back into a 1-bedroom. I mean, a bedroom, but they got to set up with. They both like to work out, so they got the treadmill and some other stuff in there now. So they use it as a workout room.
Yeah, my brother has his set up as like a computer room. He has his computer in there on a desk, and
well,
it's like a little den.
Yeah, my oldest sister's got a 4-bedroom home. It's a Cape Cod, but like I said, she had 2 kids, so they had an extra bedroom for guests, and they had their house built. Well, she's taken the downstairs guest bedroom and turned it into her office. Her computers and all that stuff's in there, and the 2 upstairs bedrooms are guest bedrooms. And but like I said, they had the house built for themselves years ago, and they won't move out of there until they die. I mean, they're not going to try to resell it. And until, like I said, well, if they end up having to go to the nursing home, the kids will probably sell it. But as a matter of fact, my youngest nephew might want to buy it. He spends so much time there. He loves the place. But they're out in the country, which is not for me. I'm a city boy, and I don't mean like New York City. No, I mean I like a good-sized town. My hometown's like 70, 80,000 people.
But that's what's convenient about where I live. I live next to Johnstown, but I'm like, as soon as you get away from Johnstown out here, it's more rural.
Yeah.
Like where I live, if I walk across the street 200 feet, I'm standing in the middle of a native trout stream.
Yeah.
And, out here where I'm at, I'm surrounded by farmland and the covered bridges down the street.
Well,
But I'm not that far out in the Laurel Highlands, unless you drive away 20 minutes. Then you're out in the middle of the woods.
Well, I'm still in the, I'd say this metro area, not metro, but the greater area of the city of Albany. Albany's the capital district, and I'm still in the district. Yeah, I got trees and stuff around me, but I'm not that far from buildings, I'm talking about businesses. I'm not that far from them.
Well, I used to
A
live,
hop, a skip, and not even a jump, just a hop and a skip.
live near one of the world's largest intersections, I-95 and the Pennsylvania Turnpike. I was literally like 30 houses away from it. And I am so glad to be out of there.
Well, I could be downtown in Albany in less than 15 minutes. And
I could be to the Philadelphia City line in about 15 minutes where I used to live.
no, I'm not saying the line. I'm talking about downtown in the city. In
Yeah.
15 from where I park to downtown in the city where all the entertainment and stuff and all that is at, 15 minutes.
Center City, Philadelphia with no traffic was 25 minutes, and with traffic was an hour.
No, I'm talking about with traffic, 15 minutes.
I'm talking Center City, Philadelphia, though.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying Albany. I'm down to downtown Hilton, Albany. When I walk out of my apartment door until I pull in their parking garage, 15 minutes, and that's with traffic. Because I used to drive that 4 times a week because when I was working for Amazon Recruitment, they started doing their recruitment at the downtown Hilton. And so I would be down there 4 days a week. I was working 4 9.5 to 10-hour days. And I had the rest of the week, the other 3 days off. I loved it. But then they met their goals for recruiting. And so they cut back. And when they went back to the main place to work, well, they didn't have security there. It was only when they were off site. So I went from working 40 hours a week to working somewhere else, because that was no more.
Yeah, it's not happening.
Well, that's the way it is in security. I mean, your contract, you work the contract.
Sure.
You get paid whatever the contract says. Now, I left there. I went to work at a place that was over a 30-minute drive just to get there. It was about 35 minutes, sometimes longer, depending on traffic. And it paid the same amount, but it was a lot farther drive. Like I said, double the drive. And I was working at a gatehouse where I had to go in and out in the weather. This is during the winter. I had to go in and out to check the trucks and stuff, which I left that. Then I went somewhere else, made more money. and tell the guy that I went to replace the guy that went out sick. But because I was working his job, I got paid what he got paid, which was good money. And I worked there until he was ready to go back to work, and then I went to where I'm at now. Now it's if I take the throughway or the expressway, I should say, not the throughway. The throughway they consider the toll road. So the expressway, the Northway they call it. If I take the Northway, it's about 15 minutes. I take 9, which is probably shorter drive as far as distance, but it's a longer drive because of speed and stoplights. But I take it because it's less of a hassle, less traffic, especially coming home. Going in, it's not so bad on the Northway, but coming home, it's a lot better coming Route 9. But I take it both ways usually, unless I'm running late. And I find it more of a relaxing drive to take 9 because even when it's busy, it's not as bad as because
I don't have any employment where I'm at here. It's
well,
kind of crazy. It's why I'm in the business I'm in. But when I was in the Philly area, I sold beer, and before that, I sold yachts. And I worked in Florida for like a month or so. But I got fighting with him in Florida to get paid on Friday.
Yeah.
I told him, I said, next time you hand me a $100 bill on Friday and tell me I got to wait to get paid, I'm out of here. Yeah. And evidently they thought I was kidding. They handed me a $100 bill again. I said, okay, gentlemen, that's it. I went out and packed my desk, and they're like, well, where are you going? They wanted me to stay. I said, I can't. You guys tell me you'll pay me on Tuesday, and sometimes Tuesday don't come to the following Friday. And then you might give me like part of what you owe me, but never all of what you owe me. And I'm always waiting on my money. Forget it. These guys were bad gamblers. And they had other addictions too, I'm sure. In South Florida,
Yeah.
That's when I sold my truck in Florida. I sold my S10 pickup. I got $3,500 cash, which was a lot more than I paid for it up north. And I was going to take a plane home, but they wanted me to wait 2 to 3 weeks to get low fare for to fly for $79. Other than that, it was $400 or $500. So I pulled up Amtrak and found the Silver Meteor out of Florida. And I took the train.
I would take the train. The only time I ever took a passenger train was when I was in China. But I always wanted to take one, so I was glad. I took a couple trains in China.
Coming out of Florida was pretty crazy. They hit a grapefruit truck in Indian River, and the train stopped, and they let people off the smoke. I got off, and I picked up like a giant shopping bag full of grapefruit.
Wow.
And they're like, oh, we don't think you can do that. Isn't that kind of rude? I said, there's grapefruit all over in front of this thing up there. You guys hit a truck. I'm sure they're not going to miss them. And I got back on the train and handed out grapefruit.
Yeah.
They were good. But 27 hours later, I was in Philadelphia. All through the night, you're coming up through the Carolinas, Virginia. Then it gets sunlight. As soon as you hit the all through Florida, it's like 75-mile-an-hour track because you're on freight track. As soon as you get to the D.C. area, they're traveling 125 mile an hour. What a difference!
Yeah. Well, we like I said, when I took the train in China, we took the regular passenger sleeper car, which is like bunk beds, no partitions or anything. You just you walked in the aisle, and on each side there was a bunk bed. Then you walk in the next aisle, and on each side was a bunk bed. And I decided after we did the first time we didn't have the sleeper because we were not going that far. We went so far, got off and spent the night where we went out to the Shaolin Temple, the village that it was at. We went out there and spent the whole day. And then the next day we went to where we were going. And then when we went back, this is when we were going from Beijing to Shanghai, not Kaohsiung. Not Kaohsiung, damn it. I've been to Kaohsiung, but that's in Taiwan. Changsha. And when we went back from Changsha back to Beijing, we took the sleeper car. And that's the last time I'm going to take that kind of sleeper.
I could have got a sleeping unit on the train. I was the Silver Meteor, but they wanted my ticket was 185. If I would have got a sleeper, they wanted, it's like a little area. You got a little couch and a sleeper and everything. They wanted almost like $500.
Well,
I don't need all that. I'll just sit in my seat all night. Then they wanted for a cheeseburger and fries on the train, and it's only microwave food that they're serving you.
Yeah.
They wanted like $15.
Okay.
I wanted to take money home. I said, forget that. I went out and bought a hoagie to eat on the train and a bag of snacks from Walmart, and I figured that'll do me.
Yeah. Well, like I said, the thing I didn't like about the part that I was in was you had almost no room, especially, a big American.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
And so, like I said, this is, a Chinese train, so their bunks are made more for the much more petite person. Whereas if you got the regular sleeper area, which is a little more private, you can still have more than one person there, but it's more of a private area. Yeah, it costs a little bit more, but you had more comfort. And I would, if I ever do it again, I'm going to pay for the comfort. And especially if they got a plug in, because I have sleep apnea.
Yeah,
there was no place to plug in the machine. Now I didn't have the machine with me, but if I travel again, I'll have my machine. I don't travel without my machine anymore, because this is before I got my machine. I went to China before I got the machine. I was diagnosed with it after I came back. I was set up to go get tested for it, but took so many months to get in to be tested. I went to China and came back before I ever got in, because I already had the plan, vacation planned. I went for 3 weeks.
Really bad. I used to have it, and I kind of cured myself of it by sleeping in a different position.
It makes no difference what position I sleep in. I can sleep on my stomach. I can sleep on my back. I am snoring, and my back was the worst.
Yeah, you could be running a marathon and you're sleeping. Actually, I know people that die from it.
Oh yeah, it can kill you if you don't use the machine. So that's why I use the machine. Now,
if I have a bad sinus cold, I'll wake up like I'm running a marathon, and I know it's like, oh God, you got to be careful.
Well, because I had sleep apnea when I came back from China, now I got sleep apnea and jet lag.
Wow.
I was falling asleep after I came back from China. I'm not lying. I'd be sitting at my desk out at the gatehouse, drinking coffee, and I'd set the coffee down, spill it on my lap because I fell asleep as I was setting it down.
Sleep
drinking coffee.
Yeah.
Sure. Oh, yeah. And so when I finally got diagnosed with it, I was 123 episodes an hour.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, 10 to 15 seconds each time. And my air pressure is at 16. And so now I wear a strap to keep my mouth. For a long time, I didn't need the strap, but my mouth started dropping open.
Sure.
Again, so I have to wear a strap to keep the mouth shut. Otherwise, I get better sleep than I do without the machine, but I don't get as good a sleep if I don't wear the strap. The only other way I can sleep,
they're tiny.
Yeah, the only other way I can sleep without the machine is I got to be setting up like in my recliner or something. If I'm setting up, I'm still going to snore. I'm still not going to get the rest I should get, but it's better rest than trying to lay down. If I laid on my back to go to sleep without the machine, I would quit breathing before I even go to sleep. It was that bad. I mean, laying on my stomach, I would go to sleep, but I would still it just did not get much rest. It just wasn't there. And so I've had people ask, "Oh, at the VA, oh, do you use your machine?" I don't. Every friggin' night. I am not sleeping without that machine again unless they cure me of that sleep apnea. Believe me, I'd love to be cured. I hate that machine, but there's no way I'm sleeping without it. No way I'm even going to try to sleep without it. I know what I was like when I didn't use it, and I don't want to go back to that.
Yeah, sure.
And well, I was lucky in that as long as I was doing something, I stayed awake. So if I was driving, my mind was occupied, which would keep me awake. But I'd sit down and just relax. Like I said, drinking coffee, set it down, I'd spill it sometimes and fall asleep. If I sat down to watch a movie, I'd go to sleep. You know, it got, and then that, like I said, that was more after with the jet lag. But because of the sleep apnea, I couldn't recoup from the jet lag. So it was never going to recoup from the jet lag without the machine. It just wasn't going to happen. And,
Yeah, that can be tough.
so yeah, it was a day that I decided, no, we don't need this.
Well, I'm always chatting with the Philippines, so I'm always up late night, and it's kind of crazy, you know.
Well, like I said, I mean, look at it. It's 12:30 here where I'm at.
Yeah, me too. But I sleep like part of the day. I'm up late night.
No, when I get up, I usually stay up. Now, occasionally I'll take a nap, but most of the time I stay up once I get up. Now, usually if this is tomorrow night, I'd be in bed around 11 o'clock usually, 10:30, 11. Somewhere in there I try to go to bed. I've been known to stay up to midnight when I got to work the next day, but I usually try to get to bed around 11. I get up at 5 or a little after so I can get ready for work. So I only sleep about 6-7 hours. 5 to 6 hours is my normal sleep.
I do what they call bi sleep. I sleep for 4 or 5 hours. I'm up for a bit. Then I go back to bed, you know.
I'm
not really working, you know. I sit here and I sell products to make money, but you know, it's a hell of a business, but it's not what I want to do.
Yeah. Well, my sister Alta, she's the one that's in pretty. She's bigger than I am. I won't say a lot bigger, but yeah, she's a lot bigger than I am. But she has sleep apnea as well, and she's had it for years. And she went for years without being diagnosed. And she was around 54 or so when they finally diagnosed her. And like I said, she's about 71 going. I'm trying to think. She's 72. She'll be 73 this month. And so, like I said, it's been almost 20 years since she's been diagnosed. I've been diagnosed longer than that.
Well, they've changed so much with sleep apnea. They've got so much better with it.
Well, the machines are so much better. Let me tell you that right now.
Oh, I know.
They are a lot better than they used to be. I mean, like I said, I got my first machine in 2000. Okay. And I was diagnosed in 99 and got my machine in 2000. And they are so much better than now than just 20 some years later. But I mean, they're so much smaller. They're so much quieter.
Yeah, my friend used to have the big noisy one.
Oh yeah, I did. I had where the reservoir, which is where what you put the water in, was separate from the machine. And the machine I got now with the reservoir is actually smaller than the machine that I had to have a reservoir besides that. All right. And now my travel machine has a reservoir attached to it as well, but it's still a little bit bigger than this one. I've had 4 CPAPs.
My friend has one. His insurance company rents it for him.
Well, they buy it. They bought mine. They don't rent it. They bought it.
Right. His is like a cell phone now. If he's
But,
not using it or not hooked up to it, they're monitoring that and they know.
Well, mine's got a chip that whenever they ask, the VA asks, I got to tick it in, and they can check the last 30 days.
Right.
And but this is my second one through the VA. My first two were through private. I used to have preferred health care, really good health care, but we lost that through work. And so anyway, the first two were through it, and the last two were through the VA. Now I had one that didn't last very long, and I was told that complained, and they took it in, they looked at it, and gave me a brand new one. They said, we've had a lot of trouble with this one. We're not just here's a new model, take it. And I've had it, and I've had trouble with it. But like I said, you really got to be careful with the sleep apnea because it can cause heart attacks. It may be because of my diabetes.
My friend has his, and like I said, they monitor it. And I told him that's too much for me.
No,
I wouldn't do it.
If they're paying for it, they want to make sure you're using it, and I can understand that.
Well, I can
Because
understand.
if you don't like it, take it back and give it back to them. I mean,
Well,
those things aren't cheap.
I had a better cure for him.
Like I said, those things are not cheap.
Well, if you don't need a brand new one, they're not that expensive.
I
You
get a
can
new
buy a
one.
used one.
I get a new one every time.
I know, but I'm just saying.
But I mean, if they're buying it for you, they're giving you a new one, and they're not. And I get 5 years or more usually out of one.
Everything in my life, Larry, I buy used.
Well, I bought used cars up until this last one. I bought new in this last car because of the chip shortage. I went in. I would have bought a used one. I looked at a used one. I looked at a used Subaru Forester, and I looked at a used Subaru Outback because I wanted a bigger SUV than the Crosstrek, which is what I bought. But to buy a used 3-year-old Outback.
Yeah, they were getting so much money for him. You were saying.
It was less. It was less than $3,000 or $3,000 difference, and that's a 3-year-old one.
I bought a 17-year-old Volvo for $2,000. It's close to 200,000 miles on it.
Well, this one didn't really. This one only had about 18,000 miles on it.
And I had to do. Well, I only paid $2,000 for a car that costs listed on the lot for $48,000 new. And I've only had to do 200,000 mile maintenance. It ate an alternator. It blew a radiator. I had to rebuild the brakes, new brake shoes.
Yeah.
And I put new rotors on it. And I put a fuel pump in it. Other than that, this thing runs like a charm. And I take very good care of it. My son Eddie is so up on the maintenance. He's better than I am.
Yeah. Well, like I said, though, I would have bought the used car, but if it was a year old and it was $3,000 less, I'd have bought the year-old car.
Here's one for you.
I might have bought a 2-year-old car with only $3,000 less, but there was no way I was going to give you $3,000 less for a 3-year-old car. Because that's 3 more years of snow and salt.
Oh, sure.
No.
I got one for you. My Volvo has no rust on it because it's European steel. But here's a good one. I paid $2,000 for mine. I've had it for 3.5 years. I got another 1,500 hours into it. My cars went up in value since I bought it because of the chip shortage.
Yeah. Oh, well, when my car was totaled, before it was totaled, it was worth about a little over $5,000, I think. All right, and then it was totaled, and this is before the chip shortage. I'm talking about it was worth around $5,000. And when the car was totaled, it was after the chip shortage. I got $10,000 for it.
Wow!
Because they totaled it out, and I got I think it was like 95.
Well, they like to pay the
7.
right number for your car too, so you don't come back and bother them with anything else.
Well, my insurance, they I forget how much it was they were wanting to repair it. And it was real close to what the insurance would consider total. So they told the guy, look, go deeper. You all you did was a precursory look, and you're talking this much money. You're talking maybe $500-600 more. It's total.
Yeah.
Well, go deep. Take it apart and look a little closer. And when they looked closer, it was like went over whatever the threshold was. And after they took out I had $500 deductible. I only had to pay like $175. She had to pay the rest. So it was like, well, you're both a little at fault, but she was at more fault than I was. And so I still got over $9,500. So I almost got 10 grand out of it. And I put down $9,500 on this car I bought. And I would have loved to have waited for a Forester, but I did not have rental insurance on my car.
Sure.
So I was paying rental insurance was costing me around $400 or more a week.
Wow.
Which is about what I was take home.
Sure.
It was close.
Yeah,
I made a little bit, but when you counted the time in for driving, buying gas, I was losing money.
I'm sure.
And so it was like, well, I went ahead and took some time off from work. I worked the first week, and then I rented a car, like I said, for 1 week. Then I took time off.
Well, I bought a Chevy van to drive for business, so people can't look in the windows of my Volvo.
Yeah, but so that's how I ended up buying the new one. Because when I went and looked, I would have to wait a month to get a new Forester. It was going to take at least a month to get the car, which means I would have to either take another month off from work or lose money every week renting a car to go to work.
My Volvo reminds me of a Subaru in a lot of ways. It's a little more European feel, but functionality, it's very similar.
I'm going to say Subaru's a Japanese, but so anyway, I just decided, well, I'll buy this Crosstrek, and it's all right. Like I said, if I was going to trade it in and get another car, it would be something bigger.
Sure.
It's okay, but I still would rather have something bigger. But I'm hoping this is the last car I have.
That's the problem with my Volvo. As big as it is, it doesn't have big doors on it. It's crazy getting in and out.
My car is okay getting in and out. I have no trouble with that.
Yeah, but how tall are you?
I'm only 5'8".
Yeah, I'm 6'3".
Yeah. But
it's like Andre the Giant getting in some of these little cars. I swear.
The seats smaller than I like.
My friend's Ford Focus, I can't even get in the thing. There's no way I can get in the front seat of the car at all. And if I get in the back, I got to kind of crawl in. I can't even put my head up.
I went to look at a used car. I still living on the Roy. Now, like I said, I'm not tall, but I'm all upper body.
Yeah.
Oh, I am. My leg length is only 24.
Yeah, I'm a 32.
Mine's a 24.
I am tall as can be. My son's going to be taller than me. He's growing like a weed.
Yeah. But like I said, my leg length is only 32, so all my height is in my upper body. And I was went to look at this one car, and the guy was thinking, will it go back far enough because of my weight? And the seat went back far enough, but when I went to set in the car, I had to turn my head like this. I couldn't put my head straight up because my head was in the silly. And that's with the seat all the way down. He goes, I didn't think about that. I said, that's because and another friend of mine, he had a van. And we were talking, and I told him, how I was all upper body. And until I sat down in his van, he didn't believe me. Because when I sat down in his van, my head was almost in his silly. It was like,
Well, my Volvo, to get in, I got to put the seat all the way back and then lean the seat back to have room just to fit in the door. And
like I said, I'm the doors are big enough on mine for me to get in and out. But like I said, it's and because it's got electric seats. Now, cars without electric seats are a real pain because they set at a certain level, most of them, and that puts me in the ceiling of most cars.
well, my
Now, electric seats, I can put the seat all the way down, and I'm all right in most cars. Most cars, not all cars.
fully electric. I got fully like electric complement in the steering column. I got all that stuff in this old Volvo.
Yeah, mine's all electric. I can now to start the car, remote start it. I do it on my phone.
Yeah, I don't have any of that. I could have it, but I don't.
But well, my I had a RAV4 before this. That's what I was told it was a RAV4. And
well, they run forever.
Yeah. Well, I had ladies T-bone me and totaled my car. But anyway, that one I had a push button on the keychain, the key box, to remote start it. So I've had a remote start the last two cars, and when I got the remote start on the RAV4, the one of the ladies that worked in the maintenance part, she was the desk clerk for the maintenance, and it was either her or one of the sales lady who was talking with her. But anyway, they said, "Oh, your wife's going to love this remote start." I said, "I don't have a wife." I said, "And the heated seats, I'm going to love the heated seats because there's leather seats, heated leather seat." Now, this is not like this car here. This is the one before that. The RAV4 was the one before the RAV4. I had another RAV4.
Some of these new cars are crazy.
Yeah. But like I said, I had heated leather seats. Those were nice during the winter. If you have cloth, you don't need to heat.
They were showing the Ford EcoBoost 4-cylinder motor online yesterday. I was looking at it.
Well,
it's all plastic basically, and then they ripped it apart. And I don't see how people are going. These motors aren't going to last, but maybe 70, 80,000 miles because of the turbo and everything.
Yeah.
They're falling apart now. Ford motors are horrible in these cars. Same thing with the Jeep product. The new Jeeps have 4-cylinder Fiat motors in them. And this stuff ain't going to hold up.
Now, Ed, I'm going to have to call it a night. It's been
almost
it's been over 5.5 hours.
I ducked out for a nap on you guys.
Yeah. But
you have a good night, Larry.
I'm going to try. If anybody's still in the chat, we're going to shut it down. Thank you for coming, and I hope we didn't bore you too much. And Landstar Tristan just got here. How you doing, Tristan? It's Lane Tristan. I just say Tristan. I forget. I don't. A lot of people will use their last name than their first name. I could be wrong. Tristan, welcome to the channel. We got another person just came in. Good night. Enjoyed it. They were in the background. Didn't even know they were there. Hello, Sylvia. Thank you for coming. And now, either one of you put down, if you want, before we close down, put down LLL. And if anybody else is in the chat, let them connect to you if they like. Next time, if you're comfortable, you can come up and talk with us. I'm here every Saturday night. Right now, it's at 7 o'clock Eastern time in the U.S. Later on, I'm going to have to move it to 8 o'clock Eastern time. I hate doing it, but I'm going to have to because I'm going to be changing jobs and I'm going to be working till 7 o'clock at night on Saturday and Sundays. And so I'll do it after I get home at 8 o'clock. And who knows, we may even come up with a second night because I can go a lot more than 20 hours a month if I want. So
I'm going to run, Larry.
All right, Mac Daddy, you take care, man.
I'll catch you next week.
All right, take care. So, like I was telling you guys, if you like, just put down LLL. my night bot will drop your link. And Sylvia Ingram, I don't think I've seen you before, so welcome. I hope you enjoyed it. You said you did. And Lynn Tristan, it's the first time I've seen. I happen to be a member of your channel, but I just think because it's the first time I've seen you in my live stream. So welcome, and I'm glad you showed up. But like I said, I've been going for 5 hours and 46 minutes, almost 47 minutes. I happen to be a person who likes to talk with other people. I enjoy talking. So I hope you enjoyed listening. And like I said, if anytime when I'm on, if you want to come up, you can just I have the StreamYard connection there. You can hit that and you'll come up and I'll bring you into my panel and we'll talk and get to know each other. But otherwise, you're more than welcome to hang out in the background or communicate through the chat. Like I said, I enjoy talking with people, and if I can help you out with anything, let me know. So, all right, everybody, good night. Take care of yourselves. Stay safe and healthy. Be kind to each other, and always try to have fun. All right, everybody. Bye.